A new dawn. Awaking from a deep slumber, my eyelids shuddered as an all-consuming light pierced into my eyes. I groaned out in pain and discomfort as I blinked numerous times. It didn't feel like blinking, I didn't feel my body. It was more like a recollection of what I could sense in the past. My eyes opened, as the light which was blinding before now settled into a light luminescent glow. Around me was a massive golden throne room, the entire room refracting light into rainbow patterns and colors. Trying to stand, I felt my vision rise from its previous height. Before I had time to comprehend my current state and circumstances, an overbearing voice thundered into the room. You have been chosen. The voice was loud but silky smooth, as if it were the representation of the feeling of silk and every soft material in existence. I blinked, once again, looking upwards towards the source of the voice. You shall be granted 2 wishes, as recompense for the life you have suffered previously. This voice was rather deeper but still feminine, its tone having a stoic sound to it. My vision finally reaching the source of these voices, I found 2 celestial thrones, one made of pure nature and earth, the other of pure volcanic destruction and lava. On those thrones were beings of sheer beauty, indescribable beauty. On the nature-bound throne was a woman of untold natural beauty, her figure contained beneath a transcendental-looking green ball gown. The volcanic throne was sat upon by a feminine figure of immense power, her form covered in small patches of scales and a divine red dress. Speak your wishes. What do you mean? Why are you so loud? I spoke, but it felt more like my voice was just detachedly booming into the space. The 2 women looked at each other, chuckling slightly before looking back at me. Sylviana, Solaris, you have been granted 2 wishes for the pain and suffering you underwent in your last life. Speak your wishes to us and we shall send you to a random world. The voice of the nature woman turned from its enormously loud and blasting noise to a more conversational tone as the very plants around her reacted to her voice. Oh, I died. Well, that's good. So, I have 2 wishes, can they be anything? The volcanic woman laughed boisterously as the nature woman just smilingly chuckled. Their 2 thrones moved with their voices and became almost lively under the reverberating notes. They have to be within reason. Okay, so no becoming a god then. There was a protracted silence as I contemplated my first wish. My options were very expansive and honestly concerned me as the sheer scope was massive, endless. I scraped my mind for every little option, idea and concept in my head. I didn't want to take too long as I did not know if they would put up with my attitude. I still took a while though. The 2 women just continued to speak amongst themselves as they looked at me in amusement. I couldn't tell what they were speaking on, but the nature woman seemed to be interested in me, platonically of course. As soon as I finished my inner monologue, the nature woman and volcano woman laughed uproariously. Ha ha, wife, should we adopt her? The nature goddess was the one to suggest the idea as I gawked at her statement. If I could gawk, why couldn't I? I couldn't perceive my own self at all. He, whatever you wish, darling. Silence washed over the surroundings as a light fluttered from the skies and especially from the 2 thrones. The gold switched to silver in an instant as the entire structure transformed into a throne room of an elven court. I will grant you the name Silviana Solaris. In an instant a bright golden light began to leak from my vision as I felt a fundamental part of myself change. I could not understand the significance of this action, but I had a feeling I would soon. Now, you need to make your wishes, your soul will not want to linger much longer. Taking her words very seriously, I contemplated powers I could gain access to that would not be too over the top. Nen came to mind, but I threw it aside as the amount of training and time needed for that was immense. Chakra was the same but had bloodline shortcuts. Force powers. No. Aura from RWBY. That was cool, maybe I can even ask for a unique semblance. Your first wish has been completed, you shall gain a unique semblance based upon your own powers, nature and species. Okay, now that I had completed that, I thought about what world I would go to and the likelihood of going somewhere peaceful. My chances were bleak, so much of what I know of the universe and fiction was complete horror or had some aspects that were horrible. What world will I be going to? It will be random, you will be thrust out soon, please be quick with your second choice. This time it was the volcano woman speaking. Okay, could I ask your names? Oh ho, someone deigns to ask our names finally. Yes, ha 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 ha, I like you kid, my name is Tiamat. The woman sitting on the throne of volcanic activity yelled out in declaration of her power as the woman beside her shook her head at her partner's eccentricities. Mine is Gaia. Thank you, Tiamat, Gaia. I will give you my last wish now. I churned my brain with all of the thought power I could, trying to come up with an idea for a superpower or just a cool ability. Come on, think, it's not hard. My soul churned with the effort as some parts of my past life faded away, as if my new life was slowly trying to make up for the absolute shitty luck in life I had last time. Eidetic memory, all memory, I want to remember everything and be able to physically copy muscle memory from people I see. As soon as I finished, Gaia spoke. Done. Your wishes have been granted and you are now on the way towards your new life. Please enjoy your life this time. Sadness billowed out from me as I felt like crying. Thank you. In less than an instant I disappeared into a spiraling white and black space. It was similar to a hypnotism effect. Vertigo struck me as up and down became abstract concepts vaguely tied to my being. Flashes of light and darkness blinded my soul as I felt like I was inside a club with its strobe lighting. The sensation of alcoholic bliss flowed for a mere second before fading to horror-filled pain. System bonding to host. Unlocking features. Completed. In an instant I vanished into the pattern, my consciousness slipping away from me as all light was consumed from my vision. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Chapter 1 Woo. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 13 comments 0 vote. A new world. Consciousness thundered through my senses as the coldness of night swept past my bare skin. My eyes began to flutter open as the voracious nature of reality around me brought a calmness to my mind. Winter winds grazed my skin and caused goosebumps to rise along my exposed arms and legs. I was wearing a small pair of pants and shirt that were barely enough to cover my assets. Looking down with my actual eyes, I saw the odd sight of light purplish skin refracting small amounts of moonlight. My nails were a beautiful obsidian black and gleamed in the moon's hollow light. My ears twitched as if they were a movable appendage, something that was soon confirmed as I tried to twitch them again. I couldn't see much more of my looks at this moment, but that wasn't very important. Survival was more pressing as it seemed I had emerged from my meeting with Tiamat and Gaia in a forest. Fitting, it was a very fitting local to emerge in. My twitching ears soon heard the chirps, howling and eerie calls of birds and other animals. My eyes could see through the night, revealing a deep and seemingly unending forest. Burrows, roots and outcroppings were amongst many of the features of the surrounding forest, water nowhere to be seen. Moving forwards to a nearby tree, I could feel the life lightly flowing through the tree and into the ground below me. I licked my lips and tasted the faint stirrings of spring emerging. If I wasn't wrong, spring would come soon, within the month. I knew I was an elf at this stage, but I was still intrigued heavily by my powers. Before I could continue to explore, a screen emerged in front of me, very similar to that of one of my favorite characters. Sylviana Solaris. HP, 150. MP, 200. STR 15. Con 15. Dex 15. Cha 15. In 20. Wis 20. Skills. Unique skill Eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Interesting. I willed the so-called system to explain my powers to me. It appeared pretty quickly, the description spanning out before me as a playful character appeared on the screen, an illusion or 3D image of some kind. It was a small little cat, its eyes languid and calm as its body was purely white. Description for semblance. Umbral assault. The host's semblance, umbral assault, grants them mastery over shadows, allowing them to harness darkness as a formidable weapon in combat. When activated, the host can manipulate shadows to create solid constructs such as weapons, armor, or tendrils of darkness that lash out at their foes with incredible speed and precision. These shadowy manifestations are imbued with the host's own strength and can inflict devastating damage upon their enemies. Additionally, the host can teleport short distances by merging with shadows, enabling them to reposition themselves swiftly on the battlefield and catch their opponents off guard. The voice cut out as the cat laid down across the screen, its form lazily licking at its paws as the mood of said creature came off as bored. I watched the cat with some small element of intrigue, my face lightly cracking a smile as I had the wanting to pet its fur. Unfortunately for me, when I tried, my hand just slipped through its form. It continued to lick its paws as it just watched me. Please continue. Description for eidetic total memory. The host has the complete recollection of learned information, seen information, spoken information, muscle memory and training. All forms of memory kept and stored within the host's mind is to be perused and used at later times or at a moment's notice, if the host so wishes. Description for reincarnation's blessing. Error. 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 It was very odd seeing the cat repeat an error code over and over, but after a few more attempts by the cat it simply ceased and laid down on my screen, becoming an permanent symbol on my status sheet. It made me feel like it was one of those AI chatbots on phones and such. Awakening of growth system beginning. Pipe. Succeeded. You will now be given unique skills. Pipe. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Unique skill growth. Could you give me the descriptions please? The cat appeared once more as more explanations were given. The cat's voice was that of a masculine man, sounding almost like Morgan Freeman in some ways. Unique skill name. Growth. Description. Growth is a unique skill that allows the user to continuously enhance their stats over time through a process known as symbiotic infusion. Unlike conventional methods such as devour, which involve absorbing external sources of energy or knowledge, growth taps into the user's innate potential and fosters symbiotic relationships with the world around them. Mechanism. The user of growth forms a symbiotic bond with the environment, drawing upon the natural energies and resources present in their surroundings to fuel their growth. This process is passive and gradual, with the user's stats increasing incrementally over time as they cultivate their symbiotic connections. Features. Harmonious assimilation. The user's growth is not limited to physical or combat-related attributes but extends to all facets of their being, including mental acuity, magical prowess, and emotional resilience. This holistic approach to growth ensures that the user becomes a well-rounded and adaptable individual. Eco-synergy. The user's symbiotic bond with the environment fosters mutualistic relationships with flora, fauna, and even geological formations. By harmonizing with nature, the user can accelerate their growth and unlock unique bonuses tied to specific ecosystems or biomes. Adaptive evolution. As the user's stats increase, their physiology undergoes subtle yet profound changes, reflecting their evolving connection with the world. These adaptations may grant the user new abilities, resistances, or heightened senses tailored to their environment. Temporal resonance. Over time, the user's growth resonates with the cyclical rhythms of the world, attuning them to the ebb and flow of cosmic energies. This temporal resonance enables the user to synchronize their growth with celestial phenomena such as lunar cycles, solar flares, or planetary alignments, further enhancing their potential. Interesting. No wonder I started to feel more connected with the life around me. I looked to the trees and creatures around me, my senses picking up a faint drifting of energy to my body, slowly suffusing my marrow, bones, sinew, skin and flesh. It was relaxing and felt like a massage. Unique skill name. Magicule infinitatum potentia. Description. Magicule infinitatum potentia is a unique skill that enables the user to transcend conventional magical boundaries and unlock their latent magical potential to unprecedented levels. Mechanism. Through Magicule infinitatum potentia, the user gains the ability to shatter the limitations imposed by traditional magic systems, allowing them to explore new avenues of magical expression and experimentation. These skills are all very good. I wonder if the system was Gaia or Tiamat's intention. I couldn't get any answers for that, however, as the wind continued to graze my skin, as if pushing me onwards to find shelter or cover. Heeding the wind's dangerous cold, I started to look up at the trees and around me, cover being my main focus as I felt completely sated in thirst and hunger. Hoots of owls and calls of strange nocturnal birds swarmed my senses as I walked deeper into the forest. Life was calling out to me further and further as I went, my unique skills already starting to take effect. Minutes passed as I was becoming somewhat entranced by the feeling of nature around me, my consciousness feeling a deep connection to my surrounding environment. This was suddenly interrupted as I saw a series of fires in the distance, crude struggling fires, but fires nonetheless. Friend or foe, what shall it be? Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 12 comments 0 vote. A goblin village. Staring at the fires from a distance I noticed figures of small stature and chubby bodies. They were dancing around the fire as a slime sat upon a small podium. The slime, which I assumed was Rimuru, based upon the fact that I was gaining unique traits similarly styled to those in Reincarnated as a slime and the fact that the scene was somewhat familiar to me, or at least I had watched episodes with very familiar vibes. This changed a lot. Now that I knew for certain that I was stuck within the world of Tensura, I could base my future plans off of my knowledge. My senses were alight with the various transmitted life signatures within the forest of Jura. These life signatures also came from the goblins, however, and especially from Rimuru, who was bouncing lightly side to side in excitement as he watched his people dance, enjoying themselves. I thought on the possible consequences of meeting him and possibly affecting his storyline, his progression, and whether this would draw the ire of his future self. Taking it into account, I took a summary of my situation. I had no food or water, shelter or comfort. My clothes were barely going to last more than a week at best, a few days at worst. My physical condition seemed to be superb, but I had no clue if there were bandits or other dangers lingering. I didn't feel arrogant over my skills. Like most things in life, numbers have a quality all their own. My ears twitched as the sound of yahooing and celebrating continued into the night. Better to risk tricky situations down the line than to sacrifice my own life, comfort or survivability. Slowly I approached the camp, sentries nodding off to sleep as they fell to their own sense of relaxation. Rimuru had apparently made them all feel secure despite the fact that they could be attacked at any moment. That's not good, Goblin Sans. At the thought I cringed slightly. I tried it out in my mind so I could possibly better interact with Rimuru, but it seemed the phrases or phrasing was to my tastes. No more San or Senpei. Purely names. If they don't have one, I'll just point. Getting to the outer palisades, these palisades being very little more than makeshift fences and watchtowers, I began to walk into camp. Within a few short moments I felt a gaze pass over me and a small intrusive scan from outside my body. My skills wanted to jump in reflex, especially Umbral Assault, but I held it at bay. Rimuru had spotted me and was obviously on guard. Not only was he new to the world at this stage, but he was also expecting the dire wolves to attack at any moment. His scan didn't last long, however, as he plopped down off of his perch, the goblins ceasing their partying as they noticed me. I stopped halfway towards the campfires, noticing very small and badly constructed huts or tents that served as domiciles for the goblins and now Rimuru. Switching my focus from the details around me, I concentrated on Rimuru. His form was much as described and shown in the anime. It was light blue with small shades of dark blue. In reality his form looked much more like jelly than anything else though. Nice to meet you. I'm Rimuru the slime. I'm not a bad slime. A smile came to my face as I remembered countless moments throughout the anime where he would say this line. It was a cute greeting and honestly did help me adapt to the situation more, my mind clearing a little from the stress as I made an obviously good decision. I am Sylviana Solaris. I do not know my species directly, but I would assume I am an elf. Although I realized that my words could be misconstrued or easily read into as mistrust, something that wouldn't necessarily be a bad sig to show, not the best either. When I looked towards Rimuru I found that he had gone into La La Land, his own mind no doubt conjuring images of the elves on his PC, the one he had asked his friend to deal with. Cough. A small coughing noise was made by the goblin who would be named Rigard in the future, the old goblin slowly hobbling towards the side of Rimuru. Many of the goblin men looked at me with shy expressions and small glances, but I didn't mind. I could teach any one of them who tried to do something untoward, although I knew they wouldn't. Rimuru finally snapped out of it at this time and switched to a more questioning stance. Sylviana-san, what are you doing out and about at night? I could tell he was having an inner monologue, dragging his sage ability through the often hasty thoughts of his mind. I awoke within the forest. I have no memory of my time here in this forest prior to waking up. Technically it wasn't a lie, I had no recollection of this body's past happenstances and actions within the forest. Perhaps it was bending the truth and omitting information, but it was still the truth nonetheless. Ooh. His presence shifted into one of concentration and thought, my unique skill, growth, allowing me to feel the basic natural shifts and changes around me. I continued to look around at the goblins, their appearances that of children as rugged and worn clothing kept private parts barely covered. Would you like to stay the night? It's warm near the campfires. His attempt to garner help obvious but also somewhat helpful for my predicament. Warmth, food and shelter sounded nice, especially for a woman such as myself who comes from the 21st century. Regrouping my sights on his form, I nodded delicately, my own senses making me feel light and almost dizzy with the sheer amount of magicules, no doubt because of Veldora. Yes, I would appreciate it if I could spend the night here. The atmosphere changed again, my senses barely being able to sense the shift. It seemed he was happy, perhaps a little attracted but ultimately, mostly, excited. Elves are his weakness, huh? Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP. 160. MP. 210. STR 16. Con 16. Dex 16. Cha 16. Int 21. Wis 21. Skills. Unique skill Eidetic Total Memory. Unique skill Semblance. Umbral Assault. Unique skill Reincarnation's Blessing. Unique skill Growth. Unique skill Magicule Infinitatum Potentia. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 19 comments 0 vote. Encounter with direwolves. Just to cover my ass. I do not own reincarnated as a slime or overlord, I only own my own characters. //////. After being accepted into the party, all of the goblins moved back to the fires and continued to dance and have fun. Rimuru was close by to me, his mood obviously excited as he watched the goblins eating pieces of meat that they had recently hunted. He could not personally taste the food, but it seemed he vicariously ate through their expressions. I was silent for most of the time, eating some stray pieces of meat and wild vegetables. To be completely honest, I did not eat much, but the things I did eat were much better than I had ever tasted in my last life. I did not know if it was the magicules within said food and vegetables or if it was my species, I didn't really care at the time. I spoke with some of the goblins as well, their reactions being cute or really endearing as they were just excited about having another ally in the coming fight. Rimuru and I did not speak too much, our little spurts of conversation being about how I got to the village and how he did as well. I believed that he wanted to speak tomorrow. The party came to an end a couple hours after I arrived, the goblins going back to their huts and tents for sleep as Rimuru offered for me to stay in the same large hut he was sleeping in. I was worried at first, my mind warning me of the danger that could be incurred onto myself in sleep. Before I could get too far, however, he said that he'd stay with Rigard in his tent for the night. He was very thoughtful. If someone were to think him an ignorant slime or person, they would be highly ignorant themselves. Saying good night to everyone who was still awake, I set off to the house, settling down for the night with several small rag-like blankets. My first night in this world wasn't very long or eventful, but it was certainly productive. I soon fell into a sleep, if I could call it that. It was more like a meditative rest. I was conscious and fully able to comprehend my surroundings, but at the same time feeling like my body was resting completely. The rest of my sleep, which was 4 hours long, slipped by as I honed my mind on sensing my surroundings and slowly gaining some energy from it. The 4 hours I spent felt more like 30 minutes to me as the energy of nature flowed in and out of myself. My eyes snapped open from my meditation as the loud howl of dire wolves reverberated across the small open patch of forest the village found itself in. The shadows seemed to lightly stir around me as I felt some threat from the howl. I stood quickly, my eyes moving to the front of the hut, the dirt ground crunching below my soft feet as I walked to it soon after. Exiting the hut, I saw Rimuru exiting Rigard's hut, Rigard and several other goblins within the village also exiting and running for their weapons. The dire wolves were hundreds of meters away from the village, but their presence could not be understated at this moment. They were nowhere near Rimuru's full power, but they could still kill the goblins if things happened differently to the anime. Thing from that moment on happened much like the anime, the goblins shaking and squirming under the aura of the dire wolves, the creatures that had killed their warriors. Rimuru turned to look at them all, his expressions changing as he had the bad habit of forming a face on his slime body. He now sat in the middle of the palisade, and faced the currently halted forces of the dire wolves. In the distance I could see two wolves standing out the front of the pack, one with a star pattern, Ranga, and the other a slightly larger wolf with a basic navy blue coat of fur. Turn back now, and we won't take any action. Leave this place at once. Rimuru spoke aloud into the night's cold breeze, the sun still a couple hours away from rising. The response was almost instant, the larger wolf becoming enraged at Rimuru. Insolence. No mere slime can order around us dire wolves. Trample that fence down. The response of the pack leader launched an assault from the first wave of wolves as they launched forwards, fangs gleaming in the moonlight, aiming for the fence and Rimuru. I found the whole thing surreal as I had watched this fight in the anime and it was cool if a bit cliché, but now, with it actually being in reality, it was more interesting. The dire wolves did not just move awkwardly like they did in the anime but had a keen, natural, movement to them. The night wasn't just a backdrop to the showdown as it rustled the leaves and trees around us, causing a slightly chaotic feeling to swirl into the battle. It was all much more intense. Several of the goblins stood back as the assault began. I walked up towards the fence, a meter away from Rimuru. As my concern grew slightly, I didn't want to see the cute goblins be murdered by some mutts who had a power trip. The dire wolves sprinted across the small hilly plain, getting closer and closer, snarls and grunts cascading through the night as Rimuru seemed to tense his slime body a little, my senses picking up some slight magicule disturbance around me. He's using those threads. I'll step back, it seems he doesn't need me. I literally took a step backwards as the goblins, seeing the use of magic from Rimuru, gained confidence and stepped forwards. Bows and arrows were hoisted into waiting positions as arrows were knocked onto strings. Seconds passed in nervous waiting as the last remaining warrior, who would later be called Rigger, held up his sword to indicate when to shoot. The wolves got closer and string became lightly pulled upon as nerves started to get to a breaking point. That was when the dire wolves' first assault hit the wall of razor-sharp wires that were set up by Rimuru. This moment was soon followed by the firing of the arrows, many of the arrowheads and shafts striking true and snapping inside of the dire wolves. The archers reloaded with as much speed as untrained goblins could, meaning not that fast. Enraged by the affront to his power and his species' power, the leading dire wolf, who had a scar above his right eye, ran with a rapid fervid pace towards us all. His anger and hatred was evident via his eyes that shone with a slight red tint, a sign of madness had I ever seen it before. The beast leapt through the air as he got closer, the goblins now abandoning their reloading to watch the currently unfolding events. I felt the need to facepalm at their laxness, but I stopped myself as I too was interested in what happened next. Rimuru-sama, Rigard shouted out in his elderly tone, worry evident from his tone and the desperation he held within his cadence. Before the pack leader or any goblin could speak, however, the dire wolf's leader was strung up in the air, various glittering threads holding him up in the sky. Confusing sounds began to filter out of the wolf's mouth as he struggled against the threads. This won't hold me. The wolf struggled against his restraints relentlessly but ultimately could not dodge Rimuru's next skill. A blade of water appeared from his slime body as it slashed upwards with a speed equivalent to a water cutter at full strength. A thin line of blood appeared on the beast's neck as the remaining water mixed with it, creating small flows of bloody water that melded with the beast's coat. Blood poured out in spurts from the exit wound on its neck, the head falling to the ground almost immediately after the skill was used. The next few minutes were less interesting for me as Rimuru simply let the body down and said his part to the dire wolves, their growls evident as they didn't like the fact that he had killed their boss. After he finished his speech, the surroundings went silent. He spent a few seconds contemplating until he finally ate the body of the boss using his skill Predator. Soon after he turned into a dire wolf, had another speech and proceeded to howl out in power. Honestly, it wasn't very intimidating for me, but it seemed to be working on the dire wolves as they slowly approached him, crouched down as they did so, before completely submitting to him. There was a lot of wind from his howl, but other than that everything around us was fine. Our pack yields to you. These were the words spoken by all of the wolves as they basically knelt down in a submissive stance. Did we win? Yeah, looks that way. It's good that there's no need for fighting anymore. Rigard and Rimuru had a small conversation as he reverted to his slime form. Yep, nothing beats peace. After his words were finished, the goblins did another round of celebrating as they abandoned their weapons to the ground and dancing as they went. Didn't change at all from the main plot. I suppose this will change in future if I decide to interfere or include myself in combat. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP 180. MP 230. STR 18. Con 18. Dex 18. Cha 18. Int 23. Wis 23. Skills. Unique skill Eidetic Total Memory. Unique skill Semblance. Umbral Assault. Unique skill Reincarnation's Blessing. Unique skill Growth. Unique skill Magicule Infinitatum Potentia. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote. Experimentation. After the Direwolves had joined the village, they were all pulled into a large group, the ice being broken by Ranga as he talked with Rigard and some of the other goblins. The atmosphere had turned lively since then, and conversations created a general loud din. I was off to the side, my attention focused on my hand. In it was a green tornado, a recent gain from being exposed to the generally windy environs. Leisurely it spun, its funnel moving over me palm, spattering bits of sensations up my arm into my shoulder. It was interesting because when I felt the pull of my unique skill growth, I had originally thought it was my stats increasing, but no, it was informing me of my acquisition of wind control. When I had summoned this, it had cost me 10 magicule point, MP for short. That was just the initial casting, however, as soon 2 points were draining every 10 seconds. I calculated exactly how much points that would be in a minute, 12 points, and expanded that into an hour. The total was 720 points, to sustain this spell for an hour total. It seemed to be inefficient. Watching on as the small tornado vigorously rotated around my palm, its very existence being fueled by my magicules, I began to slowly experiment. Attempting to use the wind in the natural environment was my first move, as it would possibly cheapen the entire spell. My magicules spread into the area surrounding me, the wind caressing it softly as a burst came from a nearby mountain. In that instant I put my intent into my magic and wove the natural wind into the tornado on my palm. My points expenditure was dropped from 2 every 10 seconds to 1 every 20 seconds. 3 points per minute, 180 points per hour. I could now hold this spell like this for an hour with my current magicule pool. Relief washed over me a little as I considered the possibilities of such a discovery. Lightning would be powerful because static electricity existed everywhere. Fire, heat and cold would be very easy, taking into consideration how precipitation and thermoregulation worked. Looking at my status screen, I could see that my mana total was unaffected despite gaining a new skill. This was unusual for Tensura, as usually your total would drop to account for the required needs of implementation of a new skill. Tapping my left index finger over my lips, I began to test some other powers, the meeting beyond me continuing as Rimuru began to speak on teaming up and rules. I first tried lightning, pulling on the static electricity in the air with my magicules. At first it was a little difficult to imagine static electricity, but it started to get better when I envisioned lightning swirling in and amongst my fingers. With electric blue spark of light, an instantaneous flash of light began to curve around my fingers. The drain on this was more intense than the wind control skill, as this one was draining something around 4 point every 10 seconds, 24 points minute, 1240 point hour. I grimaced at the cost. It seemed that even with using the natural electricity around it was quite expensive. Now I had gained a more thorough understanding of why Rimuru was scary. He could hold that black lightning for minutes, even longer, without getting tired. I let go of the lightning and shot it at a nearby rock. It was, unfortunately, a bad idea, as within the blink of an eye the rock was sundered and a massive lightning crack sundered into people's eardrums. It left me particularly stunned as my ears were extra sensitive, ringing permeating my mind as I saw part of the rock become molten slag before the electricity grounded itself. Everyone was now turning to look at me, confusion and amazement flowing through their expressions as Rimuru just seemed tired. Blushing, I soon walked off further into the village for some privacy. Next time I'll experiment in the forest. After that small incident, Rimuru went on to name all of the goblins in the village, going onwards to name Ranga before falling unconscious. If I remembered correctly, he would take 13 days to recover, Something highly unusual for most people in Tensura because he should have died from exhaustion of magicules. But this was nothing for the cute little slime as he had the storm dragon Veldora Tempest backing him up. Looking on as the goblins took Rimuru into one of the huts, I decided to get more powerful soon. I needed to have a strength about me to be able to fully survive this world. Not only was there future conflicts but there was also the unknown. I didn't read everything of Tensura, I don't know everyone's powers nor do I know if this is an O or a faithful canon version of Tensura. All I did know was that I needed to figure out my magic capabilities and test out Umbral Assault. Time to go experiment some more. Meanwhile, in a wide open desert north of the Beast Kingdom Yggdrasil, a large tomb-like structure emerged in a massive flash of white light. If anyone were here it would blind them. Amidst this flash came a shattering of space and then the reknitting of it, like a mirror being shattered only to be rewound to its previous whole state. The structure itself was desolate and seemed to be ancient. Broken pillars, old reliquaries and catacomb entrances were some of the features to the exterior. What trumped all of them however was the large entrance to a mausoleum of sorts, this entrance sitting in the middle of the tomb. If one were to look around and gaze upon the structures they would find otherworldly languages and text, ancient yet indiscernible to anyone within Tensura. Below this simultaneously grandiose but barren tomb were many levels, 10 to be precise. In the central throne room of this tomb, a figure of utter despair and death sat upon a large golden throne, the room around him opulent and golden as well. Filigree and detailings were superbly common in this room as its sheer size and expansiveness gave the sense of immense power and prosperity. This figure currently sat on his throne, his skeleton face peeking out from within an overbearing mage's robe. Beside him floated a large staff of golden might, entwining the staff were 7 golden squirming serpents with each head ending at the top of the staff, gems of power being held within their mouths. The entire staff was oozing power of unimaginable power. Momanga-sama. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoyed this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 11 comments 0 vote. Rimuru awakes. Walking back from the third day of me training and experimenting in the forest I couldn't help but feel excited. Umbral Assault was one of my most useful abilities as I had found out. With it I could summon various forms of armor quickly, shielding my physical self from harm. With this I could also bring forth weaponry of every shape and size, my imagination being the only limit. Also, whilst I was hunting some stray deer cows I found that I could shape the shadows into lashes or whips, making it possible for me to physically pull and lift the heavy beasts. Other than Umbral Assault I got used to my wind control and lightning control powers. The lightning was still expensive but I had found a small way of boost my speed for a moment, a possibly crucial moment in combat. My wind control was useful for keeping myself cool amidst the daytime heat whilst simultaneously slicing apart my enemies or even disorientating them with a sudden push from an unexpected angle. It was very thrilling for someone like me who had never touched magic before or even been able to explore like this. The sun shined through a narrow passage in the canopy above as the setting sun's light carefully caressed the slowly darkening surface of the Jura forest. Quickening my pace I soon emerged from the edge of the forest. In front of me was the lively scene of goblins and dire wolves working together as makeshift houses attempted to be made by some of the more learned goblins. The structures were ultimately a failure but this was fine, it would lead Rimuru to a path that would get him some good workers. I planned to go with him and see if I couldn't get some more dwarven help, maybe some workers and such. Originally I hadn't been sure if I had wanted to stay here long term but now I was sure that it was most likely the best place. The nation would become strong with time and when certain people come together, my position could be high and altogether I could affect the future development. With my magic potential being so high, staying in a place like this, which would gain skilled people hurriedly, wasn't so bad. Walking into the village, past the sentries who were ogling at me slightly, I drew quite a ruckus as I brought with me another deer cow, the animal's meat being a delicacy for the goblin tribe that could hardly survive previously. I had started to gain some small amounts of praise for my effort and I had been tentatively named the Huntress. The nickname was rather basic but that suited me, I preferred a more stable connection to the people against a lofty unseeable position. Rigurdson, I have gotten more food. Ah, thank you. You, and you, skin this thing. He pointed at 2 goblins to the side before bowing to me a little in thanks for my support in maintaining the food supply. I just nodded and smiled before walking off towards Rimuru's hut where I could sense a faint disturbance as he began to wake. Finally, now that he is awake I can be more secure in protection. I should speak to him about things, maybe he needs some help getting his thoughts out to someone who can actually comprehend his futuristic ideas. Entering the hut I saw a rather beautiful-looking goblin woman with rather voluptuous assets making sure that Rimuru's bed was all set up. She turned her head in my direction as Rimuru began to move a little, my attention focused on him and ignoring her. Rimuru, welcome back to the land of the conscious. The goblin woman turned back to Rimuru before screaming in delight and running off to grab Rigurd, her ramblings saying as such as she took off. What happened? How long was I out? You were out for 3 days and you went unconscious because you ran low on magicules. I couldn't exactly tell what he was thinking because he forgot to react like he usually does, but it seemed he was in communication with the great sage ability. Eventually he looked back up to me feeling a little concerned. Is everything okay? It was at this moment that Rigurd came in and interrupted our conversation. Rimuru-sama, I am glad that you recovered. Rimuru had a small conversation with him about the state of the goblins and dire wolves, which ended with Rigurd saying that the goblins and dire wolves were fine and well fed, thanks to my efforts. Rimuru looked at me with a happy expression on his slime form. Thanks Sylviana. It is no issue Rimuru. Would you like to talk about anything else? I intentionally hinted that he could freely speak to me if he so wished. His expression turned thoughtful for a few seconds before happily nodding his head. Rigurd was still in the room, so I had no doubt this was going to be directed to both of us. I want to make this village better, much better for everyone that lives here and that would come here. I've given it little thought when I first agreed to help the village, but I know I want to make a place where humans and monsters can get along peacefully. Rigurd started to cry a little listening to the noble attitude of Rimuru, who was, admittedly, very sincere in his words, making him extremely convincing. Maybe talk no jutsu is a thing even here. I must have a look into it. I just nodded at Rimuru's words as he swept up the courage within himself to begin to explain his plans. A fresh bit of breeze thrust into the hut and blew my hair a little and slightly jiggled my breasts, distracting him for a few moments and making his thoughts calm. His weakness is certainly elves. Anyway, I want to build proper houses for everyone and make a proper village, or even a city. I know it's a lot, but it is my honest feelings. I looked at him and smiled a little before closing my eyes. I knew that I was basically holding back my knowledge and possibly leading him into future dangerous situations, but it was all necessary for his growth emotionally and power-wise. I had a feeling that I now knew how people from the future going back to the past felt like. They could change so much, but if you changed too much it could completely erase the future potential of the world or person. Reopening them, I promised to myself that I would change the future once he had gotten to his Demonlord self. From there I would become the second Demon Lord of the Federation that would form. Or something else could happen and it would make me go faster into gaining power. I didn't want to red flag myself, so I stopped that train of thought and continued paying attention to Rimuru. Well Rimuru-sama, we have already tried to make some better accommodations based on Sylviana's recommendations, but it seems that we need some help in that department. We haven't tried anything else yet. Okay. I knew this would most likely push events forwards a little, but I could easily push it back a little with a suggestion to let them keep it for another few days. A good house was also what I wanted, so I was hoping that this was an O or something and that they'd be really good. I was proven wrong. It isn't that bad Rimuru, maybe give them a few more days and see how they come from there. If they make no progress we can figure something out. He seemed to take that advice well and nodded to it, soon beginning to work out the logistics of crafting leather garments and items with Rigurd. I knew now that they would fail at this as well, but I kept silent. I wanted him to go to Dwargon so that I could grab some people from there, maybe even a few of the elven ladies from that one establishment. Yes, I was also a little partial to elven women. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP. 280. MP. 330. STR 28. Con 28. Dex 28. Cha 28. Int 33. Wis 33. Skills. Unique skills. Unique skill eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Unique skill growth. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Normal magic skills. Skill wind control. Skill lightning control. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Patreon. Any donations are heavily appreciated. URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out. PayPal.me/RBSMFF. 10 comments 0 vote. Trip to Dwargon. A few days after our discussion, Rimuru had learned that the goblins were not good at building or production in most senses. This wasn't their fault, as they were uneducated in the ways of manual labor, construction, architecture, etc. Now we were preparing to go to Dwargon. Ranga had spent some time with Rimuru and had explained why the other wolves evolved, and this had led into him receiving a more in-depth explanation of the efforts of the village over the 3 days he was out. This naturally led into the discussion of getting clothing and other stuff from Dwargon, maybe even getting some skilled teachers or people for the village. Basically, it was time for Kaijin, Garm, Dold and Murd to join us. I was also looking forwards to this trip due to the elves I'd meet and the fact that I could possibly pick up some more manpower for the early build-up of the village. Sylviana-san, are you ready to go? The cute little slime known as Rimuru came up beside me and looked up to me, his slime turning lightly pink as he stared at me. There was no doubt he was having a sneak peek, but I didn't mind. Currently I knew he wasn't really wanting any action, so it was harmless admiring. Yes Rimuru, I am ready. He nodded before jumping onto Ranga's back, the previously normal-sized direwolf body becoming an intimidating size as a horn was attempting to pierce out into the sky from the star pattern on his head. Sylviana-san, must you really forget to use honorifics? Rimuru has allowed me to do it. There was a mild silence between us before he just sighed, his musty breath escaping into the wind and dragging backwards towards the village. We were on the edge of the forest in the direction of Dwargon. It's fine Ranga, she's very helpful, so it is fine, plus I didn't ask you to refer to me as Sama. Ranga seemed a little shook by my lack of care for honorifics but hurriedly regained his bearing as Rimuru began to converse with Rigurd and his son. Finally, after several minutes of waiting, we finally set off, my ride for the journey being one of the dire wolves who was left over from the merge. She was a rather tame and conservative dire wolf that spoke rarely. I liked her attitude and we go together well as friends. The journey would take a day thanks to the dire wolves. Halfway through the day we reached some precarious cliffsides and it slowed us down somewhat. Other than that, we took a break near a river where people had some small conversations and then moved on. From there we sat down for the night. Once again I spent 4 hours sleeping before waking and starting my turn at patrolling. There weren't any issues with the night and only very little signs of animals nearby. I spent the next 4 hours patrolling before the rest of the party started to awake. It seemed as if this day would be a long one. I miss 8-hour sleeps. Meanwhile, in a tomb in the middle of a desert. Momonga-sama, all guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick have gathered before you to repledge our allegiance. The soft soothing voice of Albedo resounded through the Colosseum floor of Nazarick as 5 other floor guardians knelt near to her. Shaltir, a rather pale, woman, vampire, with Grey's liver hair and blood-red eyes. She was dressed in a medieval or Renaissance noble lady's dress with a black and red pattern across it. In her hand was a small parasol that you would see within noble drama shows about the 1700s. As she smiled, 4 fangs showed obviously from her other normal-looking teeth. To her left was Demiurge, a man dressed in a bright orange and white business suit. It was perfectly pressed and ironed so as to present the greatness of the Great Ones, the Guardians' makers. A metallic tail lightly stirred from behind him as on his face sat a pair of slim circular glasses that gleamed every time he used his finger to push them up the bridge of his nose. Alongside Demiurge and the rest were twin dark elves. Mare, a young 80-year-old dark elf with cute features and heterochromatic eyes. Green and blue. Her outfit was a masculine white sports vest covering a rather stylish dragonskin shirt that was completely red, golden jewelry and lining making her entire presence pop with uniqueness. Mare, her brother, was dressed in a Japanese school uniform, almost, but a female one. He was dressed in a short skirt and rather diminutive overcoat that were colored white and blue, a staff being held by both of his hands as he too gazed upwards at Momonga with blue and green heterochromatic eyes. Cocytus was a giant creature of 67-foot height with ice practically oozing cold chilly air into his surroundings at all times. He was rather nondescript in comparison to the others as he did not have many flashy parts about him. That's all of them all right. What should I do? I wonder how my friends would take all of this. A dark aura started to appear from Momonga as the surrounding guardians lowered their heads more, Shaltir biting her lips lightly under the pressure as Albedo had a smile creep onto her pale but beautiful face. I should really stop projecting this depressing aura. I am glad you could all make it. The deep voice of his character exited his mouth as he still felt slightly unconfident in his words. The guardians, in response to his words, all stayed bowed except for Albedo, who stayed the same and began to speak. It is the ultimate honor for us guardians to be of use and service to the great ones. Especially the leader amongst them. This was seconded by every guardian in attendance as they all nodded. Humber smiled in response to her words. Wow, they really are fanatical, aren't they? Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote. Recruiting in Dwargon. Later in the morning Rimuru assembled the party and began to organize the rest of the journey. I was rather energized with the energy around me as my stats had increased by another 8. I could now pass a dagger between each of my fingers with extreme ease, as if I was a master rogue or something from Dungeons & Dragons. My movements weren't as practiced but they were fluid, making me feel that I needed to learn some skills from someone. It would come soon, I knew that, but it was still a little ways away and it concerned me that I was slowly gaining power in a world like this. Demon lords, demons, angels, monsters, humans, elves, dwarves, spirits, ghosts, dragons, true dragons and a multitude of various other species existed, and they were only the basic species. If it was an who knows what could be a part of it. The wind tickled my skin a little as the water from the river somewhat calmed me. Rimuru was still speaking with the others, organizing Gobta to come with him as he was the most experienced with Dwargon within the party. Whilst this went on, I slowly played with my magic again, drawing on the river for support in the water magic I was summoning. Several moments passed as my magicules exuded from my palm until, with a steady pace, the water from the river lightly flowed up the banks and floated up to my hand like a reverse waterfall. A ball of water now sitting above my hand, swirling violently as the kinetic energy of the river's current was maintained within the small ball. You have gained the skill, water manipulation. I blinked lightly as the pull of the water increased and the size of the water ball increased until it was the size of my fist. My ears twitched as I looked over towards Rimuru and company, finding them staring at me in mild interest. Ceasing the use of my magicules, the water dropped onto my palm before pouring out of my palm down onto the ground. The wind tickled the wet skin and created a cool sensation to flow through my veins as I turned towards the group. I'm coming into Dwargon with you. As I spoke, some of the goblins flinched as Rimuru just nodded lightly, his mind obviously preoccupied with talking to his own skill. Gobta had stars in his eyes as he looked at my hands and started to fidget beside Rimuru. The only reason he hadn't leapt over to me to nag at me to learn the magic was because of Rimuru's position and presence within our troop. More the merrier. Rimuru was as upbeat as ever and just turned back to the group before calling on Ranga from his shadow. The massive Direwolf looked at me again with a smile on its rather noble-looking face before turning back to Rimuru and listening for instructions. This led into a mass packing of an exodus of the campsite. Within minutes we were back on the road, the journey only being half an hour at best before the delegation broke off from the rest and headed to the entrance. We crested a hill not but half an hour later and soon saw the entrance to the legendary Mountain Kingdom. Its gate was a typical medieval-style keep gate with many arrow loops, crenellations and a moderate barbican for soldiers to use in case of warfare. In front of said gate were hundreds of travelers, some dressed as adventurers and others as traveling merchants. It was a perplexing and colorful sight as many different ethnicities of people and species gathered to trade and take shelter within the mountain halls of the Dwarven Kingdom. Not wanting to alert anyone or cause any sort of misunderstanding, Rimuru decided to leave Ranga behind and go on foot with Gobta and myself. I decided to keep my wolf within my shadow. Gobta was nervous and was sending off a lot of red flags, but I knew that ultimately this would lead to good things. But I was not wanting to go with Rimuru or Gobta, they needed to do things on their own. Rimuru, I will get into the city separately. I will try to find skilled personnel and gather some information. He seemed a bit hesitant at first but quickly resigned himself to my nature, agreeing within moments as I slowed down and waited for him and Gobta to get ahead. From there on it went the same way as in the anime. Rimuru and Gobta ran into a typical D&D party and defeated them handily before getting apprehended. Everything was going to plan. I got through the front gates of the city with very little fuss thanks to my species being elf, and I soon found myself in a large dwarven kingdom, electrical lighting and an intense wafting of smells and foods creating an eclectic atmosphere. I was overwhelmed slightly by the sheer voraciousness of the sounds, smells and sensations before me. My growth ability was going wild with numerous new and foreign concepts and powers flowing into my body with every meter I moved in the city. I couldn't tell exactly what they were, but there was a lot of them and some of them were considerably powerful. Dwarves served humans, elves and various other species beer as ruckuses and minor fights broke out in nearby taverns. On the streets squads of military guards patrolled the streets diligently, their polearms and spears clacking and clanking against their various sets of half-plate. It was civilization, something I hadn't seen for a long time, even back in my past home world. I continued to walk as several drunken men and women hit on me as I passed, my movements continuing despite some of the more open requests I was receiving. Finally, after a hot minute of searching, I reached a rather small-looking cafe, or something similar. It was a rather indistinct location with unnoticeable colors and a very somber mood to it. The only reason I knew it was a cafe was because it had a menu beside the front entrance. Stepping into the establishment, the stench of long-brewed coffees and dropped milk hit my nostrils. I had to resist the urge to gag as I moved up to the front counter, the entire inside being lit like it was the stage for a horror movie. Unsettling the inside maybe, but I was determined to get a sense of direction within the city and also possibly gain some small contacts to supply chains. Trade was important and I wished to know who supplied what. Too soon to ask that, Sylviana, you just need to have a coffee and ask some small questions as a newcomer. I looked along the counter in front of me, finding a small bell-like device that was similar to those used in my past life. Tapping it as you normally would, a small ringing noise resounded throughout the building. Ah, 1 second. The sound of plates dropping and clattering to the ground ensued as following it was the smashing of glass and several curses in Dwarven, which I could somehow understand. Waiting for a minute, the figure of a small dwarf woman with the stray hairs of a beard stepped out from one of the swinging doors behind the counter. Her hair was bright red and her eyes were similarly bright but with the color green. Blinking, she rubbed her eyes and looked at me once more, her expression almost seeming as if she had seen a ghost. Who be ye? I ain't seen no elf in these parts for a mite of a second. Her accent was thick but easily understandable for me. At first I was a little taken aback by her seemingly Irish personality and accent, but quickly reorganized my mind to respond. I'm a customer, I suppose. My name is Sylviana. Yours? Her face alit in happiness at the mention of a customer as he happily jumped up and down a little. Her movements would have been cute if it weren't for the rather baggy and dirty clothes she was wearing. Me name be Irelia. I be running this fine establishment for me pa for over a year now. She exclaimed it as if it was something to be massively proud of, and admittedly she carried the attitude so well that I even felt a little awed by her display. Seems like you've been doing very well. The conversation turned a little cold for a moment as I said that, my eyes not being able to hold back from looking around at vacant insides of the building. Irelia didn't seem to mind the looking and comment as she just beamed a smile, continuing on in her conversation with me. Oh, to be sure, me pops always said to me that if ye put in enough sweat and muscle ye can achieve even your greatest dreams. Anyway, what would ye like to wet ye old whistle? Her pace was very hard to follow, but I got the general idea of it after half a minute of processing, the woman just smiling and waiting of my answer. I'd like a coffee that is suitable to an elf. If you have it. Her eyes lit up once more, the 4-leaf clovers practically becoming physical manifestations around her at this point as her feet pounded on the floor behind the counter. Right away. Her work was fast as she took out rather modern-looking machinery and activated several spell circles, the magic being made up of complex symbols and intricacies. My mind remembered all of the circles down to the smallest details as my skills began to copy every one of her muscle movements, assuring me that I could copy them if so required at any moment. Leaning up against the counter and watching her work, I quickly came to the conclusion that I had no money. It was a basic thing, but I had forgotten. Looking at the price of the coffees, they were rather cheap actually. I calmed down and began to think on ways of earning money. That was until I saw some old coins sitting underneath a table in the far corner. I could feel my heart leap at the amount I saw, but I quickly controlled myself before channeling Umbral Assault to make a bag of shadow to go collect the money and bring it to me. Luckily, a second after she finished, the coins were in my hand and I could pay. It was a little over the actual price of the coffee, but I considered it my luck as a beginner. Here ye go, that be 20 bronze coins. I handed over exact change, my total amount now going down to 30 bronze coins. She beamed a smile as she waited for me to take a sip, my reaction obviously important for her in some way. With a little awkwardness picked up the small coffee cup and brought the lip of the cup to my lips, my eyes staring into hers as she did the same back to me. With a small blink of my eyes, I tilted the cup backwards, allowing the liquid to enter my gullet. It was like an explosion of flavor and tastiness. The unique taste of this world's coffee and the more common flavorings within the coffee created a bizarre but exquisite phenomena on my mouth. It was not too dissimilar to how purifying elixirs within Chinese mythology were discussed. It felt utterly cleansing. Delicious. I knew I'd be liking ye. She slammed her hand down on the counter, the wooden splintering and shattering under her strike as the nearby door broke off its hinges. It surprised me so much that I almost dropped my coffee. Shit, not another counter. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP, 360. MP, 410. STR 36. Con 36. Dex 36. Cha 36. Int 41. Wis 41. Skills. Unique skills. Unique skill eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral Assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Unique skill growth. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Normal magic skills. Skill wind control. Skill lightning control. Skill water manipulation. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 6 comments 0 vote, the quirky coffee trader recruited. Several minutes passed as Irelia swore at the collapsed counter and the broken glass. She was picking over the small remaining pieces of the counter, its whole frame split into hundreds of pieces. It was as if the wood had been rotten and eaten from within. It was probably true as well. Taking a sip from my remaining coffee, I watched as Irelia struggled not to pull her hair out, her eyes slipping to the small amount of change she had received from me that lay within her right hand. Tears slowly started to form at the sides of her eyes as she looked around, depressed, at the remnants of her family business. The last fragment of my coffee slipped down my throat as she slowly walked towards my location near the counter, her feet stepping over the remnants of the counter. Quote, I feel so useless. I do be thinkin' that maybe my pa be wrong about me talents. Her gaze lingered over the building once more as I just watched the dwarven woman. Turning back to me, she seemed utterly defeated. We used to be the best store on the street, now we be but a joke. Ma died just a year ago and me da went a few months before her. Leavin' me with the family business, a weight I do be thinkin' that I can't hold on to anymore. She wasn't really giving me a sob story, it came off more like someone who just wanted to be sympathized with. One of my ears twitches, I felt some small amount of energy slipping off her body and traveling through into me. Emotions. Can I absorb those too? Despite the confusion, she continued her story. I may not have been the best daughter for me da and ma, but I always wanted to carry their legacy. Now look at me, no customers, no partners or employees, a broken building, it be so tiring. She plopped herself down on a flat pieces of timber that was remaining from the counter as she put a single slender finger through her ringlet red hair. The sight was pitiful, but ultimately I had very little sympathy. I had gone through a lot of pain in my past life, this was childish pain in comparison. Although I say that to myself, I couldn't ignore the dejected and helpless expression that creeped onto her face. I'm going to fucking regret this. Well, it just so happens that I come from a small village in the great forest of Jura. We are looking for skilled workers and people. I am quite sure that if I introduced you, you could possibly come and start anew. Irelia looked up towards me, my height amplified by her seated positions, her green eyes gleaming at me as I spoke. Cheeks twitching from the amount of effort it was taking not to show my emotions. I watched as she went from completely beaten down to hopeful and exuberant. Really, ye be wanting to aid me despite the fact we only met a few minutes ago. Her words were half yelling and half excited as she practically jumped to her feet, her cooking apron flopping around from the sudden momentum. As I said, we are looking for skilled people. I am sure the leader would be quite willing to take you in. Those four-leaved clovers appeared again as she walked up to me and started to scan my face for any attempts to lie. Her actions alerted me to a possibility of her true nature, but just as quickly as she started she stopped, her face going back to her usual, happy expression. What would ye be wanting in recompense? My brows furrowed as I looked at the woman, my senses telling me there was something dangerous with this dwarven coffee maker. I could tell now that she wasn't someone normal, an ability I had from my last life allowing me to understand that she was the opposite of normal. Observation skill gained, ability enhanced into the unique skill, wisdom of the arcane observer. Well shit, Irelia dwarf woman, classification of powers rogue thief barista. HP, 500, MP, 200. A rogue, perhaps she is in connection with the Thieves Guild within Dwargon. Maybe she can help me understand some of the trade stuff. Information, I suppose. We are new to Dwargon and need information on basic elements of society. She blinked slowly as she smilingly looked at me, her expression covering her no doubt intense contemplation and analysis of my character. After a minute of awkward waiting later, as she stared at me, she took a step backwards onto the ball of her right foot. Her demeanor slinking into comfort and understanding. Fine, ye be wanting information, I'll be able to get ye it. First, however, ye be needing to make a magic pact with me. One to ensure ye's silence with regard to certain information. The talk of a pact made me instantly nervous, but hearing that it was like a non-disclosure agreement but more binding I instantly agreed, holding out my arm for her. I wasn't a trusting idiot by any means, however, as I activated my magicules and had them waiting to reject any foreign influence over my mind or any signs of sleep magic. My actions seemed unnecessary at the end though, as the pact was as simple as she had said. Good, now we can get down to ye business. What is it ye wish to know? Stopping to gather myself a little, I began to list the information most relevant to my current situation. I need to know the countries of the world and their relations with each other. Secondly, I need a basic understanding of the trade networks and problems that could arise for me and Rimuru should the nation be formed like it was in the story. Lastly, for this moment at least, I want to know about any skilled personnel that are down on hard times that could be picked up by us. Sounds good. First, I would like to ask about the countries around the Great Forest of Jura and possibly their relations with one another. Oh, well, we be knowing very little of that here information, we ain't a government. Most I can say is that there is the warrior nation of Dwargon, the kingdom of Brumand, the kingdom of Pharmas, the kingdom of Yggdrasil and the sorceress Sarian dynasty. Other than them we know not as much. There are others I be sure, just don't be caring much about them. We hear things though. I already knew most of this information, but this ensured that there weren't a large amount of differences with regards to the canon of the anime. There were some nations she missed, but that can be put down to holes in information networks or just a general lack of care for these nations. Thanks. Now, if I have 2 more questions. She nodded in consent as I lightly exhaled. Trade, I wish to know the trade routes around the forest of Jura. Easy, give me a few hours and I can procure ye a map of them. That works out well, happy to be helpin'. Ye last question. Her expressions hadn't changed much as she looked around the building as if looking at an already abandoned and decrepit wreck. I don't know if her story about her pa and ma dying was truthful, but I didn't want to question it too much as it seemed she was very handy at getting information as well as making coffee. I missed the coffee already. Are there any people that have fallen on hard times but are skilled in their craft? As I said, we are searching for talent and will accept most people, so long as they haven't murdered or anything of an extremity above that. She put a finger to her rather thick lips as she struck a thinking pose, her right foot lightly tapping on the floor of the cafe. She tapped her lips with the same finger multiple times until she stopped it halfway through a new tap. We do have some people who are piss poor and require some help. Recent layoffs in the mines have caused some big upsets for numerous blacksmiths, metalworkers, armor smiths, weaponsmiths, miners and manufacturers. If ye can offer housing within a reasonable amount of time, food, water and work, then I be sure some will accept ye offer. Great. That would be very helpful if you could arrange that. Is there something you would like in exchange for these people you are introducing me to? Ye catch on quick. Yes, I do be wanting a good start if I'm ought to be moving to a new village. In fact, we would like to house up there for a wee while. I frowned at her words as it seemed I was inviting a thieves' guild into the village before the nation was even formed. Concerns filled the pit of my stomach, but I quickly came up with a way of securing myself against possible negative intentions. I would like to meet these friends of yours before I accept any deals. I would not in good conscience accept their stay if they were not reputable or at least of a morally sufficient quality. Her eyes widened as a grin crept onto her rather pale but chubby face. Hee hee, sure, ye not be learnin' much, but if it will assuage ye doubts then sure. Follow me. She walked over the top of the counter and opened up a door, waiting for me to step through and past her. I gulped a little at the possible danger, but so far she had been forthright and ultimately honest, so I decided to follow her through the door. If things went down I at least have umbrella assault. That's what I was telling myself. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP 360. MP 410. STR 36. Con 36. Dex 36. Cha 36. Int 41. Wis 41. Skills. Unique skills. Unique skill eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Unique skill growth. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Unique skill wisdom of the arcane observer gained through past knowledge and residual unspent reincarnation energy. Normal magic skills. Skill wind control. Skill lightning control. Skill water manipulation. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 11 comments 0 vote, a thief's den. Stepping through the wrecked door behind the counter, I was met with the deep ingrained smell of coffee grains and cleaning chemicals. My face scrunched with the smell as my ears lightly twitched as Irelia stepped past me through the chaotic mess that was the kitchen. There were many crates, plates, cutlery and bags filling the space. All of them stacked on top of each other as the vague sounds of skittling critters and bugs vanished into the dull shadows of the room. A shiver ran up my spine as I considered that I just drank coffee from the same materials that these animals were, but I was soon brought out of that state by a small cough from Irelia. The woman has a mischievous smile adorning her face as she held open a thick oak door. Sticky was what could be used to describe the door. I felt it as I passed, using my hands to brace myself as I stepped downwards into a basement area. A twinge of worry followed me as I heard the door close behind me, but that was soon squashed as Irelia lit a small lighter, a technology that had seemingly been invented by the dwarves. Come on lass, speed be the friend of all folk like I and me kin. I hurried down the stair, the wood croaking beneath my feet as the soggy subterranean atmosphere fully hit me at this moment. Damp smells of earth and water filled the space, interspersed with minuscule traces of cumin and peppers. Irelia stepped around me to the far wall from the entrance, the room being a small den of around 5 cubic meters in space. Barely anything was down here except a few braziers and some small crates with scrawling written into them, marking them coffee crates. Laying her palm on the wall, a circle of magic extended from Irelia's right hand, the wall shuddering and quivering before turning into mud and sloughing down onto the ground. This continued for a little while until the mud became a thin layer of stone slathering the floor. Follow, I shall show ye me friends. Briskly walking into the newly made passage, she disappeared from sight. I flung myself forwards, following her. The entire passage was made of stone and seemed to be alight with small sconces, the flames a dull yellow and orange. My vision wasn't impeded by darkness, but the brightness of the passage was disorientating. Irelia's figure could be seen by me as she walked forwards before suddenly dipping to the left. Groaningly I followed her, this pattern continuing for several minutes as the light dimmed and brightened at unexpected moments. It was as if this passage was meant to disorientate. My unique skill growth was giving me unique energies at this depth as I felt closer to the shadows and light than I ever had been. Ignoring the new sensations, I followed Irelia into a large cavernous space, stalactites and stalagmites dotting the interior walls, ceiling and floor. Water dripped sonorously in the chamber as the disparate sounds of still water being hit were ushered out into the space with the help of the faint wind. The woman's movements continued until she was in the middle of this space, her hands opening out wide. "Come out, children, we won't bite ye." From out of the shadows tens of bundles of blankets emerged, the small figures shuddering in the cold dampness of the space. Their coverings seemed to do very little for them. "Be big sis. Ye bought a SS Tranger." I did. She be offering to house us up in another place, a better place. She be hesitatin' because she thought ye was big bad thugs. The children, small and destitute as they may be, looked at me as if I was really stupid. Hey, I couldn't have realized that the "we" she was speaking of was children. The thought did very little to assuage my frustration, so I just sighed, the action causing some of the children to chuckle. "She's silly, I like her. Easy now, youngster, she be the representative of our here salvation." The admonishment was missed on the young girl as she just shrugged before moving closer to me slightly. As she got closer, I could see the small cuts and bruises on her small frame, the abuse being evident from the way she limped and hunched herself with every movement. I didn't think Irelia was the one to do it, so it must have been someone else, probably a noble. "Miss, can ye save us now?" This was Irelia continuing to speak as the small girl hobbled forwards until she was within arm's reach. She didn't do much but stand there, but her eyes were screaming everything she wanted. She was over living like this and wanted to bring herself up from the gutters. Hey, she reminds me of a character from the Magician series. Jimmy the Hand. Fuck it, they are just kids, they deserve better. Sure, I would be honored to help you all. You all have a place within our village. There wasn't any celebration as I was expecting, just a release from the depressing atmosphere of the chamber and a lightening of the facial features of Irelia, the woman looking much more relaxed. Hey, I told ye all I'd be findin' ye all a place ye can live. She clapped loudly as 20 more childlike figures emerged. Many were dwarven girls and boys, with very few being of elven lineage or demihuman lineage. In total there were 30 children, and most of them looked to be between 8 to 14. One of the children was an elf boy around the age of 12, his features glowing despite the dirt and soot marring his face. How the fuck do I find myself in these situations, even in my last life? Nasty images flashed in my mind as I felt my attention slipping from reality for a few moments. Naturally, I shook myself out of it before I could get too far into the memories, but it was still unsettling for the kids as they backed up a little. Sorry, I just had some bad memories. Understandable, lass, just please be careful around the children. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 7 comments 0 vote. Getting kicked out. After being introduced to the orphaned children that Irelia had been looking after, she guided me to a bunch of different people throughout the city. Some were miners who had been laid off because of recent mine collapses, whilst the rest were an eclectic mix of different professions, a perfect mix for our purposes. This whole entire process took half a day, my growth skill pulling on the world around me to add different things to my physique. It felt different than usual as I felt a certain aspect of my physicality change, my strength. The weight of my clothes was next to nothing now, as the small skinning daggers I had gotten from some goblins in the village were equivalent to aluminium tubing in my past life despite the steel nature of the tool. Despite this change, there was very little to speak of. The negotiations for the migration of these disparate craftsmen and women mostly included bringing their families an insurance of shelter, water, food and work. Some were more complex and had debts to the nation of Dwargon, which I had to deny their ability to come over to us. We didn't have any money. Irelia chuckled at me when I declined the debt-filled dwarves, but I just shrugged it off as we continued to move. Amidst the gallivanting we were doing, Irelia somehow received the trade map and handed it to me. There was a lot of information on the map, including a pretty detailed recount of the current goods and services entering and exiting the city. Afraid to ask where the map came from, I just tucked it between my breasts and moved onwards. Finally, after several hours of talking and gaining information, we finally arrived out the front of Kaijan's forge. From outside I could hear the laughing and low mumbling of the dwarves and Rimuru. Stepping into the building with Irelia in tow, I made my way to the back, past the innumerable swords, maces, spears and armors. I was attracted to some of the arsenal around me, but I decided not to touch them. The entire room had a musky scent of oil and sweat, typical of a blacksmith or a military camp. At the end of the room was a counter with a door behind it, my own movements leading me behind the counter and to open the door. Irelia followed behind in mild interest as she was taking a gander at the various implements of death around her, sometimes stopping to admire a piece. Entering into the forge room of Kaijan's forge, I saw Rimuru dispense countless swords onto the ground, the dwarves in the room looking gobsmacked and shouting aloud, except one that just hummed and nodded. Hee, speak. I couldn't help the thought as I entered, the stunned faces of the dwarves changing to one of complete safeguarding as I entered unannounced. Rimuru, I have a friend who wishes to join us and bring some more people along. My words made the dwarves blink, looking towards the adorable slime who was now looking at me. I bet he's thinking that I am reliable. Author. Damn, how does she know? Face with raised eyebrow. Ah, thank you Sylviana-san. I was also looking for people. Here, meet Kaijan, Garm, Dold and Murd. They are craftsmen. Looking at each one of them as he stretched a part of his slime body to point, I gave a small nod in order. They too gave me some small greeting gestures as I looked back at Rimuru. Do you want me to leave you to it? You can stay. Plus, I just helped them complete their quota, isn't that right? Kaijan walked forwards and took up one of the magical longswords, his eyes gleaming a little under the intense magical glares from the metals. They do seem to be of the same quality and toughness. It's almost like they are of the same quality. Ha 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 ha. In but a moment my work was surpassed. He grinned widely as if he had just seen a new peak to challenge as a craftsman. Rimuru, being who he was, spoke too. It wasn't surpassed, I just used your pre-existing work to make duplicates. Kaijan looked at him and grinned wider as his brothers in the background also smiled. Haha, this calls for a celebration. Aniki, you don't mean that place, do you? Of course I do, but there is a lady in the room. They all turned silent at that, turning to me in awkward contemplation. I struggled to hold a laugh back as I knew they were trying to find some way to cover up their thoughts. Time for some chaos. If you mean a titty bar, I am not opposed. They all looked at me as if I had grown 4 wings, sprouted horns and was declaring myself an angel or something. Rimuru was especially speechless as his slime was making an expression akin to that of unadulterated shock. Murd hummed a little in response, his face alighting with a slight red blush, his response breaking the atmosphere in the room into thousands of shattered pieces as Rimuru yelled out at him to just speak, a thunderous laughter following suit. An hour later we were all seated within the elf paradise. The entire gathering was cordial and enjoyable, several elven women fawning over me and Rimuru in equal amounts. Rimuru because he was a cute ball of slime that somehow had a charisma around him, and me because I was massively attractive, as far as the elven women told me. Right now I had a blonde-haired elven woman with boobage equal to mine clinging to my right side and a smaller but more thick elf woman laying backwards into my breasts as she sat on my lap. Life was good. Even Irelia got some attention, the stout woman attracting some of the younger elves thanks to her motherly aura. They didn't really hug or anything, but she was having a good conversation with them. Rimuru, needless to say, was buried in the twin peaks above him, Kaijan's words falling off of his smooth brain as he luxuriated in the divine softness. The elven ladies near me chuckled and pressed themselves into me as they caressed my skin lightly, the move not going unnoticed by the owner who gave them a strict look. Don't ruin it, lady. Almost yelling out, I stopped myself as I noticed the third-rate villain in the room, the dwarven scientist who hated Kaijan. I knew he later turned into an asset for Rimuru and our future nation, but it was still difficult to fully accept that as he looked at us all in hate, especially Kaijan. Like in the anime, he came over and did his usual villain speech, only to be crushed verbally by Kaijan, who told him he'd finished the supply order. Following that, he spilt drink on Rimuru and the elf lady he was resting on, getting a beating straight after. It was unfortunate I couldn't stay with the ladies that were practically oozing with sensuality, but work was work and life was life. Before the guards came, I sent Irelia to gather the people we had spoken to and to take them outside of the gates to the edge of the forest. I sent one of the tanning knives with her as a proof of my approval, just in case she was considered a threat to the people waiting there. She slinked into the back of the establishment and meshed into the alleyways, disappearing easily into the gloom. Once she was out, the guards were called and like in the anime we were taken in chains to the citadel. Now standing in front of the king of Dwargon, I couldn't help but sigh. The minister, I couldn't remember his name, was now dressed and treated as if he was violently attacked and injured by Kaijin. I knew that he knew that we knew, he was full of bullshit. Even King Gazel wasn't fooled by his dog crap. The proceedings continued much like in the anime, Kaijin rejecting the call to service and eventually being thrown out of Dwargon. Rimuru and me were silent throughout the proceedings and did as we needed to, the soldiers around us not scaring me in the least as I knew I could shift into the shadows and bounce when needed. Getting lead out of the castle, through the city and out of the gates we were finally let free and thrown the meager belongings given to Kaijin and the 3 dwarven brothers. Good luck Aniki. Close the gates. The brother in the guards looked depressed and alone as he said goodbye to his closest friends and bros. I almost teared up at one point but shrugged it off as Rimuru turned and began bouncing towards the edge of the forest, a bright set of red hair showing that the people I had wanted to get were in fact there. Good. Now we can get shit started way easier. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP. 400. MP. 450. STR 44. Con 40. Dex 40. Cha 36. Int 45. Wis 45. Skills. Unique skills. Unique skill eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Unique skill growth. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Unique skill wisdom of the arcane observer gained through past knowledge and residual unspent reincarnation energy. Normal magic skills. Skill wind control. Skill lightning control. Skill water manipulation. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 12 comments 0 vote. The orcs, Momonga as he had decided to call himself, Ainz, stood in his room with his hand extended holding a book. The title of the book was a simplistic working title, The Road to Becoming a King. The question mark was tacked on as if he was unsure if the book was a good idea. His skeletal index finger tapped on a certain page of said book as he considered the information that the former NPCs had gathered for him. The new world was intriguing for him. He had heard from Demiurge not long ago that there were rankings of beings and many monsters in the world. The species were arguably more diverse than Yggdrasil ever had been, with Oni, orcs, goblins and hundreds of other basic species with all of their evolved versions and possible unique traits. What should our moves be? First, I'd like to see if I could contact any players or even administrators. Second issue is to spread the name of Ainz Ulgaun so that any of my comrades could potentially find me if they too were dragged into this mess. His finger tapped the book once more before he closed the inconspicuous book and extended his hand outwards, a dark pink and black portal opening to store it. As he finished storing his ongoing guidebook, a rap at his bedroom's doors echoed into the room, followed by a delicate female voice. Ainjama, Lady Albedo has returned from her tasks and is ready with a report. Looking over at the door, Ainz sighed within his own mind before moving towards the door, his sonorous and deep voice flowing out as he traversed the small distance. Very well, I shall be in my study. Inform Albedo to meet me there. Hi, Ainjama. The dull sound of footsteps continued for but a few moments as an electric buzzing noise replaced it and was soon subsumed by silence. Standing before the door, Ainz looked at the ring that gave him spatial access to the entirety of Nazarick, a flash of data-like energy patterns smothering his form as he appeared within his large opulent study. Golden filigree and detailing covered the walls of the room with satisfying decorations and adornments scattered throughout, giving the entire aura of the room a sense of tranquility. Bookshelves lined the wall behind the perfectly polished wooden desk. The wood of the desk wasn't normal either, its structure being made from the wood of treants and the cores of dryads. Suffice to say, every element of the room was the ideal of rich. Strutting up to the chair, he gracefully pulled it back, planting himself on said chair moments later as he gazed down at the various papers and documents left for his perusal. Despite the oddness of the situation, Nazarick operated as usual, the only difference being the lack of victims for several elements of the tomb. Many denizens were a little perturbed by the lack of human sacrifices and food, the cockroaches being a good example of that. Softly looking through the papers for a few minutes, Ainz began to sign some documents, mostly ones pertaining to surveillance efforts and scouting missions for the surroundings of the tomb, of his and his friend's home. Paper by paper he sorted through the monotonous issues of Nazarick until, amidst the signing of one of the papers, the main door that fed into the study opened. Stepping out from the opened door was a woman of stunning beauty and virgin innocence. Behind her back spread two black wings, and from her head protruded black horns, creating a pseudo-crown above her head. Her skin was pale as paper and her features seemed to be etched as if by the gods themselves, which many in Nazarick would connotate to the supreme beings, Ainz being the leader of them. Ainjama, I have completed my mission. Her voice oozed out in a high pitch as she almost sprinted towards the desk, a bright red blush running through her cheeks as she stared at the skeletal body of Ainz. Good job, Albedo. What news is there? He set down his papers as the quill he was using floated away into an ink jar but a few inches away. The mood was odd and Ainz felt every second of the weirdness as he couldn't help but lightly stare at his follower's assets. A bright green light covered his body as his emotions settled somewhat. Damn it. Not happy at the dampening of his emotions, he looked at Albedo plainly, the woman understanding the shift in mood and becoming more professional, the blush still present. We have discovered a group of orcs moving through the desert. They seem to be starving and thirsting. This group has even resorted to cannibalism to stave off the lack of food. Her tone seemed simultaneously intrigued and upbeat as she was happy that she was the one to bring this information to Ainz whilst interested in their uses. Ainz slowly drifted off into thought as he considered the madness of cannibalism and how he was oddly okay with it. Considering his species, he quickly put it under the morality built into the species, his own human morals feeling revolted at the idea of accepting him whilst this new morality made him feel as if it were natural. Interesting. What do you think of their ability to be used? She seemed to think for several moments before looking back at him, her eyes shining a bright yellow-black. Very promising. If we can subjugate them, then perhaps we can get some information, a potential workforce, fodder for the various floors, and also a stable supply of monster soldiers. Considering the fact that we do not know if this world has the materials to replace the things we took for granted in our past world, it is economically sound to accept them. Nodding his undead head, Ainz eventually stared off to the side, his mind working awake at the problem like an AI. A minute passed as he went through this thought process, his head turning back to Albedo soon after the minute was up. Let's head out and look for the leader. I wish to see them for myself. Hi, Ainjama. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote. The construction of the village, a system update. Days had passed since we had come back from the expedition for new talent. I had gained 24 stat points throughout the time and they were evenly distributed this time. The sensation of getting stronger was odd, but ultimately it made me excited for my future. I had no idea about how much magicules I would need for evolution to Demon Lord, but I was sure I could reach it. So far the village had been off to a good start. The progress was much faster and efficient as the dwarven workers I had introduced to the village had accelerated the education of the hobgoblins. Oh yeah, a large amount of surrounding goblin tribes decided to visit after being told about Rimuru and me. They were wanting to join the village. Mainly because they could get named. Rimuru accepted them and had spent 2 days asleep, waking up yesterday. Life was good and everything was turning out well. Multiple houses and buildings had been made with an emphasis on Rimuru and my own accommodations. I didn't understand why they treated me preferentially, but when I asked and was answered, all I got was a simple, "You're the mage, aren't you?" Single quote. They didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about, but they just carried on and continued to build my new house. So yeah, I now stood in front of a complete house, the speed of the dwarves being unrivaled in matters of construction, development and crafting. I had very little furnishings or anything for my house, but it was still mine. The concept of owning things was new to me, so that was nice, but altogether it was a minor thing. Irelia and the children had come by to check on me, the kids becoming apprentices to some of the older dwarves as they wanted off of the streets and into a safe home. Irelia was given a small segment of the village for her brewery, a building that she said would serve beer, coffee, tea and every drink she could get her hands on. I was supportive of this. It sucked not having iced coffee or sodas. My job was undefined in relation to the pecking order of the village, but it was communally accepted that I would be the right-hand woman of Rimuru, or at least someone who was very influential. Thinking about it, I had fed a lot of the village with my hunts alone and supplied a lot of the hides and materials free of charge or abuse. Something the goblins had come to accept. I expected to become someone of great importance later on. But right now, well shit. Sighing a little at my own thoughts, I stepped into my home, the light in the interior maintained by magical lights, created by Kaijin and one of the enchanters that had come along with Irelia. The interior was cozy and spacious, the entire building being 3 stories tall and having a cooling magic all the way through the house, something I definitely appreciated. That idea came from Rimuru, I was sad to say, but still, I am here reaping the benefits. I stayed inside the house for a little longer, breathing in the environment of my own home. That was when a small ding resounded and my system popped up, rip-off Morgan Freeman calling out in a monotone voice. System is updating. This will take a few minutes, host is advised to sit down. Pipe. Ignoring any questions I had, I sat up against one of the walls. My heart was beating loudly at the anticipation of pain or some sort of sleep effect. The assumption was incorrect, however, as I felt myself being tickled all over, my body spasming at the continual torture. A minute passed as this went on, my face scrunching in discomfort more than laughter as every part of my body wanted to resist the feeling. Then, as if it had never been there, it disappeared. A cool sensation creeped down my spine, calming me down as the screen for my system flashed, the rip-off suddenly emerging. The daily check-in system has fully awakened. Pipe. What the fuck is that? Some cheesy webno. Daily check-in system allows the user to receive items, powers and magics based off of 2 rolls every morning. Pipe. The first roll determines the category of the check-in, between, item, power or magic. Pipe. The second roll is to determine the quality of said check-in result. The ranks are as follows: overpowered, greater, uncommon, mediocre, cursed. Pipe. The roll is truly random, do not blame the system for the host's bad luck. Good day. Pipe. As if the update had never happened, the screen faded and I was left up against the wall, on the ground, blinking whilst trying to comprehend everything it just explained. I remembered it all, there was no issues there, it was just hard to digest. Phew. Okay, is there a check-in for today? For sure. Would the host like to use today's allotted check-in? Pipe. Yes please. Initiating rolls. The sound of rolling dice echoed inside my head as an image came to my eyes that no one else could see. Before me was the image of a small table, 1 dice twirling on the table. It suddenly stopped. Your result was a 4, you are receiving a power. Pipe. The past dice disappeared as another one dropped onto the table, rolling and rolling again until eventually coming to a stop. Your result was a 4, you have received an uncommon power. Pipe. Then as if in a flash the system appeared and showed the spin table, the spinner being pushed by an unseen force before the wheel started rotating. On the board was indecipherable words of an unknown language to me, it was surreal to say the least. Finally, after a few seconds more of waiting, the spinner stopped, the arrow pointing to a particularly squiggly phrase. Congratulations! You have received superb agility as a power. This will be quantified and added to host status sheet momentarily. Pipe. It didn't even take as long as the thing suggested, as right away I got a pop-up of my status sheet, showing the added ability under my skills bar. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP. 680. MP. 690. STR 68. Con 68. Dex 104. Cha 60. Int 69. Wis 69. Skills. Unique skills. Unique skill eidetic total memory. Unique skill semblance. Umbral assault. Unique skill reincarnation's blessing. Unique skill growth. Unique skill magicule infinitatum potentia. Unique skill wisdom of the arcane observer gained through past knowledge and residual unspent reincarnation energy. Physical skill unique superb agility. Normal magic skills. Skill wind control. Skill lightning control. Skill water manipulation. //////. Whoa, that was a drastic change. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 9 comments 0 vote. Using my unique skills. Standing up from my previous seated position against the wall, I continued to look at my status screen. It seemed my dexterity had increased by around 3040 stat points, and I could even feel this change my mind, subconsciously accepting that I could now flip through the room easily. Not only that, but I was getting the sense that maneuverability would no longer be an issue for me unless magic was used. Having no clue of where this information was appearing from, I decided to ignore the question for now and moved on. Walking out of my house, I quickly made my way towards one of the temporary forge areas, these outdoor forges being used to make the nails, door brackets and other things for the village. Now, you may be wondering, how did they get the minerals for the doors? Well, Rimuru was supplying us with magicule metal, the stuff he got from Veldora's cave. Anyway, stepping into this area, I saw Kaijin and some other dwarves working the forge with the assistance of some of the male hobgoblins and even a few female hobgoblins as well. They were all working on different things, with many of the projects being small things to allow their assistants time to learn. As I stepped up toward the smiths, Kaijin turned in my direction, his forging glasses covering his eyes as he was grinning from ear to ear. He enjoyed smithing quite a lot, it seemed. Sylviana-san, what seems to be the issue? His tone was rather baritone but cordial, his facial expressions molding to ones of questioning. I wanted to see if I could get a bow. A bow, is it? It is possible to forge it out of magisteel, but it would require significant strength. Can you lift an anvil? Before he had time to blink, I stepped up to an anvil and lifted it, my hands turning white under the weight. It was easier than I thought it would be, considering that 10 was the base strength for a normal human. I currently had around 6.8 humans worth of strength behind me. Using this as a basis for my stats, it could be seen that people in this world could get very powerful, with beasts like Milam being able to destroy entire mountains and cities. Kaijin was mildly impressed by the strength before setting down his tongs. I'll make you a flexible steel bow. It'll need the aid of the enchanter and some other smiths, but it should be done in 2 days. Nodding, I smiled a little, the entire area freezing for a moment as everyone looked at me. Thank you. Feeling like my task was finished here, I walked away, leaving most of the men and women in that area a little stunned. I rarely ever smiled, and this was probably the cause of their befuddled state. I liked it a little, being able to affect so many people just with a small gesture. I had many things to test with my abilities, and thus I started to test them out. Walking to the edge of the forest, I began to toy with my abilities, trying my umbral assault. I summoned a shadowy bow and arrow, made of pure darkness. The bow was perfect size for me, and the arrow was just a spear of energy created from purple. Drawing backwards on the bowstring, the arrow intensified until it was like a beacon of purple electricity. Pulling back and aiming it, I tried to hit a nearby tree. My muscles strained as if there was a physical weight to the activity I was doing, the bow becoming more solid until I loosed the energy arrow. A thunderous crack of lightning instantly struck the tree, splitting it in 2 before piercing through 2 other trees, their roots and limbs sizzling as a small fire began to start. My concern was instant as I realized that dryads looked after the forest and that I had just unintentionally destroyed it. I had expected my attack to maybe stick into the tree, not perforate it into others. Using water manipulation, I drenched the trees to stop a forest fire. Standing there, I saw the trees, still smoking but fully drenched. They were close to death, the life slowly radiating away into the ground. Sadness filled the pit of my stomach as my growth ability allowed me to feel what the spirits of the forest were feeling. Shit, I have to fix this. Closing my eyes and focusing on my magicules and specifically my growth ability, I began to will the 2 separate parts of the first tree I had hit to mend. Seconds later, my head was splitting, a migraine emanating from it as the sheer stress of commanding nature to do something for me was monumental. When I cracked open my eyes to watch if I had done what I wanted, I found the trees slowly repairing, life springing back into their limbs. Sadness soon was vanquished as a feeling of happiness and surprise filled my heart. It seemed the dryads and spirits were surprised with my actions. This sucks. Maybe I need more of a connection to deal with nature. Just as I finished that thought, my mind cooled and calmed, a sensation equivalent to having a dip in a cool river washing over my entire body. You have gained a connection to the nature of the great Jura forest. Unique skill growth will be multiplied in effectiveness by 2. Pipe. Single quote. Why am I getting all of this shit now? Why not when I started? There was no response from the ripoff Morgan Freeman and no notification to explain anything. I was basically left with a massive question and no way of discovering the answer to it. Going back to my current situation, I soon found the ability to mend plants and trees easy. In fact, I could now somewhat sense the state of the flora around me. It was as if I had just been invited to a long surviving chat room and I was stuck in the backlog of the chat. So much information and no way to forget it. Damn, I suppose there is a trade-off for gaining eidetic memory. Blinking a little and creating some water to wash my face with, I began to calm down, my magicules half depleted. Lethargy was starting to enter my being at the massive use of magic, but I couldn't end my training here. I needed to understand each of my abilities. Going forward with my tests and training, I soon began to imagine some useful spells, my intent being to test magicule infinitatum potentia. It was a mouthful for starters, but I remember it stating that, through magicule infinitatum potentia, I gain the ability to shatter the limitations imposed by traditional magic systems, allowing me to explore new avenues of magical expression and experimentation. It seemed very broken, especially considering that I can basically use magic without a need for a system of magic. No remembering spells and forgetting them like in D&D, or using sacrifices for magic like the Vampire the Masquerade. Using my imagination, I quickly tried to do a spell that was famous in D&D and was fairly useful. A small ball of fire emerged inside the palm of my hand. It was as small as a 50-cent coin in my past life and was just buzzing in my palm. I knew that if I chose a location within 100 feet that I would be able to destroy a sizable chunk of the forest. I didn't want to do that, so I aimed it upwards into the sky and let go. With the speed of a bullet, the little ball of flame whizzed into the sky, the buzzing intensifying as it went along its path. Then, around 130 feet up, the small ball expanded into a massive roiling ball of flame that exploded outwards. Gained the spell, Fireball. Damn, that's bullshit. Looking down at my status sheet, I decided to abuse the fuck out of my magicule infinitatum potentia. Rimuru was broken, so why can't I be? Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. HP 680. MP 690. STR 68. Con 68. Dex 104. Cha 60. Int 69. Whis 69. Skills. Unique skills. Eidetic total memory semblance. Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility. Magic skills, spells. Magic skills. Wind Control Basic, Lightning Control Basic, Water Manipulation Basic. Spells. Fireball. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 21 comments, 0 vote. Magic montage. After firing off the fireball, I was met by many hobgoblins and even Rimuru himself. They saw the fire and were worried that some sort of attack was imminent, or even that I was fighting with someone. Unfortunately for them, I was just training my magic. When I told them all that, they were perplexed, especially Rimuru, who had a large question mark above his head, literally made from his slime. Sighing, I just went back to the village, spending the rest of the day and night explaining why I was training out there. Needless to say, I was exhausted after going through the interrogation. They were also worried over such a little thing. Well, the fireball wasn't small, but that's not the point. I now sat in my empty house, the insides warming due to the influence of the previously spoken about enchantments. I didn't sleep because my species didn't really ever sleep, but I meditated to rest, my senses joining the harmony of the forest as the little sensations of animals and creatures came to my mind. An image came to my mind, one of 4 figures sitting around a campfire. One was a blonde woman that seemed to be elven, 2 of them were male and seemed like decent guards for her. It was the last one that drew my attention, Shizu. My heart tightened a little as the memories of the anime came back, Ifrit would destroy the village and we would have to rebuild it. If I didn't do something to stop it. I only have 3 days to find something to stop Ifrit. Better get to work. 4 hours later I awoke and immediately set off towards the training grounds. I planned to abuse magicule infinitatum potentia, so I was going to do it. Remembering spells from my past life that I had heard about or read about, I decided to go for something a little more powerful than a fireball. At the end of the training area were several dummies set up for training. These were my targets. Lightning crackled between my fingers and hands, arcing in large bouncing arc as my eyes lightly flashed a brighter purple. Choosing the first target of my spell, I pointed my right index finger at said target. In a flash a large sundering lightning bolt flew from my fingertips and hand into the first target, the lightning covering it and charring it. Then, as if driven by its own will, the lightning flung towards another target, then another and another, ultimately reaching all of the targets in the training grounds, melting them into charcoal. The acrid smell of burnt grass and cloth emitted from the training dummies, no sound to wake the villagers and no fire to alert the guards. I was giddy with the result, my status sheet showing that the spell only used around 50 of my magicule points. The cost was a little expensive, but in relation to the potential for damage it could do against large numbers of people, it was awesome. Spell, Chain Lightning, has been added. Thinking of some other spells from other stories I had read, I ended up pointing my finger at the now destroyed dummies. Reparo. In but a moment, each fragment of charcoal began to piece back together, the different elements that made the dummies returning to the state they were in but 30 seconds ago. Spell, Reparo, had been added. Seconds later the dummies were back to what they were, my MP pool now down by 100. I was currently at 540 megapixels R of 690. Feeling that I had a few more spells in me, I decided to use a spell that I thought would be particularly useful against Ifrit, considering the fact that he was an elemental entity and could technically be considered a foreign entity to this material plane, at least by D&D standards. Focusing on one of the dummies, I envisioned a space being created. Tendrils of my magic reach out to grasp the entity and then banish it to said created space. I was attempting to use the banishment spell from D&D, a spell that was both useful against foes and as an escape mechanism in times of crisis. Energy drained from my body like sieve as my magicules unleashed towards the dummy. I could feel every inch of my magic as it reached out and then the sensation of it wrapping around the dummy. It was almost like an arm that I hadn't realized was there before. An instant later the dummy disappeared and an image appeared in my mind, a vast space filled with stars, a dummy floating in the middle of space. Yes, awesome. I jumped up and down in joy as my experiments had surely succeeded. Spell, Banishment, has been added. Pipe, Prerequisites achieved, creating title, Magic Researcher. Pipe, Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles, Magic Researcher. HP, 850. MP, 850. STR 85. Con 85. Dex 120. Cha 76. Int 85, Wis 85, Skills, Unique Skills, Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance, Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility. Magic Skills, Spells, Magic Skills, Wind Control, Basic, Lightning Control, Basic, Water Manipulation, Basic. Spells, Fireball, Chain Lightning, Reparo, Banishment. // Right after the update my daily growth occurred, a massive growth flooding my being as my MP section returned to full. Before it returned however, I did see that banishment had cost me 300 megapixels. It was a costly spell, but ultimately it could turn out beneficial in the long run. I wonder if I'll be able to create a demoplane in the future. That shit was busted in D&D, let alone here. A few guards walked by the training field, waving at me and asking me if I was okay. I told them what I was doing and asked them to ignore any flashes or noises they hear from this area. They were happy to and walked away. Apparently it was a thing of status within the village to speak to me personally and get me to respond. I don't know why, but it was funny. No doubt those two guards would speak about how they held a conversation with me tomorrow. Digressing from those thoughts, my mind turned back to my experimentation. I had accomplished a rather complex spell in its most basic form. Now I needed to get some basic spells under my belt and increase my capabilities. For the rest of the morning I attempted to learn different small spells, cantrips mainly. In the end I learned Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light, Mage Hand and Ray of Frost. Cantrips had a cost in this world unlike in D&D and actually cost around 5 megapixels per use. If you held the magic for a duration then it would only consume 5 megapixels per minute. It was very efficient and made me happy that I got them. Cantrips may seem useless but they were practically infinite to use and could be used in place of a greater spell for a fraction of the cost. Spell cantrips. Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light, Mage Hand and Ray of Frost have been added. //// Magic Skills Spells. Magic Skills. Wind Control Basic, Lightning Control Basic, Water Manipulation Basic. Spells. Fireball Chain Lightning Reparo Banishment. Cantrips. Eldritch Blast Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost. /// P.S. The daily check-in will happen in the next chapter. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 14 comments 0 vote, Ifrit and Shizu, their path. It had been 3 days since I had started my magical research. My results were promising. I didn't gain many new spells, only ones relating to defense or day-to-day chores. Prestidigitation was one of these spells with thaumaturgy being the second spell. I could now do a multitude of different things just with these 2 spells. Closing and opening windows, easy. Closing doors and opening them, easy. Floating stuff across the room, I gotcha. Washing the dishes, hey, never again. Needless to say, I was enjoying my new powers immensely. These last 3 days I hadn't forgotten to check in. Flashback. Closing my palm as the fiery embers of the fireball spell left my hand, I heard a small dinging noise as my stat sheet rose before my eyes. The fireball exploded against the dummies and made them scatter into pieces once more, for the 7th time this day. Ignoring the consequences of my spell, I watched once more as the check-in began, the dice rolling on the floating table, in my mind. You have rolled a 2. You will be given an item. The second roll started, the dice tumbling around the table before eventually coming to a standstill in the middle of the table. Congratulations. You have rolled a 6. You will be given an overpowered item. Host has gained the Celestial Ring, Shadow Start sealed. Pipe. Holy shit. I shouted loudly into the cool morning wind as the sun slowly rose over the horizon. My heart was beating heavily within my chest as the sheer connotation of have a celestial item made me shudder. What if someone found out about it? The item is a ring, it is soulbound to the host and can be used by no one else. Current effects of the ring in its sealed state include Shadow Magic Skill, Cloak of Endless Shadows, Mask of Many Faces. Other abilities exist but need to be unsealed. Pipe. Holy fuck. My next check-in went well as well. You have rolled a 3. You will be given a power. Once again the second round started and finished, the entire process taking seconds as I sat at the new leader table of the village, Rimuru giving out some orders to contact other villages and persuade them to join the village. You have rolled a 5. You will be given a greater power. Host has gained the power of elemental manipulation, detecting magical skills tied to newly gained power. Merging both elements into a unique skill. Pipe. Host has now gained the unique skill avatar. Did I just become fucking Aang? I had a mild panic attack after that, my expression staying completely the same thanks to Mask of Many Faces from my newly acquired ring, worn on my right hand. I'd been in this world for a week or so by now and I had already become a force to be reckoned with, sort of. My life is fucking chaos. The next day I was sitting down in the new coffee shop of Irelia, several servers and waiter running around with green tea and other forms of tea being the only thing that the village had at its current stage. Then, just as I brought the tea to my mouth, the check-in started. You have rolled a 5. You will receive a spell. It rolled once more. You have rolled a 2. You will receive a mediocre spell. You have gained the spell, Illusory Veil. I was a little bummed that it wasn't Someth and really cool, but I still was happy. Getting things for just checking in is crazy helpful in a world like this. I could even be able to live a happy life if I tried hard enough. Alright, let's start on the grind to have a peaceful life. Author. I am not joking, as I was writing this I had the coffin dance song play on my YouTube. I am dying RN tears of joy. That was earlier this morning and boy was I raising a flag back then. In front of me now was Shizu and her party. They were beaten and bloody, except Shizu, and were in no state to fight. Rimuru was acting oddly for his usual self as he looked at Shizu with intrigue. I only shook my head as I now recalled that he was given a prophetic reading by one of the ladies within that beautiful establishment. Destined one, all well, I'll find someone, no doubt. A shiver ran down my body as anticipation of that moment ran through my mind. I had never had a family before, I still wondered what it would be like. As the 4 adventurers were put up for the night my new unique skill called out to me and told me that Shizu was close to exploding. Ifrit was fighting her and she was not accepting him, she needed to find the Tao. Their path. That was all my ability and I realized that I may have just gained some of the ideas of Taoism from it. The ability to save her was in my hands, the question was, would I save her? The answer was obviously yes, why the fuck would I sit back and watch her destroy the village, herself and Rimuru's hopes of finally becoming a man? I sighed aloud as I walked over. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes as they saw me actively trying to meet someone, something I did very little of. Rimuru was even surprised as he watched me come over, my eyes trained on Shizu. The woman moved backwards slightly, her stance showing that she was prepared for combat despite the way she actually looked on the outside. Getting closer the other adventurers noticed that things were weird and they started to get ready for a fight if need be. Rimuru bounced forwards and was about to say something but I ignored him and started speaking. Mask Lady, you are dangerous. Currently you are on the verge of a major imbalance. If this continues, you will die and take many with you. Everything turned silent as Shizu took a step backwards, the mask twitching slightly. The funny thing is that mask hides a lot of things but only of Shizu, not Ifrit. Shizu, that is my name. Can we speak in private? Her words seemed stable at first but it was easy to understand she was worried and pained. Rimuru was stunned as we both walked into the meeting hall, his small form following after us as he looked at me in bafflement. Walking through the hall we finally stopped in a small room off to the side. Inside was a small table with a vase and some small decorations. Turning back to me her mask met my eyes. Rimuru followed me and her and as Shizu began to take her mask off, her expression serious. We stared at one another for a minute straight as the silence became deafening for Rimuru, who was very awkward at this moment and seemed almost fed up with the lack of talking. Elfson, how long do I have left? I cocked my head to the side and consulted my abilities. I was getting a sense that if I did not fix it in the next hour the cataclysmic downfall of her mind's shields would commence and her life force would be siphoned away at an astonishing rate. An hour until the problem is unfixable. A day or maybe 2 before Ifrit frees himself and you end up succumbing to the lack of life force in your body. Her face paled and her eyes became beady, her entire expression collapsing into a macabre grimace. I see. Sylviana-san, is there a way to fix it? Rimuru was naturally very worried about his future lover and was also not wanting to see her die in front of his eyes. Looking down at the small slime that was possibly my first best friend I smiled a little. Naturally Rimuru. It is why I brought it up. Shizu snapped out of her depressed thoughts, looking up to me in hope. I almost cringed at the trust they both placed in me but I held on and simply smiled. From there things went by in a whirlwind and I found myself standing above Shizu who was lying down on a bed, she was fully clothed. Fuck, this is a step into the unknown. Hey guys, author Alex here, I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Patreon, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 16 comments 0 vote, Shizu's survival. Standing above her as she laid down my unique skill avatar started to sizzle within my mind. My eyes started to see the entire forest for a split second before narrowing down on this specific room. Circles of various elements spun in place within the room, explaining the reason behind the coolness in the room, the heat near the door, the perspiration from Shizu and ultimately my own body's biology. Above the lithe body of Shizu, a Tao symbol lightly hovered. The black had overtaken the white and the gray had disappeared, it was as if a mystical clock The white was slowly losing ground as the gray was all but consumed, surviving only along the edges of the yin and yang symbol. My own abilities were starting to reach out towards the symbol. Deciding to control the process instead of letting my abilities do all the work, I gritted my teeth and began to project my magicules outwards. As if a flashbang had gone off in the room, my magic soon flowed through the air, creating a light blue haze within the room. Rimuru bounced lightly up and down as he watched closely, his great sage ability no doubt feeding him information. The Tao symbol began to lightly vibrate on the visual spectrum as the black froze in place, as if suspended in time. My magicules soon began to take on elemental colors as red, green, blue, yellow, brown, white, black and opal dyed the magicules. Amidst the amalgam of various colors, white began to consume the others and take on a deeper and paler white, the vacancy of darkness becoming apparent as the dark was all but suppressed under its shine. Then, with a fierce thrust of energy and purpose, the white magicules thrust into the Tao symbol representing Shizu's balance with Ifrit. Black was consumed in large amount as very quickly it receded, as if butter stuck in a pan. Within moments the black had retreated back to the middle ground, the white being reinforced by the artificial increase thanks to my aid. A sharp hot pain fluttered into my skull as my hands started to shake. It was strenuous to hold back the white from taking the black, almost as if I was holding back an ocean of hatred. My mind strained to find a way to balance it, something to take the place as arbiter. Then, as if by mere chance, a figure flashed in my mind, a beauty of unparalleled holiness, her flowing black hair only being overshadowed by the wedding dress she wore. Then it vanished and the strain ceased. The Tao symbol was now fully restored back to what it was, and the entire structure of her body was restoring, her lifespan now effectively becoming immortal. Ifrit was not caged within her anymore, no, he was part of her. Or should I say, she was part of Shizu. In an instant the tension left my body and I fell backwards into a chair, Rimuru yelling out in surprise a little as he bounced over to me. "Are you okay, Sylviana-san?" I am okay. Tired. Exhausted. Give me a minute and I'll be fine. I drained out the sounds and noises of the space as my mind reached out for my growth ability, hoping to gain some reprieve from the constant draining sensation that flooded my being currently. Nothing was working, even growth was unable to fully supply me at this time. In desperation I tried creating a spell for magicule regeneration, but it was useless. In fact, it worsened my condition and I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness. The last thing I saw was Shizu sitting up, her eyes heterochromatic. Her right eye a bright verdant red and the other a pallid opal. Rimuru was still fretting over me as I peacefully fell asleep, the chair carrying my weight as I slumped backwards. In the remains of the past Orc kingdom, a band of hundreds of thousands of orcs dazedly walked through the desert in a desperate search for food and water. The desert was massive, much larger than most maps showed, and was just as scarce in clean water sources and vegetation. At the head of this group of orcs was the leader, the so-called tribe chieftain. His retainers dotted around him as he gave up one of his arms for some orc children, the children dry sobbing as they bit into the raw flesh of their role model. "My king, if they can survive one more day in this disaster, I will die happy." The words were somber and had a depressed air to them, only further saddened by the dryness and soreness of their throats. Weeks had they been traveling through the desert, the entire cracked landscape fighting them at every turn. Now they were close within a day's journey to the promised land that Gelmid had promised the king's people. The king would do anything for his people, and now he saw hope for the future. His people could feed, drink and prosper in a better land. The great forest of Jura. Suddenly a careening crack in space unfolded before their eyes. Their minds immediately made sense of this scene as desert mirage, something to trick the eyes and confound the senses. A skeletal hand clasping a golden staff emerged from the purple-black portal, followed by a massive explosion of aura from said hand. Emerging from the portal was a thing of fear and dread, a being of untold doom and despair. So this is the state the orcs find themselves in. Crawling through the sand and dirt for scraps of food. The deep and majestic voice of Ainz echoed through the clearing, the sounds of hundreds of thousands of orcs grinding to a halt as the king halted, raising his makeshift sword towards the figure. "Who are you, your savior?" Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat, And here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 17 comments 0 vote. Waking up. My eyes fluttered open to the sun's rays shining through a crack in the curtains above the bed I was laying in. Feeling groggy from my time asleep, I started to slowly rise, the sound of a person softly breathing emanating from around my legs as I rubbed my eyes. At the end of my bed the form of Shizu and Rimuru sat sweepingly. Rimuru was in his human form with Shizu fully asleep, a light blush running through her features and face. I immediately smiled as I had some thoughts on what might have happened. The door to the room opened, Rigard and Ranga walking in with food and drinks for Shizu and Rimuru. It seemed I may have been asleep for a day or two. Waving to them, the sturdy hobgoblin and the venerable Ranga immediately showed signs of happiness, their faces lighting up in excitement before gradually calming as they noticed the still sleeping forms of Shizu and Rimuru. Coming up slowly, Rigard softly placed the trays of food down beside the bed, some of the food being freshly cooked. One thing I noticed as an elf was the distinct sounds and sense of more construction underway. Feeling a little intrigued, I went to access my growth skill. Instant pain flooded my body as days worth of stats poured into my body, my breathing intensifying under the sheer strain of taking that many stat points at once. How long was I asleep? My breathing had woken Rimuru up and consequentially Shizu, the two of them looking at me for a second before shouting out loud their delight. Sylviana-san, Sylviana-san. They were so cute as a couple, no wonder they were the destined couple. I felt a slight ping from my memory and started to play it back. Realizing just moments later that his actual partner was supposed to be Chloe, after she time traveled. Fuck, I just messed up the timeline, didn't I? Taking a few breaths to stabilize the pain and the feeling of stupidity rising within me, I looked at the two of them, grinning painfully. Haha, I'm glad it worked, Shizu. The woman had already taken off her mask and was crying a little as her red eye glowed a little brighter, as if Ifrit was also thanking me. Feeling fucking stupid, my expression cracked a little, my entire mind working overtime to understand how it was possible to create a scenario like this. Maybe this is different than the base timeline and Chloe will still be sent into the past for some reason. Hold on, doesn't that mean that I was in a no since the start? Well, it doesn't matter, let's make this nation and myself as strong as possible. Shrugging off my own worried, leaving the problems to future me, I smiled brightly at the two of them and slipped into the shadows, my fully clothed body appearing several meters away. How long have I been asleep? A week and a half. Fuck, the Orc Lord, when will he come? I hate how shit the timeline tracking of reincarnated as a slime was in my past life. Well, no time to regret missed time. I'll go explore a little, let me know if you need my help. Before they could respond and stepped out of my house, the sunny morning greeting my bright purple eyes as the freshness of nature breathed through my pores. Due to the host saving all check-ins for 1 week, you will be given a free martial spin. Martial spins allow for you to gain access to advanced, intermediate or basic knowledge pertaining to fighting techniques. If the host decides to spend a week of her check-ins, host will be able to choose the knowledge category and even to burn that week's check-ins for unclaimed stat points. Pipe. Spinning now. Pipe. Received intermediate dagger technique Kanai Justsu. In an instant my mind recorded the technique and my muscles gained every fragment of the knowledge of the technique. It was a very versatile and quick technique focusing on speed and accuracy. It lacked power but was very apt for the style of combat known as death by 1000 cuts. Honestly, I didn't know how I felt about giving up the daily check-ins for these types. The knowledge was helpful and could come in clutch, but ultimately random knowledge could be relied upon very little, especially with the randomness of the knowledge. It was a bit too much like a gotcha. I don't know about this one, rip-off Morgan Freeman. There was no response to my mental thought, but the emotion was still there. Ignoring the seemingly mediocre gain to my system, I decided to go check in on the village and the progress it had made. In the last week they had made significant progress, with tens of new houses and businesses rising from the small huts and tents that were previously there. Paved roads were even starting to be constructed as hobgoblins worked hard to complete one such road at the far end of the village. Along with these changes were the changes to the smithy district, which now were a series of two-story buildings connected via walkways above street level. Chimneys puffed smoke from kilns and other heating devices as the sound of quenching steel and metals resounded through the small district. Currently there were 4 of these buildings and were all united in making armor, weapons and other supplies. There were still some small forges outside that created everyday metal materials and devices. There were around 4,050 houses at this stage throughout the village, with most being one story and large enough for a family of 4 to live within. Sewers had already been started underneath the village and were being directed towards a large pit with hundreds of small slimes that feasted on the refuse as if it were a delectable meal. The water was then filtered out using a technique Rimuru had remembered from his past life, and then reintroduced into the river where it would then flow downstream perfectly clean. Water supply for the city wasn't an issue either, as the village had started to create basic piping that funneled river water towards the village, diverting it into the village where it would then be expunged through the sewer system, creating a perfect loop. The good thing about this system was that even the natural flow of the river was mainly unaffected. I was thinking of telling Rimuru that we should build aqueducts from the top of the mountains into the village, making a cistern to gather said water and distribute it after it goes through a filtration system. The Romans had given me that idea, and it was crazy thinking about how much I had actually learned in school and throughout life now that I could recall it all. Even the small short videos on YouTube or TikTok don't own either of these, so chill coming to mind. Raising horses and other mounts, using watermills and other such devices to move cogs and machinery to make automated processes. Creating a magical version of engines using enchantment and my knowledge of combustion. I didn't know if oil existed here, but it wasn't exactly necessary for a world filled with magicules that could possibly be used in replacement. I didn't want to make a modern nation just yet, but these were possibilities. Halfway through my tour, Rimuru walked up to me in his human form, his expression one of worry. Sylviana-san, the goblin hunting party was attacked, we need to go. I nodded and instantly slipped into his shadow, sharing the space with Ranga, who looked at me as if happy to have me back. I pet his side a little before turning my attention back to Rimuru's movements, his version of Shizu's mask now adorning his face as he rapidly hoofed it towards the commotion, Ranga going out seconds later. This will be Benimaru and the other ogres. I may even get myself a Kijin girlfriend, hee hee. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Patreon, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 25 comments 0 vote. Aura and the ogres. As Rimuru sped through the forest with the aid of Ranga, the first started to feel a pit of bile in my stomach, threatening to rise up as I got closer to wherever we were headed. It felt wrong, foreign, as if it were a completely foreign beast to whatever was in Tensura. Feeling slightly worried, I decided to reach out with my growth ability. Yet again the pain flooded into me. Gritting my teeth, I continued on into the connection, wishing to feel what was before us. In an instant a sense of wrongness and disgust washed over me as several words entered into my subconscious. Death, undeath, necromancy. My eyes went wide as I considered that this was not Benimaru, Shuna, Shion, Hakuro or Sue. That pit in my stomach increased in acidity as I felt some small traces of bile at the back of my throat. I didn't have time to contemplate my situation, as at this exact moment Rimuru, Ranga and appeared within a small glade within the forest, fire crackling near to a tree as a raspy voice echoed. Hunger. Must eat. Suddenly an orc grabbed one of its comrades and began to feast on the corpse, the hobgoblins witnessing this backing up in utter terror. I could not blame them, it was a horrid sight and something very few people would ever contemplate actually doing. The pit of darkness in my stomach increased to the highest level it had ever been as my vision was drawn off to the side. A pair of yellow eyes, those of a beast, gleamed back at me as it prepared to pounce Ranga. Appearing from Rimuru's shadow, I instantly pulled on my magicules and made a swiping motion with my right hand in the creature's direction. 4 bolts of greenish-black energy were summoned and blasted off automatically. The mild screeching of an animal resounded as 3 of the 4 bolts impacted on the target, leaving small black cracks across its skin. Exiting the forest line was a large black and gold monster, something similar to a wolf but with a lizard's tail and the eyes of a tiger. The monster was familiar to me, something from the series Overlord. Instantly dread filled my mind at the idea that those monsters were also in the world alongside the dreadfulness of the other factions in Tensura. With extreme prejudice I began to cast another round of eldritch blasts, peppering the entire tree line in constant succession as the orcs fought against Ranga. Sending off my spells, Rimuru was watching in the background as he was waiting for any bigger enemy to appear. Unfortunately, I knew that this monster was most likely in the company of Aura. It wasn't that long after I had begun fighting that Aura appeared. She was everything that the anime depicted her as being, down to the smallest detail of her clothing. Her eyes were heterochromatic and eerily unblinking. Tisk, aw man, of course I had to stop you. Ainz is going to be disappointed in me. Her words proved my speculation correct as my expression turned utterly grim. Overlord, whilst not liked by many people due to the ease at which their forces succeeded, was still a force that was at the top of the game. Yggdrasil and ultimately at the level of true Demon Lord. Ainz himself could technically be considered a reincarnator like us. Does that mean he got reincarnation energy? My mind worked at a rapid speed as I deployed an emergency spell called Shield, a spell from D&D that protected from all non-area of effect spells. It wasn't OP, but it was certainly better than standing there. I considered using Yggdrasil magic, but that would just create a bigger stir amongst the forces of Nazarick. Aura's magic flared and caused all the wildlife within a certain radius to disperse in fear. Rimuru increased his vigilance as he stepped up beside me, the hobgoblins working with Rang to kill the remaining orcs. Why the fuck are they here now? Shouldn't they be going after the ogres? Wait, the ogres. This sucks. Anyway, it was fun playing with you, but I can be late in reporting to Ainz. Have a good day. She instantly vanished, her entire body fading into shadow and nothingness. My senses were confused by this and the darkness in my stomach spilled out into my throat. A spear of blackish-green energy flung from inside the forest, stabbing me in the ribs as a rhythmic thudding began, as if an infection had taken a hold of my body. Fucking bitch. Rimuru. Go, help the rest, we need to save the ogres. Rimuru looked somewhat confused by my statement as he was also in a daze. Don't tell me he recognized them as well. Sylviana-san, wasn't that Aura from Overlord? I was at an impasse. Should I reveal my knowledge and reincarnator status or just stay low-key? Falling to my knees as the energy spear disappeared, I rubbed my eyes before gritting my teeth. Yes, it was. It seems Nazarick is on this world now. Rimuru flinched at me as he wasn't expecting a response from me, his eyes becoming mildly suspicious before shrugging in complete and utter tiredness. Ranga and the hobgoblins had all finished on their end as Rimuru walked up to them and got Ranga to go bring Rigurd back to the glade. In the meantime, I began to circulate my growth ability whilst channeling magicules around my wound, imagining the Cure Wounds spell from D&D. In less than a minute the wound was cured and any signs of infection cleared, my MP dropping by 100 due to the use of Cure Wounds. You have gained the spell, Cure Wounds. I checked my status sheet only to find that my stats had grown to an even higher level after only 1 week. I was now wondering when I would get to Demon Lord level. It was probably still a while away at this stage. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles: Magic Researcher, Healer. HP: 2250. MP: 2250. Current: 2150. 2250ths. STR 255. Con 255. Dex 280. Cha 236. Int 255. Wis 255. Skills. Unique skills: Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance. Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule, Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility, Avatar. Magic Skills, Spells. Magic Skills: Wind Control, Basic, Lightning Control, Basic, Water Manipulation, Basic. Spells: Fireball, Chain Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds. Cantrips: Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy. Growth soon began to communicate with me effectively as I saw the ogres being attacked by Majin and the orcs, the forces of Nazarick obviously moving strings in the background by using the Majin. This is going to be much more confusing. Not only do we have Kozalime and Yuki moving in the background being massive cunts, now we have Ainz, Demiurge and Albedo fucking with politics and plot. Ainz could have reincarnation energy and be much more powerful in comparison to his canon version. This wasn't including the NPCs of Nazarick who were all fanatical believers of the Great Ones. Fuck my life. Why can't I just enjoy my new life? I heard something plop down next to me. Turning in the direction, I saw Rimuru sitting down in his human form, his eyes watching the space where Aura had disappeared. He had the same look that I thought I had at this stage, one of concern and frustration. Sylviana-san, I won't ask why you didn't tell me about being a reincarnator, everyone has their secrets. He took a break between words as I nodded and dazedly looked off into the distance, my growth ability tracking the ongoing fight of the ogres. You know what it means to have those monsters in this world. We will inevitably have to fight them. We could join them, but we would have to listen to everything Ainz says and they were inherently evil. I know. I apologize for not saying earlier, but we had only known each other for a small period of time. I wished to wait and see. I digress. We need to move out Rimuru, we need to save the ogres, they are being attacked by the orcs and Majin. He cocked his head in interest as he was no doubt conversing with the great sage inside his head. Getting up, I dusted off my hands and breathed out. Feeling my magicule stir as I breathed, I felt an urge to go and save Shuna and Xian, something about Shuna in specific attracting me to help the ogres. Wakata, let's get going then. Ranga came up behind Rimuru and howled into the wind as in a distant area the ogre village was being burned down by orc raiders and Majin, very few ogres making it out of the village into a nearby fortification. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 21 comments 0 vote. Saving the ogres. Quickly sprinting through the forest, slinking from shadow to shadow in quick succession, we made our way towards the home of the ogres. The forest itself was whistling in the wind as animals chirped and mewled as we passed. My senses were keyed into the forest and I was distantly maintaining sight on the situation of the village. The entire village was on fire, the embers of buildings cracking and popping as acrid smoke poured into the sky above. Children hid with their mothers as their father attempted to fight back against the invading forces. The daimyo's mansion or gathering place was crackling in bright orange and yellow flames as screams emerged from within, people being eaten alive by the orcs. My vision of events started to blur somewhat as the nearby tree caught fire also, the last thing I was capable of seeing being Shuna and Benimaru escaping with Xian, Sue, Kurobe and Hakuro. Nodding to myself, my senses returned back to my surroundings, my body bouncing up and down lightly as I rode on the back of Ranga, Rimuru and Shizu snuggling up at the front. I rolled my eyes at the newly formed couple. It seems Rimuru was way more of a go-getter than I realized. Feeling a sting at the fact that he lost his V-card before I did, I happily ignored them, staring at our path ahead as Ranga rapidly sped through the forest, 10 of his kin following us closely, riderless. We had brought them as a quick mount for any survivors we find. Minutes quickly passed as we got closer to the ogre village, smoke visible on the horizon as the cackling and crying of orc and ogre radiated outwards into the late afternoon breeze. My senses were unable to pick out anything fully defined as the surrounding forest had entered a panicked state from the presence of fire. In desperation for information, I pulled on some memories of a spell called Locate Creature, the spell still coming from D&D as it was my major source of fantasy knowledge. The magicules within me stirred and attempted to complete the spell I had requested. I was then met with a small input box on my status screen. Name, Shuna, searching commencing. My magicules were used by the new spell, as if I was someone in a completely pitch-black room and only a cane with which to find someone in the room. Then, suddenly, the cane became a flashlight with a high lumen output. My head whipped up from my almost meditating position on Ranga. They were right in front of us. Rimuru, Ranga, there are some survivors in front of us, 100 meters. Quote. Within moments Ranga had expanded to an even greater size as Rimuru and Shizu placed their masks on, the other wolves getting into a tighter formation around their pack leader. Wind whipped into my face as we sped up, the meters passing by very quickly until we were right upon the surviving ogres. The clanging of cold steel on cold steel echoed in front of us as several orcs fought with the young princeling of the ogres and his people. Xian smashed a tree in half as an orc retreated backwards somewhat, an arrow coming towards her only to be cut in half mid-flight from Sue. Kurobe with his massive hammer smacked it into the face of a larger orc, the face of said orc dripping blood after falling backwards. The group was having trouble because of the presence of an orc general. You gained the spell, Locate Creature. Ignoring the update to my status sheet, I leapt off of Ranga, his speed slowly coming to a stop as Rimuru and Shizu fired off some blasts in the faces of the orcs, Shizu using her flame ability to melt an orc's entire body. Rimuru used black lightning, somehow, in some way I didn't understand, he couldn't have gotten degenerate. Unless, you horny fuckers. I was flabbergasted at the two of them as I soared through the air, landing before Shuna, who was close to being wounded by an orc officer. She pulsed out her magic, attempting to strike at the officer, only to have it bounce off an enchantment of his armor. Raising his massive meat cleaver sword, he dropped it with extreme alacrity as I appeared in front of her. My umbral assault formed around me. In an instant I had a massive aegis around my body in the form of intricate black chainmail mixed with plate. Raising my hand upwards as if gripping a sword, an intricate dark purple blade apparated from my palms, forming a large bastard sword that met equally with the cleaver. My feet sunk into the dirt as if it was mud as I bared my teeth at the beastly form of the orc, his cleaver sparking off of my shadowy blade. Not today. With a yell of force I pushed upwards against the downwards force, stepping to the side very quickly and pulling the sword behind my head, dropping it from its raised position in a chopping motion. In but a moment my sword sliced off both arms of my opponent, its pig-like face screeching and oinking in pain as blood pissed out of its stumps. Deciding to have no mercy for these maddened creatures, I pivoted on my feet and positioned myself for a wide slash, using the momentum from my movements to power my next strike. In an instant the officer was cut in half, his mind going into unconsciousness soon after. Crisp sounds of body parts being sliced resounded around me as I noticed the fangs and magic of Shizu and Rimuru massacring the remaining orcs. The ogres were vigilant and very suspicious, gathering near each other for safety. Shuna was the only exception as she stood behind me looking on in intense concentration, as if she were marking down all of my features for recollection at a later time. I pulled my hair to the side a little as my armor gleamed in a dull light, purple being the color of the reflections. The sound of cracking wood and the smell of smoke filled the entire glade as the screams of the villagers died out. In surprise at the sudden change, I decided to try and use a new magic. Detect life. Please work. In but a moment that flashlight from earlier turned into a huge spotlight that could be used to light up an entire sky. My magicules drained rapidly as my magic swept through the town of the ogres. No ogres were alive, none were left alive. Women, men, children, all dead. I had no tears for the death, I had spent all of them in my past life. Turning back towards the ogres, I saw Shuna look at me with sadness in her eyes as the question was unasked but present in her expression. I merely shook my head and walked up to them. I am sorry. Your brethren are all dead. Let us retreat from this place. My words were short and precise as Shion and Shuna lightly cried. Benimaru looked downtrodden with Hakuro and Kurobe patting his back, their own sadness obviously hidden. Like that we retreated back towards the village, the distant sounds of fire crackling bringing a gloom over the ogres and our small party. The orcs had declared war on the forest of Jura, and with Nazarick possibly eyeing the land, it would not be a simple feat to fully conquer the land. I need to get more spells and check-ins. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Patreon, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 15 comments 0 vote, bringing the ogres to the village. The journey back to the village had halted as the ogres refused to just enter into foreign territory with no idea of our motives. We were now a kilometer away from the ogres' town and the orange glow of fire could be seen still crackling. Rimuru was the first to notice the ogres not following us and quickly asked Ranga to go back to the group. Shizu was calm as always and had a continuous defensive posture due to the nature of conflict we just left. I just dismounted Ranga instantly and remerged from a shadow near to the ogres, Sue instantly looking at me and frowning a little. Knowing that this would be the part where we explain why we came to help them, I took off my armor and returned back to my normal cloth shirt and trousers. It wasn't the best clothing, but we hadn't started dyeing and advanced crops yet, so it was the best one could get at the current stage. Shuna looked at me and stepped forwards a little bit, only to be stopped by her brother Benimaru, who looked at me with slight mistrust. Yes, we had helped them in combat and saved them, but that didn't mean we weren't helping them to use them for our own purposes. That is how they saw the situation. Calmly stepping forward, I gazed over all of the ogres, from the wizened sword master to the venerable blacksmith. Xian was gazing at me with a weary caution as Sue didn't show it, but had several abilities ready just in case I was out for harmful intent. They were very alert to everything at this stage, and that was only natural. I am sorry to start dragging you off with us and not explaining, but we need to get away from this area. Within an instant there was a response, mainly coming from Benimaru, who was the new chieftain, or king, of the ogres. No, we shall not follow you if you do not explain your motives in aiding us. Xian nodded along with Hakuro and Sue. I closed my eyes for a second before reopening them. Rimuru was standing to the side watching the ogres and no doubt analyzing them as I spoke to them. I think he was letting me talk at this stage because I was the one to bring up the ogre village's destruction. I see. You know that I am a dark elf, an elf proficient in shadow magic and several aspects of the shadow. They nodded as I continued. Some of my other abilities include communing with the forest and sensing events. One such event was the burning of your village by the orcs. The reason we came to your aid is because we ran into orc patrols near our part of the forest, followed by a very powerful adversary. Shuna stepped forwards again, Benimaru wanting to stop her only to be stopped himself by his master, Hakuro, who shook his head. The cute figure of the pink-haired and ogre stepping forwards was graceful and flowy as her white robes lightly swung in the wind, her red-eye makeup making it seem as if she was crying tears of blood if one were to look at her in the distance. Thank you for saving me. She bowed lightly as a blush ran through her face somewhat, her right arm coming up to cover her mouth as her robe billowed out a little. I didn't exactly blush, but it was embarrassing having someone thank me this deeply. I nodded and bowed a little myself before lightly tapping her right shoulder. It is fine, no one deserves to be eaten by the orcs. If I could have saved your people I would have. Tears entered her eyes as she nodded, her brother in the background showing anger as he heard his sister's sobs. Stepping forwards I gave her a small hug, hoping that it would help her calm down. Luckily I was right in doing what I did as she melted into my supportive embrace and openly sobbed into my arms. Looking towards Rimuru I gave him a desperate look. He understood immediately. I am Rimuru, the leader of a goblin village. We came to aid you after running into those people Sylviana spoke about. If you could give us enough of your time to get back to the village and speak to you, it would turn out a lot better than standing here and potentially being attacked. His words were extremely calm and kind, his charm oozing out amongst these saddened and broken ogres. I understood how he was able to convince people to join him and not fight each other now. I was just glad I was on his side. I am the son of the king of my tribe. I am now the new king. The red ogre let his words die off as he looked back in the direction of his village. He drooped his head somewhat as he turned back to Rimuru, glancing at me and Shuna. We will come back with you. So long as we can have shelter, food and water. Rimuru smiled as Shizu came up behind him, they were both wearing their masks. From what I could understand, this is why the ogres wished to know our intentions since we aided them. If we hadn't aided them, something similar to canon would occur where they operate under a misunderstanding. Patting Shuna's back I lightly pulled her off of me and wiped some of her tears away with my index fingers, the woman barely holding back another round of tears. We have plenty of both, if you wish you can stay in my house. I offered this because I could keep an eye on them and be close to Shuna, who I still had a pull towards. It was a fucking weird sensation, like someone was lightly pulling on every part of your mind and soul to just get as close to her as possible. In the attempt to come up with ideas for why this was happening, I tried to think of magic that could be used to do something similar. Not impossible, but very hard to do and would require either knowledge of D&D or a unique skill from Tensura. Deciding that I could figure it out later, my mind came back to the situation at hand and realized that everyone had tacitly agreed that they'd stay at my house. Oof, I should stop getting so distracted. Is this an elf thing? I couldn't even figure if that was the case or not. Shaking my head I realized that every wolf and slot in the troop was taken. My shoulders slouched and I felt a minor headache creeping up. Fuck it. Calling on my magicules I began to form the image of the spell in my mind, my unique skill binding the ideas to the magicules and basically communicating in the base code of existence of how to achieve this. Within seconds the spell was manifested in my mind for my own deployment at any time. You have gained the spell, Detect Life. You have gained the spell, Phantom Steed. As soon as the notification came through, so did the magic circle needed for the creation of the creature. Rising from the magic circle was a steed of pure black and orange, looking as if it was a hell steed. Smoke rose from his hooves as its eyes glowed a bright golden yellow. A saddle of pitch black and silver formed, followed soon by armor and various other elements of horse riding. This was a warhorse, something used for combat. The creature was not actually alive but was more like a realistic illusion, something that could touch, smell, hear and see but was not truly killable. It sounded op but it wasn't. It could do very little actual damage and the main attribute of it was its infinite stamina and speed. It was roughly double the speed of a normal horse. In my past life I had ridden horses once or twice as a requirement for a job I once had, so I just stepped up onto the stirrups and hoisted myself into the saddle. Grabbing onto the reins I quickly got control of the horse, my skills rusty but still there. You have gained the skill. Mounted movement. It becomes much easier to learn how to ride mounts and to move on said mounts. Pipe. This gain was a vestige of my past life, something that I was grateful for now but hated at the time. The horse under me neighed a little as I drove it up to the side of Ranga. My horse was half the size of Ranga but it definitely had style points as Rimuru was looking at it in mild jealousy, his expression funny as hell. Coming to ruin my momentary victory however was Shizu who kissed him lightly before putting her mask back on. I don't know, I save a bitch and she just teases me by basically saying, "You're single, haha." Single quote. Sighing and looking to the front I started to wonder when she was going to go back to her students. It wasn't like they were fine being alone without a proper teacher and ultimately I had no clue how the whole time travel Chloe thing would go. So much shit to worry about. And these fuckers are still kissing. I huffed and started to prance my horse down the road, the steed being very fast. Ranga began to move as well, knocking Rimuru and Shizu out of their make-out session and causing the other Tempest wolves to start following us. I expanded my senses into my growth ability as I paid attention to the forest in my proximity, my steed still working through the forest with ease. My pace was such that even Ranga could barely catch up at full speed. The only downside to this was the constant expenditure of magicules, specifically 50 megapixels per minute. I could basically last 3/4 of an hour, more than enough to reach the village at the speed I was traveling. The journey wasn't long and didn't have any hiccups, my growth skill allowing me to feel that the spirits of the forest were pissed. Many trees had been cut down today and not only that, they could tell that a very powerful enemy was targeting the forest. I knew that this was the Orc Lord but there was the small doubt whether they were truly thinking of that specific being or just a group of them. Communicating with nature was very difficult to fully comprehend and needed a lot of interpretation of emotions. Because I wasn't in contact with the dryads or other forest spirits I couldn't ask directly. Knowing that they would come soon to ask for aid I decided to work on some of my spells more, gain more check-ins and maybe even focus on knowledge at some stage. Knowledge and information was power, the more I could influence the power of Tempest, the more secure I would be. Initiating daily check-in. Well shit. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 7 comments 0 vote. A dance to remember. Riding into the village my check-in started. The space in between the village and the edge of the forest was mostly clear. Past the gap was a small village with 20 to 30 second-story buildings and 51-story houses. Carts and people thronged through the village, soon to be city. Work and effort was the main atmosphere of the village as sweat dripped off of bodies like ice in the hot summer sun. You have rolled a 6. You will be given a spell. You have rolled a 5. You will be given a greater spell. You have gained the spell, Nature's Embrace. / Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles. Magic Researcher Healer. HP. 2410. MP. 2410 Current. 2150 2250. STR 271. Con 271. Dex 296. Cha 252. Int 271. Wis 271. Skills. Unique skills. Eidetic Total Memory Semblance. Umbral Assault Reincarnation's Blessing Growth Magicule Infinitatum Potentia Wisdom of the Arcane Observer Superb Agility Avatar. Magic Skills Spells. Magic Skills. Wind Control Basic. Lightning Control Basic. Water Manipulation Basic. Spells. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace. Cantrips. Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy. // I didn't know the exact effects of the new spell I had gained, but I was sure it would help, especially considering how close to nature it was. My stats and spells were looking more and more druidic by the seconds, and it made me slightly nervous as I didn't want to solely focus on magic. Anti-magic zones would severely weaken me if I was solely focused on it, and it wasn't conducive to survival in Tensura. We entered into the town, the various members of the village greeting us energetically. My steed was also garnering a lot of attention as its flaming mane and hoofs made for a very intimidating presence, visually. Too deep in thought, however, I didn't notice the constant glances I was getting from Shuna. Demounting and unsummoning the steed, I now stood in the middle of the village, hobgoblins shouting in excitement as they got to see their leader, Rimuru, and myself, the huntress, come back from a fight seemingly victorious. Rimuru-sama, Sylviana-sama. Shouts of our names continued for a while as we both stepped towards the temporary meeting hall. The ogres followed us into the tall, stylish oak building. Polished doors were opened and the warm interior light and heat spilled out, touching all of our skin and embracing our windskirt bodies. Rimuru dropped into his slime form as I slinked into the shadows, reappearing on a chair near Rimuru's seat at the head of the table. Sitting down, I watched all of the ogres take seats on the opposing side to us, with Shuna trying to sit as close to me as possible without giving herself away too much. Hey, she's certainly attracted to me. I looked at her and discovered a flush of red spreading through her cheeks as she noticed me looking. She was way too cute. Rimuru jumped up onto the back of his chair at the head of the table with Shizu sitting at the far back of the hall, eating some smoked meat. Now that we are back here, let me introduce myself. I am Rimuru, a slime. I am also the leader of this village. He turned his head in my direction as I sighed a little, my eyes dropping away from Shuna and back towards the other ogres. I am Sylviana, the vice leader of the village, so to speak. Anyway, glad we could help you survive. Shuna had small stars in her eyes as the other ogres looked at me with respect. Rimuru looked at me with a funny-looking grin on his slime face. Shizu was looking at me for a few seconds after I stated my position, going back to her food as her adventurer friends came from out of the back, joining her in quiet conversation. I am the Ogre Prince, as I have stated before. Ho ho, I am the sword master of the ogres. Ah, hello, I am a blacksmith and warrior. I am a warrior of the ogres and bodyguard to Princess Sama. I am the princess of the ogres. All of them went one by one and me and Rimuru's eyes followed the order. I had a feeling Rimuru was about to offer something silly, but I just held back and allowed him to do his craziness. Well, welcome to the village. I am sorry for what happened to your people and families. The ogres nodded and listened to him intently. I can offer shelter, food and work for you all if you wish. I cut in after he tried to continue to speak. He was dancing around the issue and not discussing what needed to be said. Mainly due to his Japanese necessity for appropriateness. Revenge is present on all of your minds. We know, Rimuru does not want to be inappropriate at this time due to the closeness to the tragedy. What we are offering is a place amongst the village and in high positions. You will be cared for, have work and a place to eat and sleep. Shuna looked happy and saddened by the entire series of events whilst Benimaru and the rest of the ogres nodded in understanding. Benimaru was broody whilst Sue became completely serene looking. Hakuro, Shion and Kurobe stayed silent and just looked at Benimaru, the decision coming down on top of his head. I need time to think about the proposal. Rimuru stopped glaring at me and nodded at him. Take as much time as you need. In the meantime, we're going to have a feast to celebrate your survival in our first true combat. Feel free to join. With that we split up from the hall, Rimuru sighing afterwards and giving me a small pat on the shoulder in his human form. Hee, let's go eat some meat. His smile was infectious as I followed him to a large table outside, a rather large ensemble of meats and foodstuffs arraying the table. The ogres had stayed behind in the hall for a few moments to discuss the issue, so there was no Shuna or Shion around to dance. For several minutes we enjoyed the meats and company of friends. I was midway through eating some deer cow meat when Shuna sidled up next to me on the table and began to eat also. Sylviana-san, thank you for saving me. You don't have to continue thanking me, it was within my power to do so, so I did. I took a bite into the meat again, the juices and fats breaking down in my mouth creating a smooth and sumptuous sensation throughout. I closed my eyes and savored the taste as I heard some small ums and ahs from Shuna. What does Sylviana-san do in the village? I do many things, mostly I hunt and study my magic. Other than that I talk with Rimuru, suggest things when needed and fight as necessary. She was listening to each of my words with rapt attention, her fingers interlacing with each other on her lap as her head tilted slightly to the right. Detaching her eyes from my face I could see that she had begun to look over the entire assembled village. A small smile crept onto her face as she saw many hobgoblins dancing. Her eyes darted to me for a few seconds before sadly turning back to those people as if it was impossible. My heartbeat increased a few notches at the cute woman and her lack of confidence. I suddenly stood, my chair scraping across the dirt as Shizu and Rimuru looked over at me. The rest of the hobgoblins around me stared in curiosity, it was rare I did such a thing in a public place. Turning to Shuna, the woman still dazedly staring at the dances in jealousy, I extended my hand. Would you like to dance with me, princess? My words snapped her out of her daze, causing a massive blush to spread over cheeks once again for the 50th time this day. Excitement soon took over any hesitation she held as she clasped my left hand with her own right hand. She didn't exactly say yes, but the hand was enough to understand her answer. Lightly flicking my right index finger, our chairs moved out of the way, the path to the dance area clear. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach uneasily as a small amount of enjoyment flooded into my being. It was an odd sensation, I hadn't felt like this since my last life, and even then, never over a woman. Excitement over having food was one thing, this was another entirely. Her hand was a little clammy as she no doubt was worried about her dancing capability. I squeezed a little tighter and gave her a smile. Don't worry, I'm not the best at dancing either. We'll just enjoy ourselves, yeah. She was silent for a few seconds until she eagerly nodded and almost began to prance towards the dance area. In a few moments we were now in the dance area, many of the people clearing space for the huntress, me. To say it was worrying to be put in the spotlight like this would be understatement. Yet again, I hadn't felt like this since my last life, on an auction stage in front of a bunch of weirdos. Snapping myself out of that train of thought, I looked down at the fragile ogre in front of me, the woman nervously squeezing my hand as her look intensified. She was looking for guidance. Remembering a dance that I had been taught when I was a child, for the end of school meet, I slowly put her in a closed hold and began to guide the entire dance. This was ballroom dancing, and the little I knew was rather rudimentary. I had perfect muscle memory which helped, but it was still like remembering a vague usage of my body decades ago. The dance started off a little clunky, but after a while we both got used to it and I started to incorporate some more risky movements, stepping backwards so that she almost falls only to be caught by me and twirled into my embrace. Then quickly unraveling her from my close embrace until both of our arms were fully extended, holding each other's hand. Needless to say, my dancing wasn't masterful, but after my superb agility and muscle memory began to fully piece together fragments from my past life and words from my teachers back then, I began to own the entire dance area. Shuna was absolutely amazed and breathless after a minute of doing it, her body unused to the rapid movements and her mind equally blown away by the closeness of some of the moves. The music was mainly a drum and some string instruments learned by the dwarves, who all had to learn a single musical instrument for blacksmithing, as a test for whether they could understand the hissing of the fire and the tone of fine steel. Another minute went by and Shuna was finally starting to get used to it. We were both in the zone and just dancing our hearts out. I noticed Benimaru watching from the sidelines as Sue and Hakuro talked to him, Rimuru speaking about something with them, probably the Orc Lord. All well. Half a minute passed and we finished our dancing with an energetic move. I spun around and around with her in my grasp as she laughed aloud, her arms extended outwards in happiness. Then with a final movement I dropped to one knee, stopped her momentum, and clutched her over my knee. My face was close to hers and she was breathing heavily, her breath hot and very wet. That was fun, we should do it more in future. Sylviana. Yes, we definitely should. Laughter surrounded us as I lightly rose from my kneeling position, aiding Shuna as I rose, of course. We broke off from the crowd as many hobgoblins and dwarves attempted to copy our moves, some of the dwarven children doing their own versions that almost didn't end up in huge piles of bodies on top of each other. We continued to hold hands as we went back to the table, drinks brought over to us under Rigurd's command as he gave me a wink and a huge thumbs up. I rolled my eyes and thanked the waiter before fully sitting down. Shuna did the same and seemed much more happy and relaxed, her speech now fully flowing as many hobgoblins came around to speak to her, interested in the ogres and their culture. I am glad that broke the ice. Phew, that was a little bit of a workout. Skill, dancing, has been acquired. I deserve that shit, thanks ripoff Morgan Freeman. Don't be thanking me now, thank your lady friend and her weird obsession with a weirdo like you. Pipe. The fuck, you can interact with me now. Silence reigned within my mind after that mental question. Closing my eyes to resist lashing out at the ripoff, I took some deep breaths, returning my mind to the night's festivities. Life was good and bad, luckily tonight was more good than bad. Hey guys, author Alex here, I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 11 comments 0 vote, the naming of the ogres, Kijin. Please consider checking out my Discord, URL. // Waking from my sleep after have enough drinks to submerge a dwarf twice over, I yawned as the sunlight lightly billowed into my room. In sitting up I felt a warmth next to me, on top of the blankets. Slowly inching my eyes down towards the figure, I found Shuna curled up beside me, saying my name in her sleep as her pink-white robes pulled around her. I didn't, did I? No, I wouldn't have, and seeing as how she is just laying there fully clothed, it was very unlikely. I wiped my forehead a little as I transitioned to shadow, standing before my bathroom mirror right now. Flushed a little from the experience of waking up with Shuna in bed, I turned on the tap and splashed my face with water, the enchantments on my house coming to use once again. Rimuru was still very happy that I had found the people I had in Dwargon. The production of the village had increased tenfold just with their help alone. The village had even started construction of aqueducts that traversed from the nearby mountains to the cistern in the village. Yeah, we were going full Roman in this shit. Feeling refreshed from a proper sleep today, my meditation being replaced by the drunken coma I put myself in, I walked back into my bedroom. Shuna was still fast asleep and was currently murmuring my name with a smile on her face. She was too cute and I couldn't help myself but poke her cheek lightly. Squirming a little, she tossed over, her horns lightly piercing into the pillows. Knowing that any more would wake her, I took some spare pieces of paper that I had been given and wrote down a short message. I told her where the food is, how to get water, and that I'd be out and about for a time this morning. Leaving the message beside her on the bedside table, I silently walked over to the door, opening it and walking down the hallway until I met the stair, going down soon after reaching it. Downstairs was fairly active as Benimaru and Hakuro were sitting with tea, resisting to look in the direction of Shion, who was attempting to cook. Benimaru looked at me in desperation as Hakuro removed his presence from the entire house, appearing to not be there. Shaking my head at their antics, I walked up beside Shion and inspected her food. The food itself was unprepared and wildly undercooked, the sauce being a sloppy and slimy mess. What do you think, Sylviana-san? Wrong way to cook it. Benimaru choked on his tea as Hakuro looked at me with immense regret and also a hint of respect. I ignored the buffoons and looked straight at Shion in the eyes. I knew it. Could I get your help in cooking then? She seemed angry, but not at me, more at herself. Benimaru was looking on as if he was a guppy fish, Hakuro taking a deep sip of his tea as he watched on in stunned enlightenment. Sure, first, you have to peel the carrots and cut them up into small pieces. After I started, she absorbed each move I made and quickly followed in suit. It was kind of fun watching someone who wasn't good at cooking trying hard to learn. I moved on to the meat and showed her different ways of cutting it and preparing it. One such piece of meat I dusted with some small herbs that our gatherers had harvested from the wild. This is called seasoning. Some seasoning require you to put it on before, during or after cooking. This one is called rosemary, this one I would suggest putting on before cooking. It will cook alongside the meat and create a unique taste alongside the meat. Shion nodded in understanding as we continued the lesson. After 20 minutes the dishes were all prepared, my dish that was for myself and her dishes that were made for Benimaru and Hakuro. Old man, Prince, stop worrying and dig in. Hakuro looked at me as if I had betrayed him whilst Benimaru looked on ubiquitously in mild worry. Shion looked super happy to be taught properly as she offered her food to them. Her cooking wasn't the best and wouldn't even be considered basic, but it was at least edible. Sorry honey, this is the most I can do for you. Just wait until you get your food cooking skill after Rimuru's ascension. Eating my food quickly, watching in hilarity as all of the ogres played around, I soon left. My destination was Irelia's bar. I needed my hit of coffee and I wouldn't get it from home. Walking around the town was just building the expectation for me as I noticed several new businesses and houses being built or even operating. A general goods store had opened near the middle of the village and had started to sell some basic farm implements, their stocks coming from the blacksmith's guild run by one of the blacksmiths that had joined due to my efforts. The general store also had some basic food items and basic building materials, these things being the best to sell during the expansion of the village. Walking past said store I received many greetings and was offered many free foods, food stalls and restaurants sprinkling the path I was traveling. Children ran past as they played games of tag, adult hobgoblins and dwarves talked with each other as they moved from one build site to another. Carts were being pulled through the dirt road as boxes were being moved into buildings by staff. It was a hub of activity and one could easily feel the pulse of society within the village. I see now why Rimuru likes doing this. It's very gratifying. I greeted some children that passed me, the little rascals jumping over boxes and crates as adults yelled at them to stop. Smiling whilst shaking my head I turned back to my travels. I was close to Irelia's now and I could tell by the wafting smell of tea and coffee. Irelia had been able to find some coffee in Dwargon and bought around 2 tons of the stuff, the barrels being transported via the aid of several Tempest wolves who were hired. I was very happy about this. Stepping up to the front of the building I watched as people entered and exited the bar, happy smiles adorning their faces. The building itself was a 3-story building. The first floor was a bar and cafe in one and had various outside porches and area for seating. Lines of bottles adorned the bar as in the cafe section there were similar devices to the one she had used back in Dwargon. 20 tables spanned the entire bottom floor as several waiters moved in between tables and orders, posting the tickets on a wall next to the bar or cafe respectfully. Many of the kids from Dwargon had taken up work in the building and served as cleaners and coat catchers for the establishment. Approaching the cafe I was greeted by Irelia, who had intentionally positioned herself close to the area once she noticed I was here. She had a new hairstyle, her lackluster appearance of disheveled hair from previous being replaced by a stylish bob cut that maintained a mild curl to it. Her body was much cleaner and her rather dark appearance had had an overhaul, becoming close to a successful business owner's appearance. Things are looking good Irelia. That be mighty fine praise comin' from ye. I'll take it. Her accent wasn't the easiest to understand but I got the basic gist of what she was saying. Just as I was about to respond Irelia snapped her fingers, causing a man on the other side of the counter to come towards her. Yes boss. Get this lady a coffee with 2 sugar crystals, also add 1/4 milk. The man nodded and ran off to grab what she had asked. I was surprised by the mention of sugarcane's main produce but I put it aside for now. I knew that sugarcane could be used for alcohol, fuel and sugar production but that could wait. How has life been treating you Irelia? Mighty fine now that I be settin' up here. I must thank ye for bringin' me out of me old den. The coffee started to boil in the background as we continued our chat, the entire building humming with conversations of other people. An hour later I stepped out of Irelia's establishment, my coffee needs quenched. It was at this time that I received a mental message from Rimuru, his voice transmitting directly into my brain. Come to the meeting hall please. Sure. Sighing, I began my walk towards the meeting hall as the din of the village surrounded me. People who I hadn't met that day greeted me as I went about my business, and they theirs. The trek to the hall wasn't long and was luckily just a few roads away and past a wide open square. The square was currently unpaved and had the bare resemblance of a fountain in the middle. It was basic but served to found the vision of the future. Once the buildings, amenities and expansions were complete I was going to suggest a wall of some kind be created around the city. It was a massive project but it could be achieved. Defense was important and considering the threats we faced, both from Tensura and Overlord. Opening the front door of the hall I was met by the gazes of the ogres, including Shuna and the Rimuru Shizu combo. The atmosphere was a very amiable as Benimaru watched me enter and step into shadow, reappearing on my seat, seated. Now that we are all here, what do you wish to speak about? Rimuru questioned the prince as his face became somber and resolute. Sue just stayed with the same expression he always had. The rest were just silent as they stared at their prince. I was waiting for the acceptance into the town. The ogres had no real choice, and with the sights they had seen here they knew that this was perhaps the only choice they had for revenge, especially considering my own presence and Rimuru's. I have come here to accept your offer. We wish to serve under you, under the provisory that we be able to end our service once the orc threat is dealt with. There was a collective inhale from the ogres as Rimuru, myself and Shizu gazed on, Rigurd sitting beside Rimuru with a conflicted expression on his face. Rimuru expanded his arms out with a smile adorning his human face. I couldn't help but smile as well at the mischievousness that the expression hid. He was very happy that they weren't trying to sacrifice themselves in the process of revenge. The ogres seemed elated that they were being accepted. Of course, you are welcome to join. Welcome to our village. Shuna hugged her brother as Sue cracked a small grin. Hakuro and Kurobe sat there comfortably as they watched the young people excitedly celebrate. Now that you have joined the village, I'll name you all. Rimuru proclaimed what he was going to do, he chest puffing outwards as if to replicate an anime pose or something. Shizu giggled a little at his ridiculousness. Rimuru-sama you shish. Shuna was interrupted by Benimaru, who gave her a look before shaking his head. Deciding to cut the drama as much as possible, I spoke up. He's being quite serious with the naming thing. He wants to name you all. Despite the effect it will have on his magicules. Rimuru opened his eyes and looked at me as if I was speaking about something silly. What effect does it have on my magicules? I looked at him flabbergasted at his lack of knowledge despite having something as OP bullshit as Great Sage. I rolled my eyes and huffed a little before answering. When you name people you expend magicules. If you expend too many magicules it drops your total magicule density by a certain amount. He gawked at me as I could feel him asking Great Sage. I really understood how Great Sage felt now. Sigh. That being said, I think naming you all is a good idea. I will name a couple of you, he will name the rest. Rimuru snapped out of his gawking and returned to his normal looks, his embarrassment obvious but held back. I just chuckled in my mind with his antics. Shizu was looking on as if this had almost nothing to do with her, despite her and Rimuru's relations. The ogres were stunned by the emotional roller coaster but eventually stood, allowing for me and Rimuru to be able to name them efficiently. I eyed Sue and Shuna specifically and walked over to the two, craning my right index finger towards Sue. My powers tend to be more inclined towards shadows, nature and magic. It will aid you immensely, Sue. A golden glow covered him as I felt a pull on my magicules, it was draining and tiring all at once. Fuck, I need to really gain some more stats in intelligence and wisdom. 1000 megapixels. Holding onto my posture and body with willpower and the strength growth gave me, I turned to my beautiful pink cherry blossom, her cute pink eyes glowing as her features melded into my eyes. My powers connections to nature will help you become more balanced in your powers while enhancing your holy powers, Shuna. Once again a golden glow appeared as I felt a massive drain on my MP. 1410 megapixels. MP insufficient, burning HP temporarily to make up for lack of MP. 100 HP, 200 HP, 300 HP, 1000 HP, total HP left, 810 24 hours required to heal the 1600 HP lost. Holy fuck, I slipped into unconsciousness as I spit blood out of my mouth, my subconscious speaking something aloud before falling asleep. Solaris. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. A problem with the NPCs. Sitting behind his large polished desk, Ainz steepled his bony fingers as the flames that represented his eyes lightly stirred in anger. He had checked the guild list earlier as he always does to ensure the safety of his and his friends, children. One name had gone missing in the list, a name unexpected to go missing. Ainjama, we cannot find Sabas. From what we found out, a golden glow surrounded him earlier this morning. From that point we have some strange reports of him conversing with an entity he said was in his mind. From that stage onwards he failed to report this change and disappeared at some stage 3 hours ago. The flames behind Ainz's eyes intensified as his aura became more oppressive, the succubus albedo struggling to contain herself in his presence. He was pissed, and it wasn't just because he failed to report his condition, no, it was because he had experienced something similar just a few hours ago too. A couple hours ago, standing in front of the mirror, Ainz checked his robes, the fabrics and materials flapping lightly under the magical enchantments emblazoned upon them. Gold and black made most of the piece of clothing. As he always did, he opened his status screen, checking his abilities and skills for any changes since coming to the new world. In the microseconds that passed since he opened the screen, the entire construct fluttered in and out as glitches began to consume it. A pale yellow golden light pierced the glitchy cracks before the entire screen was destroyed and replaced with a darker, more gothic-feeling screen. Blood seemingly dripped from the edges of it as eldritch lights made up the various stats, skills, spells and items marked in the status sheet. These aspects of the sheet soon began to be erased. Panic flooded into Ainz's soul and body as he was concerned about being powerless amongst his subordinates. He could be overthrown and the NPCs left to just mercilessly follow their bad instincts. Tapping on the status screen, his touch did very little to affect the situation as he slowly watched his entire game time's worth of effort disappear before his very eyes. No, Ainjama, nothing, just speaking to myself. Hi Ainjama. The maid went away from the other side of the door as the status sheet finally emptied. Depression took him over for a millisecond before his emotional suppression system kicked in and vanquished the feelings. Anger fluttered around still, however, as the empty stat screen drew out his magic and made it go berserk within the room. Bed frame and furniture cracked as if it was being crushed under the weight of a mountain, splinter fracturing into nearby walls and segments of the room. Feathers fluttered through the air before being disintegrated. Then, as if the universe was fucking with him, the status screen began to fill up with totally new skills and spells, except in a different format. Momonga Ainz Ulgaun. Species Overlord Demon Lich. Titles: Supreme Being, Guild Leader, Strongest Guild Mage, Necromancer, King of the Dead, Death Incarnate, Bearer of the Staff of Ainz Ulgaun, Elder Lich, Essence of Evil. HP: 500,000. MP: 2,000, 0000. STR 2000. Con 50,000. Dex 3,500. Cha 10,000. Int 200,000. Wis 200,000. Skills: Unique skills. Meaning of all life is death, supertier magic, wish upon the stars, NPC creation, unliving creation, undeath aura, blessings of death, unlimited regeneration, demons corruption, hellish summoning, magicka domain, emperor's haki. Magic skills, spells. Section has been scrubbed due to incompatibility with magicules. Please learn new spells. //. Fuck. Back in the present, Ainz's mood was quite brutal as he processed his situation. He had lost all of Yggdrasil's magic and now had to relearn magic for this world. The only upside was the unique skills that he had received. Most were unique and held secrets that even he had yet to explore. The most important issue, however, was Sebas's disappearance. Albedo, try to track him down with the shadows and demons. If you can't find him, make sure that this cannot happen again without us. At least know that it is happening straight away. Hi Ainjama, it will be done. There was a slight pause as Albedo waited for words, only to be left waiting. Ainz was currently attempting to understand the moves he would have to make. He was good at planning and processing information but never good at thinking many steps ahead. Albedo, we need to research into the magic of this world. Not only that, we need to stay out of sight for a time. It seems this world is out of my powers and had some weird aspect to it. My magic knowledge has been rendered useless. A gasp resounded from Albedo as her wings flapped, her aura changing from one of neutrality and calm to utter rage. She was pissed on his behalf and even more angry that their most damaging aspects had been influenced in such a way. Ainjama, if this is the case, I suggest we cloak the city and disguise it. We cannot afford to draw attention more than we already have. I agree, do so immediately. Give the job to Aura and Mare. Could you also summon Demiurge to my office? I wish to speak to him about beginning experiments right away. Hi. Albedo took off as her anger was evident in the fluster with which she left, ignoring decorum by not saying farewell to Ainz. He returned to his brooding as he tried to mess with his magicules even more. I'll get my magic back fully first and then I will continue to understand this world. Meanwhile, in a small village with many hobgoblins and tempest wolves walking around. How long was I out? I awoke to find myself laying upon the floor of the hall. Above me was Sue, who was calmly lifting me up to a sitting position. To my side was an evolved Benimaru, Hakuro, Kurobe and Shion. They looked exactly like the anime versions of them, with all of them looking much more human and youthful. Benimaru was still an Eichmann and had an aura around him that made him seem naturally more charming. Hakuro had gained a massive power-up in his presence, as I could tell he would be able to absolutely massacre me in a melee fight if I couldn't use my magic. Kurobe was just a regular Kijin, his aura more flame-based than his past self but still just normal. Shion was the one that received a good upgrade though. Because Rimuru had more magicules to spend amongst the four he named, more power flooded to Shion due to her potential and the admiration she had started to seed within herself about Rimuru. Fluttering my eyes a little, I turned back to my two and noticed striking differences in their powers. Sue was more human, his horns being able to be hidden completely. The horns were much longer however, as they were almost like an archdevil's from D&D. Shadow whipped at his every footstep and small traces of it were left behind only to vanish seconds later. I noticed this as he stepped backwards once I was sitting up. His charisma had obviously increased as his face was much more Eichmann than Benimaru's. Looking around however, I noticed a lack of Shuna within the room. I looked at Sue questioningly as he looked to the entrance of the building. Following his eyeline, I watched the front door. What came next stunned me beyond belief. Shuna stepped through the door with her pink hair fluttering out behind her only to end in silver streaks. Her white horns protruded much like Sue's but ended with a distinctly black point. Matching my gaze, her pink-purple eyes gleamed back at me, excitement radiating from her face as she dropped the pail of water and leapt into my embrace. As soon as she impacted, I coughed up blood, my physical condition still being worse than when I woke up this morning. Feeling as if I had woken up in a gutter with vomit all over me, I managed to give Shuna a weak hug, my body failing me more than my mind ever had in my past life. Life feels shitty right now. Rip off, what's my MP? Pipe. Pipe, / Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles: Magic Researcher, Healer. HP, 2410. MP, 2410. Current, 271 2250. It's 271 magicules per 10 minutes. Region: STR 271. Con 271. Dex 296. Cha 252. Int 271. Wis 271. Skills: Unique skills: Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance, Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule, Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility, Avatar. Magic skills: Spells, Magic skills: Wind Control Basic, Lightning Control Basic, Water Manipulation Basic. Spells: Fireball, Chain Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace. Cantrips: Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy. //// Is that enough to cast Cure Wounds? You are very stupid if I might say so. Rest is the best healing anyone can have. Take my advice, don't do much for the next day. Pipe. Fucking rip off. Fine. Sighing, I collapsed backwards, Shuna following after me as I felt her tears drip onto my clothing. I couldn't tell if she was happy or angry, or sad. It was a fucking puzzle even to me, a woman with wisdom of the arcane observer. Good to see you, Shuna. I'm just going to stay like this for a little. I groaned my words out with a short breath as I felt like my innards were close to exploding if I didn't stop straining myself. I'm glad you're safe, Watashi no Suma. What the fuck? Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 12 comments, 0 vote. Immortality. Why does it have to be painful? What the fuck? My eyes widened in incredulity as blood pooled out of my mouth. I couldn't comprehend what she just said. I'm her wife. Looking around to the others in the room, I noticed a large amount of chuckles and smiles as Shuna continued to hug me. Ripoff, could you explain please? Pipe. Pipe, target's name. Shuna Solaris. I was speechless. I tried to recall when or why I did that, and all I got was a vague moment before I slipped into unconsciousness where I decided to do that. My feelings were opened at that exact moment and I had immediately acted upon them before I could fall fully unconscious. What the fuck, subconscious? Don't speak to me, bitch. It's you that got close with her and that started to let her in. HMPH. Hold on. Did I just speak to myself? You are imagining it. You have a concussion. Pipe. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Suma, are you okay? Shuna's tone was worried and her eyes damp from the tears that had dropped from their corners. Like an idiot, I had named her with my own last name despite the lack of time we had spent together, and now she was calling me her wife. I lightly sighed under my breath before wiping the tears from her cheeks, my hand shaking under strain as I felt my organs protesting each movement. Just dandy. How did the naming go? I felt the coolness of the wooden flooring below my back as I stared up at the ceiling. Looking around again, I found Rimuru in a similar position to me but fully unconscious, the magicules around him fluctuating as Veldora's magicules aided him in fixing any issues. It went well, Sylviana-sama, we have all become Kijin. Except Shuna. Shion was the one to answer as her considerable packages bounced up and down. Her hair was tossed over her shoulder as she balanced her sword on her shoulder. The last part of her sentence worried me, however, as I felt that something different was about to hit me from an unexpected angle. Suma, I have become a Nightshade Kijin. I tried to understand what the fuck that meant, but it escaped me no matter how hard I attempted to stir the idea. My expression must have shown my confusion as Shuna began to lightly run her hands through my hair as she looked down softly at me. I advanced to a level beyond a normal Kijin. I have power of holiness and darkness. In a way, I have become more like you. I even have a feeling that I could manipulate the shadows around me and imbue them with elements. Yeah, that's from me, all right. That's good. As long as everything turned out well. Frustration and a small amount of anger filled Shuna's face, the change making me nearly flinch. Stupid, everything didn't turn out well. You hurt yourself. I was perplexed and just looking her in the eyes, seeing all of the pain my condition had seemingly put her through in the small amount of time I had been out. I didn't know if me giving her my last name affected her emotions or anything, but it was too late to puss out now. It went well then. As long as I am not dead, then I am fine. Shuna's anger intensified as a red aura began to gather around her body and face especially. Benimaru, Sue, Shion and Hakuro all backed off a little bit as they seemed a bit worried for their own safety. Ignoring her act, however, I covered her face with my right hand before kissing her on the forehead, all of her momentum vanishing along with it. I appreciate you being worried for me, but we did only meet a day ago. She immediately dropped her rage and fell into a near-sobbing mood, the tears collecting at the side of her eyes as she tightened her hug. No, you cannot take it back. You are mine. Her hug tightened even more as all of my body screamed into my brain its cries for mercy. Blood lightly spilled from my nose and mouth in larger amounts as my HP started to decrease a few points per second. I tried to pat her back to make her stop, but she just increased her strength. Within a few seconds I was starting to lose oxygen and my mind was beginning to slip back into unconsciousness. Words escaped my lips, but they came out more as desperate gasps. Luckily, before things could become fully dangerous, Shion grabbed Shuna and hauled her off of me, the beautiful Shuna crying openly whilst extending her arms out to me. Once again I fell into the comfortable embrace of a coma. Shuna's perspective. I was pulled off of the woman I had decided to spend the rest of my life with, the pain in my heart unbearable as I saw her fall into slumber once again. Her wounds were already very serious and I just strangled her back into it. What have I done? Have I killed her? Please, tell me I didn't. I couldn't help it as more tears slipped out of my eyes, the painful sensation of too much water collecting in my eyes radiating out as more and more ushered out. I weakly looked to Shion, the woman being my bodyguard and someone who I spent most of my childhood with. You didn't kill her. She is hardier than that. She has merely gone into a sleep to heal the damage done to her by the naming process and your added affection. Relief filled me, but I still felt empty by her words just before I hugged her. Why did she reject me? Am I not good enough? No princess, she had just met you yesterday and now she shares her family name with you, the process all happening seconds before she went unconscious. Hakuro, the sword master and trainer of my brother, Benimaru, stepped forwards, his resolute and calm presence reassuring me despite my fluctuating emotions. No doubt when she gave you her family name it was her subconscious acting on her feelings. Her logical brain however still needs time to become accustomed to your union. It will take time to foster a relationship with her. Do not give up hope, Princess Sama, I have the utmost confidence that you can woo her. His words were direct and logical, serving to calm down my rather chaotic feelings at this moment. He was right, it was all very sudden for Sylviana and I had dove into it because of ogre traditions. Hee, she gave me her last name. Excitement bubbled near to the surface in the same amount that trepidation and worry did as well. I don't know if this was love, but I was hooked nonetheless. Sylviana, please wake up soon so I can make you mine. Sylviana's perspective. Feeling like absolute shit I awoke in my bed once again. Except, I was not as able to get up as I was the last time I woke in my own bed. I could feel the midday sun tickling my skin as the energy of the forest filled me once more, my condition getting a little bit better. Life sucks. Never naming someone again, unless absolutely needed. I groaned as I moved onto my right side, the blood that previously threatened to leak from every movement nowhere to be seen. Ain't that one fucking positive in this shit show? My vision filled with little flecks of light and blackness for a second as searing pain followed the movement, my own internal organs protesting once more. That's the life I fucking know. Sup bitch, how you been? Done fucking someone else's life? Birds chirped on the windowsill as I tried to look at my status screen. The fucking ripoff showed up again but he was silent for now. My status showed I had healed somewhat but that I needed a little time still. My MP was back to full once more. Good. Time to get rid of this shit. I pulled on my magicules and cast a cure wounds on myself. Fuck, I felt unimaginable pain as my very organs rearranged themselves and went back to the places they were supposed to be in. Golden light flittered through my vision as I felt some sensation come over my lower body, like I had gone numb all at once. Then, as if the numbness was an illusion, pain replaced it. Let's just say it took me the next hour to fully heal myself as cure wounds wasn't massively effective on internal struggles. Sorry for having a shot at you life. I give in, please make the pain go away. Please. No one responded and I was left with the chilling sensation of pain vibrating down my skeleton and flesh. You have rolled a 4. You will be given a power. Congratulations. You will be given an OP power. You have gained the power, immortality. Pipe, immortality. Eternal life without aging or susceptibility to disease, cannot be poisoned, immune to aging magic, resistance to instant death magic increases to 50%. Okay, this is your way of keeping balance. You knew I was going to get an OP bullshit ability like immortality and decided to balance things out. Fair call. The pain started to fade as my body returned to its normal state, my regeneration seemingly booming upwards from its previous elf standard. Life sucked, until it didn't, but then it does. Life's fucked. Let's say that. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Patreon, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out. PayPal.me/RBSMFF. 7 comments 0 vote. Learning more magic. Stepping down the stairs after gradually getting over my pains and aches, I felt a cool breeze pass by me. The breeze whipped at my heels as my dress fluttered with the small tempest. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, my eyes were met with a beautiful face, pink eyes lightly glowing from a gorgeous and pale face. Shuna moved around the kitchen, her attention completely absorbed by her task. She was cooking meals for us all, Benimaru, Hakuro, Shion, Sue and Kurobe still staying with me until other housing like my own could be made nearby. We were probably going to create a new district for the leaders of the village, just to make it easy for messengers to find us all in extreme circumstances. I had some ideas on how to not create a class system, and ways that we could in fact make the entire system merit-based. It was important to ensure that in future people would have the chance to get into higher positions. My last life taught me that society can be cruel when all hope is lost to the common people. Blinking my eyes to snap out of my thoughts, I gracefully made way to the kitchen table, sitting down at my usual spot at the head of the table. All of the Kijin looked at me with varying reactions, Benimaru having an almost jovial expression as Shion just smiled kindly. Sue was his usual confident and calm self as Kurobe was dazedly staring off into space, probably thinking on blacksmithing. Hakuro just drank tea whilst paying attention to everything that was going on. "Morning everyone, how are you all?" The answers were all positive and came all at once, the kerfuffle of their voices making it hard to distinctly hear any one response. Shuna turned from her cooking and smiled at me, her movements causing the others to silence themselves. They all glanced between me and her as if we would grow dragon's wings, breathing fire any second after that. "I am glad you all are alright. Shuna, I apologize for what I said before, it was crass of me to bluntly void your feelings. Despite the little time we have spent together, I have given you my family name, thus, all I request is that we take things slow." Finishing my little speech, my heart beating out of my chest and my stomach feeling like it was going to drop out of my ass, I looked her straight in the eyes. Shuna looked simultaneously elated and saddened. I couldn't understand why she would be sad, but I held back the question that laid at the tip of my tongue. "Sylviana, I am sorry that I started to speak the way I did straight away. In ogre culture, when one gives someone a name followed by a last name, it means that they are proposing to said person." I gulped and facepalmed. I really had mucked things up. "So when I gave you my own last name, I proposed." She blushed and seemed embarrassed, a touch of depression fringing her eyes as she gazed down at the floor. The atmosphere had gone really quiet and nothing could be heard but the small little sniffles that flowed from Shuna every so often. "I'm a walking fucking disaster. You, fuck me. Fine, I'll just go along with it. Why go against it when you find her attractive and were thinking of dating her anyway? I'm a sack of shit, aren't I?" Taking my palm away from my face, I took a deep breath, my eyes locking onto her supple lips and obvious emotions. It was weird seeing her so emotional considering how Japanese the ogres seemed to be culturally. Maybe it was because of the sheer amount of them or because she was surrounded by family. The chair beneath me skidded across the floorboards, creating a small racket as I stood. Moving closer to Shuna, I scooped her into a hug and cradled her head into my shoulder, her heart beating against my chest as her warmth filtered into my own. It was too comfortable, almost dangerously so. I almost didn't want to stop hugging her. Stepping a little back, I clasped her face with my hands and cleared tears away with my thumbs. "Don't worry," I proposed. "So I will uphold my part. Although I do not yet have romantic feelings for you, we can both foster those. Maybe a few dates and some time spent together." It hadn't been that long since she cried, but now it seemed that those emotions were nowhere to be seen. Her face lit up like fireworks during a festival as her blush spread, her body thrusting into mine as her hands clasped around me in a massive hug. No words were said, but I reciprocated the hug and watched as the other Kijin gave thumbs up. Shion was especially happy as tears collected in the corners of her eyes. Sue even smiled. It was a crazy moment. "Well, I suppose, don't fuck this up, me. From that moment on, I had an eager Shuna following me around as I went around and checked some things. My work in the village was mainly that of keeping order and making sure everything was proceeding in the way Rimuru and I liked. Rimuru had argued against me doing it and insisted that he'd do it, but I convinced him otherwise by using more time with Shizu as an incentive. It worked. Sylviana uses coercion. It was super effective. Anyway, that was how I spent the few hours after waking every day, that and grabbing coffee. I had introduced Shuna and Irelia to each other and got another person hooked on coffee, Shuna enjoying the unique taste. I started to like her more already, especially when she asked for more. I hoped she wasn't trying to like everything I did. Making certain that the changes were well underway, I eventually split off from the village and went over to a training field, Shuna becoming intrigued by my venture to this place. "Sylviana, why are you coming here?" "Training. I need to gain more magic and understanding of my new abilities." Shuna became intrigued as she started to adapt her clothing towards a more training style. Her sash was tied shorter and her kimono was pulled upwards more, the ends coming up to her knees. "May I join you?" "Sure," I nodded as I closed my eyes, beginning to commune with nature. Visions of myself and the whole village entered my mind in entirety. I could feel my MP being drained as I did this, but it was so surreal that it made me ignore the drain for a little. The flow of life force in the trees and grass, the pulse of water below the surface, the wind blowing in the clouds above me, all of it was within my senses' grasp. I could count each hobgoblin, each blade of grass in the area and ultimately the sum total of life force in our surroundings. What spell am I using? Nature's Embrace. Interesting. I shut off the spell and felt my MP stop draining. The ability was rather costly as I had drained 400 megapixels within a few seconds. It was a nasty consumption rate but still, it had its uses. Shuna was looking at me as if admiring a beautiful painting, her eyes slightly glazed over as the wind blew her hair out behind her. I shook my head and snapped my fingers, a small illusion of a boat appearing in front of her face. It was sailing on the winds, so to speak, as I made it move around us. The spell did wake her up though as she traced the movement. Beautiful. Me. Or the spell. She blushed a little as she adjusted her hair, catching it and putting it into a ponytail. Beboth. Chuckling and giving her a wink, I snuffed out the boat, 1 megapixel being used in the process. From that point onwards we began separate training, her focusing on her new shadow armaments and armors. She constantly switched between weapons and armors, summoning a shield when her own shadows struck at her. This was how she decided to do training, making her own powers come at herself. It was possibly useful but lacked a certain difficulty. It was something to discuss with Hakuro. My own training was a mix of imagination training and implementation of said imagination. I had focused on D&D spells so far and it was still a large part of the magic I wanted to learn. Especially the more powerful spells. Demiplane would be unimaginably powerful, Anti-Magic Zone would aid in any battle with mages, True Polymorph, Prismatic Wall, Simulacrum. There were so many and so little time before conflict began once again. Taking the need for speed into account, I learned some basic wizard spells that were integral in fighting within D&D and would most definitely be powerful here too. Looking down at my hands, I saw blurred patterns as my own form had been hazed, as if all of my atoms were now moving at a faster rate. It felt like it too as I moved my hand, watching Shuna slowly apparate a shield. Tensing my muscles, I launched myself into a sprint and found myself going double or more my normal speed. I was across the field before I could even understand the distance I was going. You have gained the spell, Haste. Nodding my head and deactivating the spell, I felt my speed drop significantly as my perception adjusted to normal vision once again. I waited until the spell's effects were over before continuing on to the next spell. 3 versions of myself appeared around me, my 3 clones and my real body flickering a little as if my actual body was moving when it wasn't. My skin had turned a slight rainbow color as disco-like effects submerged the area where I was. You have gained the spell, Mirror Image. Shuna had noticed and was looking at me in surprise as she shouted aloud. Which one is you, Sylviana? Her head continued to move as her eyes attempted to catch the real me. Unfortunately for her, this was a spell that was intentionally making it difficult. Unfortunately for me, however, she started to dry heave. Please stop, it's making me sick. I immediately stopped and rushed over to her, checking on her condition. Maybe the spell was very useful but sometimes just as harmful to allies as it is to enemies. Her dry heaving had ceased and she was looking at me perplexed and also awed. I think that spell is very effective, Sylviana. Could you please not use it around me? Sorry. I'll limit myself from those types of spells in your presence. She looked sorry but I just patted her head and gave her a kiss on the forehead as a sort of apology. It wasn't much affection but it was all I could manage given the short time we had spent together. It didn't matter to Shuna, however, as she beamed a large smile at me, her cuteness and purity making me feel like I was bathing under the sunlight in spring. This woman is going to be the end of me one day. She swings moods so quickly I can't keep up. You love it. Pipe. Single quote ... single quote. / Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles. Magic Researcher Healer. HP. 20,410. MP. 2,410. Current. 2,150. 2,410. STR 286. Con 286. Dex 312. Cha 268. Int 286. Wis 286. Skills. Unique skills. Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance. Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule, Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility, Avatar, Immortality. Magic Skills, Spells. Magic Skills. wind control basic, lightning control basic, water manipulation basic, dancing. Spells: Fireball, Chain Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace, Haste, Mirror Image. Cantrips: Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy, Minor Illusion. Partner S. Shuna, Solaris, Nightshade, Kijin. Named followers: Sue, Shadow, Kijin. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fan fic, and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote. The gift. Finishing up with my training session, Shuna and I separated. She was super happy with the progress we had made today, and it was obvious in the way she almost skipped out of the training field. I was confused about our relationship, but it was certainly unique. Watching as she left my eyeline, I felt a small void of warmth in my heart, as if something or someone had just taken the heat from my blood. Concentrate, Sylviana. Shaking my head, I turned back to the training field. I was wanting more magic, but I was getting close to the end of my MP capability. Deciding to end it there, I walked back through the village. The day was a few hours from ending, the sun threatening to dip slightly below the tree line within half an hour. Of course, now that I had finished my training and suddenly had nothing to do, I was greeted by Rigard, who was slightly out of breath. Sylviana-sama, there are representatives from the lizardmen near the outskirts of the village. I sighed as my right hand came to my forehead. I was already sick of dealing with my own stupidity, let alone some lizards. Take me there, I suppose. Rigard turned and began to run off once more, his speed somewhat impressive for his lack of combat capability. I rubbed my eyes as I watched him get further away. Always when I can't be fucked caring. I snapped my fingers and my body turned hazy once more, my speed altering into a higher throttle as within seconds I crossed the distance between me and Rigard. He was utterly stunned by the speed at which I moved, but he just continued to run, his speed allowing me to straighten out his hair and his clothes whilst we made our way. By the time we reached the destination, he looked like he had spent several minutes straightening his clothes out and styling his hair. Turning off haste, I felt my body clench momentarily as my muscles strained from the use. I had used it twice today, and it was pretty exhausting for my body to hold the vibrating magicules whilst kinetic force thundered through my legs at a pace that the body was not necessarily ready for. Ignoring the sensations that I knew would fade in a few seconds, I noticed Gabiru currently facing off against Gobda, the small hobgoblin entering into a rage that was similar to Dragon Ball. It seemed me and Shuna had missed a decent bit, Shuna appearing on the other side of Rimuru. We were all standing there watching the show go down as Gabiru's followers shouted out in celebration despite the fight not even having started. Gabiru-sama kakoi. Gabiru-sama, you got this. The scene was fucking hilarious, the mirrors they were holding being an extra touch as sunlight outlined Gabiru's form. It was like a skit from a comedy or something. I let a small cough of a chuckle out, attracting the attention of Rimuru and the rest, their eyebrows rising slightly. I could tell they were surprised that I had a sense of humor. I held back my laughter at the lizard people's antics and observed the two opponents. Gabiru was posing with his spear as Gobda was powering up. Then, as if that was all but an illusion, they leapt at one another. Gabiru thrust out with his spear as his green scale glimmered in the sunlight reflecting from the mirrors his group had brought with them. As if his effort was all a waste, however, Gobda dropped into the shadows and reappeared behind Gabiru, kicking him in the head with the force of a horse's kick. Slight cracking noises resounded as following it came the overdramatic cries of Gabiru, who fell to the dirt in seconds, his body extended out like he was a Looney Tunes character. This guy could be a good entertainer. Ranga, Shizu, Hakuro and Shion all nodded and stepped up to the small hobgoblin. He was celebrated for his victory, and Hakuro decided to accept his apprenticeship, deciding to teach the small hobgoblin. Shion decided to cook for him, whilst Ranga decided to offer him a cow deer the next time he goes hunting. Rimuru was stunned at how easily everyone accepted the talent of the young goblin, he even looked at me. I just shrugged and stepped forwards. Good job, Gobda, I'll make a magic scroll for you, you can maybe learn a spell. His eyes glowed in happiness from the amount of things he was going to get, he was even excited for Shion's cooking, he hadn't eaten it in this timeline. Apparently he was offered a custom weapon or he'd be left with doing all of the cleaning of the sewers. To be honest, it was a rather equivalent punishment. Sorry, Xian. Xian looked at me with a frown before stepping back behind Rimuru, her eyes flicking to the form of Rimuru. Ah, good job, Gobta. You sure showed him. I'll get you that custom weapon and throw in some armor whilst I'm at it. Gobta was elated and being thrown into the air by Ranga and Benimaru. Speaking of the prince, he was now decked out in new attire, the magical capabilities of Shuna allowing for rapid creation of clothing and other materials. Apparently in the day I had been out cold, she had gone to Rimuru and asked for some material to make clothes from. He naturally just created spider silk for her and now she was making clothes for the leaders of the village. I swear mine was in the works. Oi, Gabwetiver, go back and tell your leader that we are willing to ally ourselves with him against the orcs, but we will not subordinate ourselves. The frozen lizards finally moved, hastily gathering their stoic leader and fleeing. WWE, won't forget this. They yelled back at us as they all ran, their mounts included. It was fucking hilarious to see them flee in shame. Shaking my head, I started to walk away, Rimuru and the rest also following my example as they split up and went back to what they needed to. Rimuru snuggled up to Shizu before dragging along Xian, Benimaru and Sue. The three Kijin were going to be given positions in the government, so to speak. Benimaru would no doubt be the military leader, Sue the intelligence corps leader and Xian being the manager of internal affairs, in other words, Rimuru's secretary. I thought I was alone until Shuna ran up behind me. Sylviana, do you have time to see some of my work? I want your opinion. Not being able to resist the cute look she gave me alongside the twirling of her hair with her finger, I nodded. Sure. Not even hesitating, she ran up beside me and clasped her hand in mine. Her hand was soft and delicate, the smoothness being almost unnatural to me as her eyes glanced in my direction, moving back to the front as she dragged me towards her workshop, a place she had created out of one of my house's rooms, something new I had learned whilst talking with her through the training. Entering into my own house, I wasn't even allowed to take a second to relax as I was pulled into a room close to the front door. The space was filled with the smells of waxes and various other chemicals, the loom in the middle of the room inundated with silk as various patterns of said material were laid across a table at the opposite side of the room. Needles and knives were strewn along small desks and tables as cloths and bolts of linen were stacked underneath. It was chaotic in an ordered way, it was strange but also endearing. She detached her hand from mine, reaching towards a stack of silk which, I hadn't realized till now, were clothes. Something about my naming must have given her some mad speed as this was all done in a day. You have been busy. Have you had a sleep? Yes, I had a sleep, Sylviana. Anyway, here, this is what I wanted to get your opinion on. She raised up a dark green dress with fluttery pieces, mixed with gold filigree and shapes. Certain parts were transparent and draped from solid material. It was a beautiful piece of art and looked very sturdy, magicules wafting off of it in a concentrated wave. Potential was what this clothing embodied. It is beautiful. I like how it drapes and flows seamlessly. The gold is a nice touch. You'd look stunning in it. She became embarrassed by my honest opinion but extended it out towards me. The dress was made for you. My heart dropped and my mind stopped working. I just stood there with my mouth open a little, as if I had just had an aneurysm. Have I died again? I hadn't, and this was real. My heart started up once again, my heartbeat pumping into my ears as I watched with shock as Shuna stepped forwards and placed the dress in my arms. I had never received a gift in all of my lives, both past and current. My parents weren't around to give me any gifts and I was mostly left to scrounge for what I wanted. Tears started to leak from my eyes as I looked down at the dress on my hands, the entire thing making me feel like Shuna was an angel, someone to cherish. A gift may not be a lot to some people, but to someone like me who had never truly had kindness done to them intentionally, it was impossible to explain. I stepped forwards and placed the dress on a nearby chair. Shuna looked upset at my actions but was taken off guard as I hugged her deeply, my tears sliding down onto her kimono. She didn't move for several seconds as I just gave her the biggest hug I had given anyone. Thank you. I pulled back and gave her a kiss on her lips, her eyes widening as I closed mine. Hey guys, author Alex here. I hope you all enjoy this fanfic and please know that I won't be giving up on my original fanfic, Reality Bender System. Thanks all. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote, embarrassing morning, horny bastards. Please help out the fan FIC by commenting, reviewing and of course donating power stones. Each one helps the fanfic grow and brings it to more people. Also, whilst you're at it, if you could come chat with us on Discord, we can start having cool conversations on NLTO and my other fanfic RBSM. URL. Thanks once again, hope you enjoy. ///// Breaking off my kiss with Shuna, I exhaled. Both of us were blushing and I particularly felt embarrassed as I had never done this in either of my lives. I brushed my hair back and took a step back, glancing at the dress and picking it up a second later. My carefulness with the dress was purely instinctive as my own emotions felt tied to the piece of fabric. Shuna smiled whilst I held the dress, her breath a little uneven as her chest heaved somewhat. We were both out of sorts in many ways, my own mind panicking over what I had just done. What have I done? I ruined a relationship, didn't I? It was too soon. Thoughts pumped through my brain like a clogged pipe with too high a pressure water running through it. Eventually I got around to awkwardly scratching the back of my head. Sorry. I kind of jumped ahead, didn't I? I waited for a time, a response not coming from Shuna. My eyelids closed and worry filled my heart just as evenly as my brain now. Then, as if rain on a particularly hot day, laughter thundered into the awkward atmosphere, calming it down. You are so stoic sometimes, Sylviana. Ha ha ha, if anyone was the one to jump ahead it was me, remember? All doubt and worry flushed away as a small smile emerged on my face, despite my best efforts. Yeah, I suppose you did declare me your wife. Maybe it was me who was being too slow. I just looked at her as she stepped forwards. The room seemed to become brighter the closer she got to me, my own brain playing with my perceptions. Is this what they mean when they say a certain person lights up the room? Now in front of me Shuna raised her right hand, grasping my chin with her hand whilst staring straight into my eyes. That's one of the things I love about you, Sylviana, you prefer to take your time and understand the people around you. Her words pierced my heart as the word love repeated in my mind. Stop it, are you a love-struck high school girl? Yes. Pipe, shut the fuck up, ripoff. Fine, but you have to be more honest with yourself. Pipe. My conversation with ripoff was cut off by Shuna, who then went onto her tiptoes and gave me a light peck on the lips. It was still surreal to me. In my past life I had seen many people do this, gay couples, straight couples, it was always repulsive to me in a way. Why would you need someone less who could betray you? Better to have someone who was just a friend or acquaintance. You couldn't be hurt by them. But at this exact moment, it was as if I had seen the light at the end of a metaphorical tunnel. Without a second's hesitation, as she rescinded from me, I grasped the back of her head and moved her close, my lips meeting with hers again. I could give a fuck about the speed, she was too good for me and I didn't want her to disappear like my family in my past life. She attempted to speak but failed as the oxygen was all used on our actions. This lasted for a minute straight until I let go and turned, the dress in my hands. Thank you, I love the dress. I'll see you in the morning. I rushed away, leaving Shuna to her own activities as my blood boiled over in embarrassment and happiness. The wish for a good life really helped. Thank you, Gaia and Tiamat. Fully coming out from my meditation at 6 in the morning the next day, I looked over to the dress. It was a beautiful vibrant green, the dark green seemingly fading in and out based on the time of day. Shuna was crazy skilled with her powers. Getting over my embarrassment from yesterday had been the main focus of my meditation overnight, as it was now replaced by enkindling affection for the Kijin woman. I doubted I'd ever find a woman that could care for me like her, and if I ever did I'd be the luckiest dark elf woman in history. At least, that is how I felt. Standing up and moving over to the couch that the dress was spread over, I ran my fingers of the silky smooth material, the looks being exactly how the dress felt. There was no real smell to the dress and not any part of it that made noise, even when I whipped it lightly in the air. Looking at it after I had tested if it could make noise, I internally struggled with the idea of wearing it or storing it for safekeeping. Gradually my utilitarian side won out and I slid the dress over my naked body. The dress itself was comfortable to the extreme, each part of it perfectly fitting me. It made me question where she got my measurements, but that particular query was answered moments later as a singular part of it was too tight. That tight segment then expanded and became more cozy. Holy fuck, self-adapting clothes. How much time did she spend on this? No, how did she do this? I was utterly amazed at her ability. The dress was perfect for me now and I could feel the dress somehow affecting my MP. Dress of Lovers has a magicule attracting array, increases MP region by 100 points per minute, 1000 MP per 10 minutes. Only active when the one who is loved by the creator wears it. Pipe. I had to hold back my own tears as the care she showed me was way too much for my wounded self. She had no idea how long I had been searching for help in my past life only to be shunned by everyone and everything. Strengthening myself, I made certain I looked good, checking in my bathroom mirror to make certain. Then, with much excitement and giddiness, I stepped down the stairs. Downstairs all of the Kijin were sitting down at the table, Shuna also sitting down and looking at my bowl as if she was expectantly waiting. Hearing my tapping, they all turned their heads towards the stairs, some of them ignoring my clothes and just greeting me. Shion had shining eyes as she gave a thumbs up to Shuna. Benimaru was the only one who reacted besides Shuna and Shion, a small cocky smile creeping onto his face, as if he was the one to give me the dress. Shuna was the main person I paid attention to, however. She had stood as soon as she saw me, the green fluttering sashes hanging from my arms making me seem like a fairy queen coming down from her throne. Gorgeous. Her words made me blush, but I played it off as I swirled, showing off my new dress. The dress is very comfortable, thank you, sweetie. Benimaru whistled before getting struck by Shion and Hakuro, the two of them quietly scolding the young man. Shuna was absolutely shocked at my words, her face going completely red before she began falling backwards, fainting from the amount of blood rushing to her head. I activated haste and caught her, placing her down gently on her chair at the table, my gaze soft and caring as my dress fluttered around me. Hakuro was surprised by my speed and was seriously gazing at me, as if considering something. I noticed this from the corner of my eye. When I had turned to inquire with him, he had left the house, the front door opened. What's wrong with him, Benimaru? The prince looked at the door and turned back, his expression turning serious. You have now been considered for the position of inheriting his martial arts. Good luck. He gulped before going back to his food, sweat drops fluttering down from his head as he slurped the milk in his oats. Shion also looked worried but ultimately went back to her food, refusing to acknowledge the actions of the old man. It's always something. ... After making sure Shuna was okay, I left her with Shion, taking off towards the main hall where we were supposed to discuss the future path of the village now turning town. I had a lot of plans to implement, but we needed to start out with the basics. 10 minutes later I entered into the hall, seeing Rigard and some goblin elders sitting around the table. Alongside them was Benimaru, who had seemingly left earlier than me. I knew he wasn't fucking pissing. I gave him a little bit of stink eye before gracefully fluttering to my chair, Rimuru and everyone else in the room looking on in wonder and curiosity. I didn't answer their question though and just sat down, looking straight ahead. We continued to wait as Kaijin and Irelia were yet to come. Talk between the separate leaders was soft and casual as we waited. I decided not to talk to anyone as they all would most likely ask where I got this dress and I didn't need the embarrassment of blushing in public and at work. A wooden creaking noise echoed from the front door as the two dwarves entered the hall at the same time, both of them sweaty and tired looking. Ha, Irelia, you horny bitch. I brought the front of my right hand to my lips and held back a laugh as I dipped my head to the side. It was really hard to not make a comment, especially considering the familiarity we had with each other. We could be considered friends. Sorry we were late. We were working on something together. PFF'd. I couldn't hold it and laughed a little, the others joining in with me as the two of them seemed awkward and uncomfortable. Everyone's horny. Scanlan would be impressed. If you get it smirk. Good. Now that we're all here, we need to speak on the future plans for the village, or as we may come to call it after this, the town. Rimuru's words brought a maturity to the table as everyone nodded, the two dwarfs sitting down on their chairs. I calmed down and stayed comfortable within my chair, listening to Rimuru to gauge his own ideas. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 19 comments 0 vote. A constructive discussion. I believe we should start building actual roads so that we can establish trade with other peoples and specifically the humans. I want this to be the next big project. Everyone around the table were considering the pros and cons. It's a good idea, but we need to focus on some other sectors. Agriculture, logging industry, glass industry, and establishing a stronger military. My thoughts seem to be similar to the dwarves as they were the first to speak up. Rimuru-sama, I believe we need to focus on our production and harvesting industries. Specifically agriculture and logging. If we don't have these, then we will not be able to do most of what we are currently capable of. A quarry would be a good next step, as we would need cobblestone and other types of stone for building structures and roads. As it is, we have exhausted nearby sources of stone from small deposits. Rimuru entered into contemplation as he grasped his chin with his right hand, many of the other people in the village also agreeing with the dwarves. This is where I stepped in. Before even that, we must focus on the military strength of our village. With the orcs on the horizon, or even closer, we have a massive threat to our people in the village. We must form proper military ranks and divisions. My words cut through the mass yesism of the community leaders as they started to understand what I was speaking on. Yes, Sylviana-sama is correct. We need to ensure our combat potential. As it is, we only have the hobgoblins, tempest wolves, and the Kijin. Of course, we could also include Silviana-sama and Rimuru-sama in such a force. Benimaru was articulate as he sat there, his expressions being utterly serious and focused. I had never seen him like this, but it was certainly an intriguing change from his usual attitude. So, we have found issues in the military and production. Sylviana-san, do you have any ideas? Rimuru was rather confident in tone as he asked me. No doubt he had some ideas but wanted another reincarnator to voice themselves before he just announces his concepts. Production is not hard to fix. We can offer benefits in the form of currency or housing. We could easily expand it with the current population we have. As for the military, I believe making Benimaru the general of the army would be a good start. Secondly, we may want to see if Hakuro is interested in training the forces of our military. As for your plan of building roads, I believe it would be a good idea for the military to also do this. I looked directly at Rimuru and saw a spark of understanding flutter in the back of his eyes. Yes, that's very intelligent. Everyone else was confused at the ideas I had brought out all of a sudden. Benimaru looked at me as if analyzing an enemy now. He was obviously misunderstanding my goals. Why must the military do it? Isn't that the job of the civilians? His tone was a little strained as he held back his frustration, hoping that I had a good reason. Think of it, the military needs discipline and isn't always fighting. When they are not fighting, they train. But that only take a couple days for them to accomplish this training. What are they doing with the remaining days? Resting, being ready for combat. He seemed to become even more confused. From our perspective, we invest much effort and time into the military, but they do very little to give back to our society's infrastructure. So, what if we used 2 out of the 3 days for building roads or structures? Plus, this will train them in being able to make temporary fortifications in the field and adapt them to a more versatile set of skills. This also future-proofs their skills as they can retire from the military straight into the construction industry or even high positions. A light of understanding flickered into Benimaru's eyes also as he leaned forwards, considering the upsides of this new way of training and using the military. The ogres were Japanese-influenced and were very traditional in that sense, but I was now introducing ideas and concepts from one of the mightiest empires of Earth, the Roman Empire. Why would you waste money on mediocre civilian labor when you can use a fully loyal, dedicated and fit force of people to do these things? It was common sense, not to mention it also made the problem of veteran homelessness lessen significantly as they all leave the military with building skills and maybe even engineering knowledge. It was an investment into the society we were building. I had some other ideas to communicate, so I spoke up once again. Besides those things, I would suggest the creation of schools in residential districts. We need to invest in education to fully be able to compound our power. The more educated the society, the more technology we have access to, and the more powerful we become internationally and in economical terms, we would explode in prosperity. Rimuru was practically gleaming in inspiration as he looked at me and gave a thumbs up. Good ideas. We need to expand education. Making master and disciple relationships between military officers and young people would also make it so that a certain set of skills could be passed down from generation to generation. Sylviana, thoughts on this? I looked up and rolled the idea in my mind for a time, considering the Chinese novels I had read in my past life. It wasn't a bad idea on the surface, but the culture needed to be controlled carefully to stop arrogance and to not fester a class system. It makes it more likely we start to gain a class system. I would suggest that we make it less of disciple-master relationship and more of a mentor system. The young person would enter into a contract with said mentor for 510 years in which they will be taught the skills of said mentor. The mentor will gain more pay from the government because they have accepted an apprentice. We make this specifically limited to the military, so that we don't have any issues in the general populace. How is this different from the normal master-apprentice relationship? Rigurd sounded skeptical as he asked loudly, the rest of the table also interested in understanding the full meaning of the concept I was introducing. With a normal master-apprentice relationship, the apprentice is forever connected to the master and can easily be swayed by said master in the case of politics or other actions. This opens the system to too much vulnerability. However, with an apprentice-mentor system we would still have the same effects, but it would be done with older people and would have a contract, making it less of a family connection and more of an exchange. All of them nodded and began to discuss separately the issue of this system. Even Rimuru was locked in conversation with great sage, Seal. I began to consider the issues of several different actions we could take and soon came up with a new idea. It was bold, but it could help. It may be time to start minor industrialization. It needed to be done slowly and with care for the environment, no demolishing everything just because it could get you profit. Whilst we are ruminating on this, I would also like to introduce a technology. Electricity. Rimuru's eyes widened as he looked at me. He couldn't remember how to exactly generate electricity, and it took certain processes and materials, as far as he knew, to make electricity. He hadn't thought of electricity despite the magic in this world. How easy would it be for electricity to be easily accessible? Very. That was the answer. Lightning spells, mana gathering circles connected to ritual circles that summoned lightning, and then all we would need would be some copper cabling and some cutoffs for easy turning off and on. We would need rubber or some material like it. Maybe we could substitute with magic. Yeah, it's doable and easily achievable. Fuck, I think Dwargon even had some electricity. The dwarves were a little stunned at the prospect of new technology, but as I started to explain the concept they looked at each other and nodded. We have that in Dwargon, in the Royal District and secret laboratories. I smiled and nodded, showing that I knew. Kaijin looked at me, his face turning slightly pale at the idea that I could find that out with only a day or two in Dwargon. Rimuru was surprised by the revelation but smiled a few seconds later. You're planning to use magic, aren't you? Yes, it is extremely easy with magic to substitute many of the processes that would be needed. We could even simplify it and just directly spin the turbine with kinetic force generated from magic. Infinite electricity? Not really, the capacity would be as large as magic itself. The magic would also be recycled into the atmosphere once it was used, so, technically you could call it a perpetually renewing resource. His eyes widened as a large smile appeared on his face, an evil laugh emanating from him as he made a pose that demon kings would take in manga in my past life. Shaking my head, I exhaled and turned to the rest of the people in the room. They looked utterly oblivious to what we were speaking on, their minds still chugging along on the idea of the mentor and apprentice system. It is good that Rimuru is here, otherwise I'd go mad with the lack of culture and modern wisdom these people have. The meeting continued. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Patreon. Any donations are heavily appreciated. URL. If you don't like Patreon, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out. PayPal.me/RBSMFF. 14 comments, 0 vote. Compounding upon ideas. The apprentice and mentor system is good, but what about family education? Ah, are you asking what would happen between family members? Rigurd nodded as some of the other hobgoblin elders backed him with their own expressions of agreeance. The dwarves stopped and thought on it, and Rimuru had his eyes open widely. Well, Rigurdson, it is natural that parents teach their kids and give them the best they can offer. To avoid abuse of power and nepotism, we have to make the system completely based off of merit. That's what I believe Sylviana-san has been working towards. She doesn't want a lazy rich class or middle class, and she wants the poor to be able to climb out of the mud with their own conviction and strength. All of their eyes flickered to me. I was currently drinking some tea as I thought on some things that we could work on. Windmills were a good idea because they could be used for grinding wheat and other such crops. They could also be changed into wind turbines in future. More garden spaces in the village for children, and to make sure that in the future that we can preserve the beginning of our village. On the part of education, we need to start slow and then ramp up. Elementary school, then into high school. University is optional for more specialized vocations and therefore can wait for a little while. Kindergarten is a bad idea from the very beginning, as it promotes parents ignoring their kids and allowing them to be indoctrinated from a young age. I never did like that system in my past life. I wanted to promote the family unit's strengths and ensure that the kids of our town will have good families and starts. Pay for teachers should be high to insensitivize quality of education and happiness in schools. Hours for teachers should also be controlled carefully to ensure that the work is done, but also to leave them with time to spend their money. If we're also working on a pay system, we should work on a tax system. A flat tax of 510% on transactions would be good for starters. The taxation office would be another job that we would need to educate people on. We don't want our people dumb and stupid. They must be intelligent so that our future nation can thrive. I am not going to be the fucker responsible for leading us down the path of modern Earth. Snapping out of my thoughts, I realized mostly everyone was focusing on me. What? Sylviana-sama, we asked if you like the idea of building a wall around the city to ensure security. Benimaru-san recommended it. I looked at Benimaru and considered the topic. A wall around the village would be good, but it would also promote classism through the planning of structures. You would easily find a certain class of people living in the innermost walls as the place expanded, more walls being made. No, I didn't like that idea right now. Rimuru, do you have any qualms against it? He entered a thinking pose as he was no doubt looking through the positives and negatives with Seal. I believe that Seal would see the downsides of the creation of the wall, if the sage could get through the stubborn brain of Rimuru. I see no issue. I sighed and facepalmed. He cocked his head to the side as if he didn't understand why I was frustrated. Seal, you have it rough, huh? I swear I could almost hear the sighs within his mind. I do. A wall at such an early time would suggest that we are unconfident in protecting the village. Not to mention the labor it would require and the effort, it would be unfeasible in the short term. The wall would also lend itself to zoning, as it would make the innermost parts of the town more expensive as they are the most protected, making it more likely that a class of rich people would be created. To make everything more fair, I believe we should attempt to make housing as inexpensive as possible whilst limiting people's purchasing of houses to 1 or 2. So that we don't get landlords. Fair call, but doesn't that also mean that we are overreaching into the private sector? Well, currently we own all the houses and our people just live in them. That sounds like communism, and that doesn't really work for long. People look for incentives and ways they can better their situations and families. We need to think of these things. Rimuru looked puckered out already. He acts as if he doesn't have people to do things for him. I chuckled a little and adjusted my new dress. It really was perfectly form-fitting. Do not worry, Rimuru, we will work on this stuff. You are not alone and we are all here. I think I'll say a few more things and then I should be done. He nodded and smiled, Shizu watching this exchange with an impressed look on her face, her mask draping to the side of her face slightly. I would say hold off on the walls for now, maybe once we have our industries up fully and have more manpower. As for projects to work on in the short term, we need windmills for the agricultural industry. It would also be good if we can create more gardens and parks for the people. If we expand more in future, it may turn into a very monotone space, if we don't have parks and gardens. So, we implement them now and then watch as people can be much happier amongst nature in future. Also, we should put importance in planting tree alongside the roads. It helps split up districts whilst also ensuring nature is a large part of our city. From there the conversation was rather tame and people had begun to mark down what was needed to be done. Rimuru was ultimately the one to sign off on ideas, and even some of my own ideas were thrown to the wayside at this point. He explained that trying to do too much at once is the road to failure. I agreed with him and put aside the gardens parks concept for now. We were now focused entirely on the military and industry, the two most arguably important aspects of society, other than its people. Leaving the meeting, it was now late into the afternoon. Benimaru was walking with me as we headed back to my house. We had some light-hearted banter about Irelia and Kaijin, many people in the village greeting us and offering us food as we went. The people of this village that would be called Rimuru were truly kind-hearted and caring. It lightened my heart to see many families walking around, the kids playing amongst each other as the parents watched over them lazily. These scenes were all over the village as we walked, most of them fading as we came upon my home. A dull fireglow radiated through the windows as the front door opened, the pink colors of Shuna's eyes in her kimono piercing the darkening atmosphere. Sylviana-san. She leapt at me and hugged me, Benimaru laughing as he smiled wickedly. Oh, you don't care for your brother now that you have a wife. Shuna turned her head at him and smiled ominously, her aura changing as her eyes became more deadly. No, I don't. Go inside now if you want food. Benimaru acted shocked and hurt before strutting off into the house, a sly grin forming on his angular face. He was such a troll, as in he was a sarcastic fucker that didn't know when the fuck to chill out. How did it go, Suma? It went well. The word wife made me pause for several moments after affirming how it went. Shuna was sly and her face was also so cute and innocent. Fuck, I definitely can't deny her calling me Suma anymore, I just responded to her calling me it. I just embraced the change and slung my arm around her waist, turning her back towards the house as I put my head down next to her left ear. You'll have to take responsibility for moving this relationship much faster, wife. She shivered as her face turned pink. She was usually so bold, but as soon as you did something like this she turned as shy as a kitten. She played with fire and now she is about to get burned. You're horny, in other words. Pipe, shut up you. Hey. Please check out my Discord. URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated. URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out. PayPal.me/RBSMFF. 11 comments, 0 vote. Dragon-eyed amulet, beginning of training. Standing up from my meditation with a yawn, I looked over beside me, hating the fact that Shuna didn't fall into my grasp last night. As we had stepped into the house last night, Hakuro and Benimaru were waiting, the old Kijin immediately discussing me taking over his sword arts. I attempted to stop him short but was quickly defeated when Shuna ran out of the room, poking her tongue at me. After that I had to spend the rest of the night talking to my new master. Yeah, I accepted. Who fucking wouldn't? Anyway, I stretched and moved to the bathroom doing my morning ablutions. I put on the same dress as yesterday, cleaning it off with magic beforehand. It was truly a beautiful piece and it was currently a light purple due to the time of day. Without any warning, the image of dice rolling appeared in my mind, one for yesterday and one for today. I decided to not hold back on the check-ins because I would be learning from Hakuro. You rolled a 6, you are going to be given a spell. You rolled a 4, you are getting an uncommon spell. You have gained the spell, Kinetic Shield. That's a nice spell. It could protect me from a lot of melee stuff. I'll have to test it out. I don't think it is much different from the shield spell in D&D. The next round of dice started now, and this time it was eye-opening. One by one the dice rolled and landed on their results, my mouth going a little dry as this was my third or fourth time receiving a good thing from the check-in. You have rolled a 2, you are going to be given an item. You have rolled a 5, you are getting a greater item. You have gained the item, Amulet of the Dragon's Eye. In a moment the amulet fabricated within my hands. It was a mysterious blue-colored dragon eye, its shape circular and encased in platinum. The eye itself was a mix of black and icy blue, the eye looking like it was from an actual dragon. I slid my fingers over the amulet and felt an instant bond as my magicules mixed with the item. A wave of intense vision consumed my eyesight as I could see and feel all of the magicules around me. It was an astounding array of perplexing and vibrant colors, all of the magicules radiating light of certain elemental affinities. Some magicules weren't bound and simply glowed gray, but these were few and far between. In fact, I could see some of these magicules being sucked towards my body and consumed, as if I was feeding off of them. Hold on, what if I am eating the gray magicules? I put my finger close to one of these gray magicules and watched expectantly. At first nothing happened and I felt that I had been silly, but then, the gray magicule increased in vibrational movement and started to radiate black before my own magicules created a vacuum force towards this specific magicule particle. Fuck. So I consume the gray particles when they turn black and start the process of bonding to an element. Crazy. I snapped out of the vision and placed the amulet around my neck, the entire thing becoming a classy piece of jewelry that matched my style automatically, the platinum becoming purple to match with my dress. This is very convenient. I felt happy with the new item and the spell, my movements copying my mood as I lightly descended the stair, my energy apparent at first glance. Disciple, meet me at Training Yard 3 within 5 minutes. I sighed as I reached the bottom of the stairs, Shuna, Benimaru and Shion watching on in sympathy as the old man just stared at me in utter disregard for their opinions. I shrugged and moved over to the table, sitting down and eating my breakfast. All of the Kijin looked at me as if I had grown a second head. Shuna was especially surprised as she leaned over and insisted I move. Honi, you better get there, he isn't light on punishments. I just smiled and patted her head, her eyes squinting and her mood shifting to one of uncaring apathy. Apparently she had decided to leave me to my fate if I ignored her advice so openly. Shaking my head I ate another piece of bacon. Hakuro was looking at me in mock frustration as his eyes revealed that he was actually pleased with my attitude, secretly of course. I will move when I am finished, he gave me plenty of time to get to that training grounds. Everyone looked at me as if I was weird, Hakuro being the only one to also sit and start eating. It had only been a minute out of the 5 I was given and so far I had only eaten half of my meal. Benimaru, Sue and Shion looked at me as if I was the biggest fool on the planet, their stares soon became annoying. Another minute passed as I finished my food, most of the second minute being devoted to cleaning my face off from the egg yolk. Right, time to go then. I stood and watched as the rest also stood, wanting to follow me and see if I could really make it in that time. Before any of them could watch me however I was already hasted, exiting the house and, walking, past the shops down the central street. Time was slowed for my perception and everything was twice as slow. I aided some people by picking up dropped plates that were still in the process of dropping when I passed. Slapping some drunken idiots upside the head was also achieved as I was now past Irelia's bar and was within 30 seconds of the training grounds. My sight was unique now that I had the amulet as I could even tell the magicule types I was manipulating to actually achieve this magic. It was odd, it was a mix of wind and water but also an abstract element, space. I wasn't actually speeding, I was more shortening the distance between each footstep and even this was an extremely simple application of it. By the end of my observation of the magicules I was now standing in Training Yard 3, the entire yard filled to the brim with various dummies and training courses. I exited haste and dodged the strike of Hakuro who was already positioned in a tree not far away from where I stood. He sent another 3 compressed air slashes, the force of the strikes causing the wind to whistle and the very area between me and him to flux into a large gust of wind. As this occurred I waved my hand and dispersed the air, my manipulation of the element securing control relatively easily. My right ear twitched as a slash was taken towards my neck from behind me. Sweat dripped figuratively down my head as my superb agility kicked in and I dropped into a matrix dodge, my entire body twisting and contorting as I easily switched my direction, my front now facing where the strike came from. I closed my fists and imbued them with my lightning magic and began to throw punches at the speed of lightning. Unfortunately Hakuro had access to foresight and could easily see my strikes seconds before they even happened. He dodged constantly as my lighting blasted small holes into dummies that took the blows for him. He whistled in appreciation as I took the shadows created from his position and attempted to grapple him using them. H saw it coming and sliced each shadow. Funnily enough though, shadows were not physical until I made them that way, he sliced too early. I shot my palm open wide as my shadow suddenly became tangible and grasped his legs. My own shadow then bent and became a katana of pure purple and black energy, the blade, sundering towards his neck. I wasn't intending to kill him, just to show that I have basic skill. My experience must have been lacking however as Hakuro disappeared, his form emerging from the shadow of the tree he had first taken the slash at me from. Clapping resounded from the sword master as his eyes watched me carefully. I didn't know his intention in observing me so intensely but it was no doubt some sort of martial arts mysticism or something. Good, your basics are solid. You lack definition, style and direction but this can be taught to you over time. Now, run the entire village 30 times. My right eye twitched as I looked down at my dress, huffing as it changed into the form of training garments. What type of clothing did you make, Shuna? I huffed as I began running around the village, everyone wondering what I was doing. Ignoring all of them I simply focused on running. I didn't cheat either, using haste too much would disable my ability to fight without magic. Please check out my Discord. URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 8 comments 0 vote, hehe magic go burr, a message. After spending most of my morning training I was very tired. 30 laps around the village was rather exhausting after I reached the 15 mark. The old man has measured my physical abilities and no doubt tied my current training to my limits. He was a tiring old man with very little sympathy for laziness. He made me do the laps and then train in his sword stance. It was rather easy because of my eidetic memory, but it was still tortuous to withstand his physical hits. He had told me that I must not just rely on my memory or the skill itself but how it may be applied. The fucker was right and it still annoyed me until this moment. I looked at my stats with a deep sigh. I would say that the gains are very large since I first came here, but then I would be getting too arrogant. Rimuru was still a lot more powerful than me. Given time I would get stronger, correct, but he could get that much more powerful in quick succession if he used Predator properly. Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles. Magic Researcher Healer. HP. 21,090. MP. 2,890. STR 334. Con 354. Dex 360. Cha 316. Int 334. Wis 334. Skills. Unique skills. Eidetic total memory, semblance. Umbral assault, reincarnation's blessing, growth, magicule, infinitatum potentia, wisdom of the arcane observer, superb agility, avatar, immortality. Magic skills, spells. Magic skills. Wind control, basic, lightning control, basic, water manipulation, basic, dancing. Spells. Fireball, chain lightning, reparo, banishment, cure wounds, locate creature, detect life, phantom steed, nature's embrace, haste, mirror image. Cantrips. Eldritch blast, mending, sacred flame, light mage hand, ray of frost, prestidigitation, thaumaturgy, minor illusion. Partner S. Shuna Solaris Nightshade Kijin. Named followers. Sue Shadow Kijin. ///. Just looking at the lack of speed I had with gaining stats I grimaced. Even Benimaru and Hakuro were more powerful than me now. Benimaru could blow up way more area than one of my fireballs, and even then, it was of a flame that was almost impossible to just snuff out. He had to turn it off. It's time to break the fuck out of my magic. No more pussy shit. I cracked my fingers and looked out at the training yard I was still within. Hakuro had left not long ago, the space dead silent and open for me to do what I wanted. Gazing at the array of dummies and various other implements for testing power on, I raised my right hand and pointed my finger outwards from me, in a relaxed position. I coalesced my imagination on a spell that was rather powerful in Harry Potter, one that wasn't a curse but could cause a lot of damage. Then, as if a lightning crack of thought launched me, my fingers tensed hard. Bombarda. A creepy cracking sound ushered out after I spoke the word, the space around one of the dummies sizzling until it exploded into a ball of flames, the entire dummy being imploded and exploded over and over until I stopped supplying the magicules to it. Spell Bombarda has been gained. Following that, I thought of the larger scale version of that spell, Bombarda Maxima. Entering the same posture as previously, I focused on the opposite side of the field. Bombarda Maxima. As if the previous explosion was mere child's play, the entirety of the opposite side of the field erupted into explosions of varying size and temperature. All of the dummies were destroyed, and this also included the numerous logs that Hakuro had put in place for solitary sword training. Holy shit, that's getting me somewhere. Spell Bombarda Maxima has been gained, merging Bombarda and Bombarda Maxima into the spell, Maxima Ultima Bombarda. Awesome, time to try some more out. Reparo. The entire field began to put itself back together as my itch to learn more magic flashed inside my heart. It was like a big red button. You know you shouldn't press it, but, god damn it, you were. The field was now repaired and I began by using some more spells. Cascading Jinx. A rather compacted but impactful explosion rocked the ground near several dummies and incinerated them, the fire going on to spread into the other dummies. Spell Cascading Jinx has been gained, merging spell with Maxima Ultima Bombarda. Pipe. Defendo. A sharp and precise cut emerged on a piece of hanging wood, the entire trunk being split in two as a crackle of energy still lingered around the edges of the cut. Spell Defendo has been gained. Engorgio Scullis. The head of one of the dummies swelled to double or triple its size before popping like a balloon. I remembered most of these spells from Harry Potter games I had played when I was alone or bored at a young age. This spell was very dark and seemed perfect for matching the power of some spells from Yggdrasil. Spell Engorgio Scullis has been gained. Wait, Yggdrasil spells. I pointed my right index finger at the dummies. I hesitated for only a second before committing to my attempt and saying the words. Black hole. In but a moment the space turned a dark night-like coloration. Black took up a large amount of one's vision. Soon this spectacle collapsed as a sound of glass shattering emerged and the dummies began to be sucked into a dot of pure darkness, the void beckoning the destruction of these helpless training dummies. Then, as if it was all but a figment of the imagination, the black hole ceased to exist and the space where all the dummies once were was spotless. Spell Black Hole has been gained. Seriously, MP. 1500 2890ths. Okay, so it spent around 800 magicule points. That makes sense. I could only use it 3 or 4 times before I would be completely unconscious. Knowing that I could only do this for a few more times due to my mana pool, I decided to try some cool spells out. Knowing that Yggdrasil spells were on the list of things I could do now, I began to work through some of the basic spells of Overlord. Crystal Lance. A large spike of crystal quartz emerged from my magicules before spiking into a nearby tree at the speed of sound. It was incredibly powerful and pierced straight through the tree and embedding into a boulder a few hundred meters behind it. This was the spell that was used against Intoma by the masked girl in Overlord. Holy Ray. A small laser beam of radiant light shot from my index finger and burned through the same tree that I had shot with the crystal lance. It was rather tame but was specialized against undead opponents. This would be useful against undead, especially minions summoned by Ainz. Dragon Lightning. A lightning bolt emerged from my hands and soon took the form of an Eastern-style dragon, the lightning bolt moving and slithering through the air until it reached the same tree, splitting it into hundreds of pieces. Flames tickled the exterior of the tree before a thundering crack of lightning smacked into every eardrum within the village, including my own. Before I could be stopped I did one final spell, a spell that would be high up in the tier list of Yggdrasil's magic system. Polar Claw. With the sound of metal grinding on frozen ice, a mass of ice was summoned around the abused tree. Massive dragon's claws emerged from said glacier and ripped apart the remnants of the tree, the very land around the spell becoming a wasteland of life. Polar breeze and chill spread from the spell and cooled the entire surroundings by numerous degrees. Holy fuck, 9th tier magic is bullshit. MP. 102,890ths. I felt really dizzy after that last spell. It seemed that it would only use what magicules I had, if I used a spell with too great of an effect. Polar Claw could have been much more powerful if I had the magicules for it. Spell Crystal Lance has been gained. Spell Holy Ray has been gained. Spell Dragon Lightning has merged with Chain Lightning and become Chained Dragon Lightning. Spell Polar Claw has been gained. // Magic Skills Spells. Magic Skills. Wind Control Basic, Lightning Control Basic, Water Manipulation Basic, Dancing. Spells. Fireball, Chained Dragon Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace, Haste, Mirror Image, Engorgio Scullis, Defindo, Maxima Ultima Bombarda, Crystal Lance, Holy Ray, Polar Claw, Black Hole. Cantrips. Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy, Minor Illusion. // Rimuru emerged into the training field and saw the utter chaos I had caused and the distinct loss of several dummies. Suffice to say that I got the scolding of a lifetime from the 40-year-old man. I was asked never to do magic of a large enough scale to scare the entire village. I accepted as I was thinking of making my own demi-plane at some point that would allow me to test my spells. I now knew why wizards created their own dimension. It was to stop the whining people from stopping them doing spellcraft. I went away from the grounds with Rimuru, who had been interested in some of the spells I had learned. We decided to speak more on it at the meeting for today. It was supposed to be a chill session where we just speak on the stuff we've done and stuff we experienced in the last week or so. We had some small talk as we walked, talking about the destruction potential of my magic and how we could use it against the orcs. Rimuru was particularly worried about the orcs of late and had been having small projects done to increase the military power of the hobgoblins, mainly just more weapons and armors. Apparently he had sent Sue out today to go meet with the lizard chieftain. He wanted to become allied with them so that we could have a better chance of victory. Send Sue a message for me. Rimuru cocked his head a little, confused as to where I was going with this. He still acquiesced though. A revolution is an idea, which has found its swords. Rimuru looked at me for a few seconds before his eyes widened. Napoleon Bonaparte, you are saying that there may be a coup in the lizardmen tribes? I merely nodded before walking off towards the hall. I had said what needed to be said, and if Sue could understand the hidden message he would most likely be able to crush Gabiru's stupidity and save lizardmen lives. It's up to you now, Sue. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 8 comments 0 vote. The Dryad's request. Stepping into the hall, I noticed all the usual figures including Rigurd's son. Everyone looked at me and nodded or greeted me. I greeted them back and sat down in my chair, the room having changed from yesterday as Shuna had been working on the carpets for the main hall. Rimuru was slowly changing the architecture to seem more Japanese whilst I added some touches of Roman culture here and there. Cisterns were a recent addition, the large bodies of water allowing flushing toilets and such in future. Me and Rimuru understood that old technologies were still very helpful to old ones, so we decided to do the old and the new. Thus why we were wanting to eventually get an aqueduct built that leads from our village to nearby mountain tops. Amongst these technologies and developments, I also added the shop housing that was famous in the Roman Empire. Families could live on the second floor of their business. It was a rather efficient and family-centric system for housing. The village was starting to become a unique fusion of Roman architecture and Japanese. I loved it and Rimuru seemed to enjoy it as well. Rimuru-sama. Rigurd stood and bowed as Rimuru entered not long after I did. A lot of people in the village loved Rimuru as their leader. I was just considered a high-ranking member of his staff. It was a little annoying to be considered a side character, but ultimately I was here for a good life, not a chaotic despotic lifestyle. The rest of the members bowed their heads as he entered, the slime looking awkward still as he was getting used to the mantle of power. He looked at me and I sighed. I clapped. Now, everyone calm down, don't make him stand there. Everyone panicked a little and said their apologies whilst looking at me in gratitude. They had almost made Rimuru stand for them. I just shook my head, the concept of face. Really frustrating. The atmosphere calmed and returned to order as Rimuru had Shion sit down so he could turn into a slime and rest on her legs, and under her boobs. I understand the mood, Rimuru. I smiled a little and shook my head. He already had Shizu, but he's after Shion now. Now that I considered it, the idea wasn't crazy. He was a slime and had unending stamina. Don't want those images in my head. Small conversations started as many members spoke on their activities and what they had been doing. One such conversation was the one between me and Rimuru, his questions being focused on my magic. How did you do that last spell? The one called Polar Claw. You ask that, but all I know is that I can just do it. He went silent for a little as he was no doubt speaking to the great sage, Seal. I took a sip of tea that had been placed just moments before by a cute hobgoblin woman with purple hair. Her ass quaked with every movement and her breasts were tumbling behind a rather loose shirt. If I did not already have Shuna, I'd hit that. Rimuru followed my line of sight and made a small thumbs up. He was too funny sometimes. He really was becoming more and more of a friend to me. Well, if you can allow me to eat the spell, I may be able to use it too. He made a cute slime face as he looked at me. I swear I could see sparkles flowing around his eyes. I chuckled at his antics and just shook my head. It comes from a different system of magic. My unique skill allows me to manipulate the rules somewhat. I do not know if you could do it. We can attempt tomorrow if you would like. His eyes glows once more as he jumped up and down a little. Shion was listening on with a little understanding in her eyes. She was very dedicated but definitely not a thinker. I suppose loyalty is the most important aspect to a secretary. We'll do that then. I don't know if I can do much for you, but if you need something you can just ask. I closed my eyes and smiled as I sipped some more tea. His attitude was appropriate for business partners, but I wasn't seeing him as that. We're friends. I don't need anything in compensation. Don't blame me if you get hurt though. He bounced off of Shion's lap and became his human self, the smile he had painted across his face being contagious. He held out his hand for a handshake. I grasped it and shook on it. A golden light flickered over my vision as my status screen updated my titles. / Titles. Magic Researcher, Healer, Friend of Rimuru, Tempest, Ally of Seal. / Well, shit, Seal doesn't like me that much, huh? All well, she'll come around, or he. I don't know. Rimuru didn't notice any changes to me and released the handshake after a second, his form returning back to slime and slinking back up onto Xian's lap, the woman happy once more. Everyone, if we could focus the meeting onto the information that we have gathered about the orcs. At this moment some hobgoblins that had been training for a limited time under Sue stepped forwards. It seemed as if they had something to do with this information, it was probably Sue's efforts mainly. Everyone quietened down and looked at Rimuru, waiting for his words. In seconds Rimuru threw out a map of Jura, the entire scrolled map being extremely detailed and including the trade routes of countries, courtesy of the information I had gathered. Rimuru pointed his finger down at a certain part of the great forest of Jura, on our side of the river. This is where the current host of the orcs reside, they are currently pillaging some outskirt goblin villages that I had not met with yet. They are closing in towards the lizardmen. The room was abuzz in conversation as Benimaru, Hakuro, Shuna and Xian showed a look of utter hatred. The orcs had wiped out their families and erased their lives' efforts in but a day. It would be hard to convince them to accept the orcs. That would be the case normally, but with the Dryad's presence and request soon to come, I won't have to worry about it. They number around 200,000 in military force. The numbers shocked the Kijin and even shook the hobgoblin leaders' faith in the power of Rimuru. Numbers had a quality all their own, of course. Unfortunately, in a fantasy setting, number were less valuable in comparison to an archmage or a hero. In Tensura a single demon lord could vaporize them. Sue has communicated the numbers and positions as he went out for a mission yesterday. As far as he could see, the 200,000 orcs are all armored in plate and carrying weaponry of fine craftsmanship. If we are to verse them, then we would probably use attrition. My right eye twitched at the idea of fighting against the Orc Lord with attrition. They just would get more scary as time went on. As if the Dryads agreed with me, the golden green light of the Dryads, magic appeared in the center of the table. Everyone except me went on guard as Benimaru, Xian and Hakuro prepared for combat by revealing their weapons. Shuna stood and began to emit shadows. Sit down, all of you. I spoke authoritatively, Rimuru and the others gazing at me strangely before acquiescing to my demand. My temper allowed for no other response as their actions showed how on edge they were and how unconfident they were in their own powers. Dryad, you have come at a rather dramatic time. I am guessing you have an askance of us. My tone was rather straightforward, allowing no worming out of answering. The green circle disappeared and the Dryad, trainee, emerged. There were several vines of pallid green coloration that lightly swirled around her as the smell of fresh flowers and spring rains wafted into the room. Her looks were very beautiful and could be considered fairy-like, her fey nature completely exposing itself in her silver aura. It was honestly impressive that she could make the Kijin worried. Dryads were rather up in the forest, it seemed. Hello, Sylviana-san, it is good to see you in person. Rimuru-sama, it is good to meet with the master of the monsters. Rimuru watched the Dryad in caution, but because of my previous actions he was more inclined to be friendly. Hello Dryadson, may I ask why you are here? The other people in the room were blown away with the presence of the Dryads. They were a pseudo-divine existence within the forest of Jura and were said to be able to manipulate the forest to their wishes. In other words, you didn't want to fuck with the Dryads lightly. To answer both of your question, I, trainee, have come with a request from the Dryads in the great forest of Jura. Rimuru, ruler of monsters, would you be willing to end the Orc Lord before he becomes a blight upon the forest? Silence lasted for a long time as Rimuru quietly thought it out. Many of the counselors were looking at Rimuru, waiting for his response. More than 2 minutes passed as no doubt he was communicating with the great sage, asking information on the Orc Lord and such. It seemed that since he entered into a relationship with Shizu he was more willing to use the resources at his fingertips. This was a good change. Except, the orcs are coming to our doorstep anyway, we must fight them, I will kill the Orc Lord and end this threat. The firmness in his voice was reassuring, the Kijin smiling a little too wildly as the other members of the meeting all shouted their agreement. Trainee smiled kindly and stepped down from the table, taking a position next to Benimaru, the man shrinking a little back from the woman who was quietly enjoying his reaction. Well, here we go. Once this is finished we have some time to rest. I believe it was a couple months before the Demon Lord stuff happens. If that is the case I'll be able to gain a lot of status points. That reminds me, I need to see if I could gather those black magicules and accelerate my growth. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 13 comments 0 vote. Cultivating. The rest of the meeting was an information release on the Orc Lord and his skills plus the general abilities the Lord granted to the other orcs. Rimuru was surprised by the powers it bestowed, understanding that 200,000 orcs were constantly eating and adapting to new genetic codes that were beneficial to them. Attrition wouldn't work. From there it was some law on demon lords and some small details surrounding the capabilities of the dryads in the fight. Trainee had offered to summon some treants for the conflict as well as some background logistic support. Rimuru accepted because of the scale of the combat and the risk that we would all be taking. At least, that is what he was thinking about, I could tell from looking at his face. All he realistically needed to do was kill the Orc Lord and the rest of the orcs would surrender. The orcs were important to Tempest's future as they would contribute a fuck ton of labor and construction work. Rimuru, instead of going for a protracted battle, cut the head off of the snake. I do not believe the orcs are doing this because they wish to. They are most likely influenced by the Orc Lord's skills and are thus following the skill's nature. Trainee, Benimaru and Rimuru looked at me and nodded a little in thought. Benimaru turned to Rimuru soon after my little suggestion. She is right, we can't afford to defeat all 200,000 orcs. Even if we are powerful in comparison to them they will spread out like a blight and eat anything and everything in their way. Taking care of the Orc Lord would be the most logical and expedient answer to our problems. Rimuru put his right hand to his chin as Trainee sipped at her tea, her agreement coming in the form of a small smile. I didn't really pay much attention after that. The most I picked up was that Rimuru was going to take the Orc Lord mano a mano and wished for us to fight the big dumb army. Benimaru smiled wickedly at that exact order, a small black and white flame sparking at the tips of his horns. He was getting way too into this. From there the meeting was ended after finding out that the orcs would reach the lizards in 3 days. We would apparently be heading out tomorrow. Sue had secured the alliance between the lizardmen and our village, saving Gabaru who had gotten trapped against an orc general, most of his men having been injured. Honestly, Gabaru was okay after the whole rebellion incident in the anime, but he wasted many of his people's lives and destroyed all trust and faith that his father had in him. It was better this way because I could whip him into line, alongside Hakuro. Hey. Feeling that small spark of evil inside of me, I set off back home, Shuna by my side. We didn't really speak much and just held hands as we walked. The season was slowly creeping towards winter, so the wind was starting to chill and become a tad bit harrowing. Shuna stepped closer to me for warmth as I summoned a small flame for the both of us. I was very comfortable with this, my relationship. It wasn't too intense, but it was also very warm and fulfilling. We hadn't done the deed yet, but it was only a matter of time. In a matter of minutes we reached my house, the warm interior lighting and rather vibrant colors of the wood it was made out of bringing a heat to the soul that screamed, "I'm home." Stepping into the house we took off our boots and left them to the side of the door, the Japanese tradition starting to rub off on me a little. Shuna was super happy and stretched as we entered, grabbing her hair and tying it up in a ponytail as she turned towards me. "What do you want for dinner, Sylviana?" I smiled at the missed innuendo I could have made but moved on from there with a cool head. "I'll eat whatever you make, it's all delicious." A small blushing grin spread across her face as she turned quickly and made for the kitchen. She mumbled some words before she disappeared further into the house. I followed after but diverged towards the main living space, finding nothing but books and a fireplace. TV didn't exist and games were rather bleak in this world. I could have asked Rimuru to make some manga for me, but I wasn't exactly the type to read and eat. Ignoring the sensation of boredom that swept over me, I sat down on the couch opposite the fireplace, sitting down in a lotus position. The position looked uncomfortable to do, but as I did it there was something about it that seemed comfortable and right. The Chinese cultivation novels were usually full of bullshit regarding young masters and their lackeys, but it seems some things may have been correct. Along that same train of though I considered the black magicules that I had seen when I first got my Dragoneye amulet. Chinese cultivation stories always had the main character gather qi from their environs and circulate it in certain patterns around the body, effectively connecting oneself to the heavens and earth. I didn't believe most of that shit, but I figured that it wouldn't hurt to treat these black magicules in the same way. Closing my eyes, I extended my senses outwards and created the image of those same magicules that I saw this morning. The image in my mind was very vivid, the small magicule spinning on its x-axis as black light spewed outwards before arcing back into the small particle. As that image circulated, I extended my own magicules and created the image of my mouth breathing in, a suction force pulling the magicule into my body. Then, as if I had finally taken a breath after coming out from below water, adrenaline and energy permeated my being. Int +3. I was stunned that I gained stats like this. I was used to getting it daily, not this quickly. What if I could do this all day? I tried another round but instead spread out my own magicules further and generating the image of multiple black magicules being swept into my mouth. Another bout of energy fluctuated throughout my body, specifically centered on my mind. Int +6. Damn, this shit is good. Wait, what if I focus on certain parts of my body and create the image of the magicules flowing to there? I attempted it and soon found that my hypothesis was correct. In fact, I gained more when I focused on a certain part of my body than I did by just consuming the magicules. STR +10. // Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles. Magic Researcher, Healer, Friend of Rimuru, Tempest, Ally of Seal. HP. 21,090. MP. 2,980. STR 344. Con 354. Dex 360. Cha 316. Int 343. Wis 334. Skills. Cultivation Techniques. Basic Cultivation. Unique Skills. Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance. Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule, Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility, Avatar, Immortality. Magic Skills, Spells. Magic Skills. Wind Control, Basic, Lightning Control, Basic, Water Manipulation, Basic, Dancing. Spells. Fireball, Chained Dragon, Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace, Haste, Mirror Image, Engorgio, Scullus, Defindo, Maxima Ultima Bombarda, Crystal Lance, Holy Ray, Polar Claw, Black Hole, Kinetic Shield, Teleportation. Cantrips. Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy, Minor Illusion. Partner S. Shuna Solaris, Nightshade Kijin. Named Followers. Sue Shadow Kijin. // You have discovered cultivation. Congratulations, you will be granted a free check-in. You have rolled a 4, you will gain a power. You have rolled a 5, you will be gaining a greater power. You have gained the power, Super Speed. Super Speed will be limited to the amount of force your body can resist. Current limit is equal to the speed of sound. // Unique Skills. Eidetic Total Memory, Semblance. Umbral Assault, Reincarnation's Blessing, Growth, Magicule, Infinitatum Potentia, Wisdom of the Arcane Observer, Superb Agility, Avatar, Immortality, Super Speed. // Holy shit, I ignored the Super Speed unique skill and started to continue my cultivation, changing the areas I was focusing on. At one moment I focused on my muscles, then my brain, my heart, my stomach. STR +10. Int +10. Con +10. Con +5. // HP. 21,090. MP. 3,080. STR 354. Con 369. Dex 360. Cha 316. Int 353. Wis 334. // I need to experiment with this. What if I followed some of the things I learned in my past life with regards to Chinese cultivation? This need more time dedicated to it. Right as I felt like I should continue, Shuna came in and set down a plate of sautéed beef with a lovely looking mashed potato. I salivated just at the sight and immediately lost and will I had to continue. Cultivation could wait whilst I enjoyed my time with Shuna. What if Shuna could do it too? The thought made me shiver in excitement, but I started to eat, talking to Shuna and having a dinner date with her. She was super excited for us to be alone finally and have this moment together. I had to admit, so was I. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 18 comments 0 vote. A cuddle, cultivation meditation. Dinner was rather calm and enjoyable as we both spoke about the others and what we wanted to do tomorrow. Shuna had sat next to me and was eating in a rather reserved manner, her eyes darting to me every now and again as her hands sometimes playfully wrapped around her chopsticks. Her actions were beyond cute and became even more chaotic as the evening began to fully collapse into night. The others didn't seem to be coming back anytime soon and her nerves were getting the best of her. To be completely honest, she wasn't the only one, as I also was getting more worried about what we would do tonight. I talked a big game, but I was a virgin in my past life. Don't make it awkward. Just ask her. I felt embarrassed over my own thoughts, my hand shakily stabbing at a piece of sliced meat, bring it to my mouth when I finally managed. We continued on like this until both of our plates were clean. She looked at me and I looked at her, our nerves being conveyed to each other. This stare continued for a few seconds more before Shuna started to laugh a little. Following her in her laughter, I had to wipe tears from my eyes. Why were we so worried? We don't have to do that yet. Shuna smiled whilst tilting her head, her beauty flashing through my eyes and being forever etched into my mind. I am glad I had eidetic memory now, I never wanted to forget her. Do you want to cuddle, at least? Her smile froze over for a second as her hands started to fiddle a bit on her kimono. Her expression was the same, but the energy had changed and she seemed stunned. Ooh, I shouldn't have asked that. Stupid me. Sure, I'd love to, Suma. Her smile was replaced by a shy blush and an attempt at covering her face with her right hand. She's way too fucking cute. I slowly rose my right hand and placed my hand on her right thigh. Her skin was soft and delicate, as if made of clouds and fog. Her teeth were as white as pearls and her eyes as pink as a sunset. Her hair was flowing as if it was a celestial river and not hair. She was perfect in every way, for me. Seeing my state, she stood and walked over to the stairway, beckoning me towards her with a small movement of her left hand. Come, let's sleep. I shook myself out of my stupor and stood as well, my dress turning into a light set of night briefs, almost completely see-through except for the breasts and privates. It was Shuna's turn to be stunned by me as I ascended the stair in front of her. With a gentle smile I beckoned her now, eventually both of us making it to the master bedroom where a large queen-sized bed dominated the room. The bed itself was like a medieval version with soft drapes and silks flowing all over. To the side of the room were bookshelves and a single desk placed up against the window on my side of the bed. Close to where the door to the stairwell was there was the bathroom door that was currently closed. Shuna smiled at the bed, as if remembering the moments she woke up in it a few days ago. I sat down on my side of the bed and slowly watched Shuna get to the opposite side. She gulped before setting down softly onto the sheets, crinkles appearing in her clothes and the sheets. She settled back into the pillows as I levitated some blankets from one of the drawers, the blanket being a mink. I like warmth and comfort, what could I say? Arranging the bed for sleep perfectly, Shuna slipped under the blanket and softly wriggled over to me, grasping my midriff as her eyes stared at mine. I didn't even need magic to tell that she loved me to death already. I couldn't even resist my own feelings as I was too infatuated with the woman. I hugged her back and scooped her deeper into my body. The funny thing was that she was slightly smaller than me, so I almost enveloped her entirely. I laid my head above hers, in between her horns, and gave her some small kisses on her forehead. Go to sleep, my little wife. MMMN. Shuna slowly drifted off into sleep as my own meditation soon came. This meditation would be different, however, as I now had something to do other than just process the day I had had. Breathing deeply and slowly, I began to remember some of the Chinese novels I had read about cultivation. My mind immediately jumped to dual cultivation, but I decided to leave those thoughts for the future. The presence of Shuna on the bed never went away from my senses from that stage onwards. There was body training, tempering, and then chi gathering. A lot of cultivations focused on converting elemental chi into spiritual chi, or molding the wild chi into a specific type. I thought on the black magicules I had seen in the countless other colors. I wondered what my element should be, or if I should try and focus on just one element. I could focus on an element, but from what I could remember from those novels, this method was usually the one with the least potential as it limited your option too much. Maybe I am just gathering magicules of a neutral nature, the least common ones. This stray fragment of idea led me off exotic thought processes as I started to comprehend that maybe I should instead focus on a concept and use elements that were close to that. This train of thought was close but felt lacking in something. It felt too small. Wait, the Dantian. What if I formed a core from all of the energy types and infused these elements into my own veins? Is this crazy? The idea of changing my body forcefully through magic was intriguing but held many dangers. Create a Dantian first and then work on the rest afterwards. Throwing caution to the wind a minute later, I began to imagine all of the magicules I had seen and continued to see with my Dragoneye amulet. Going through the same process of imaginative formation, I quickly began to imagine a core in the middle of my being, connected to my entire body and sharing the power equally amongst the different segments that gave stats. The image was complex and very intuitive, my own brain sort of filling the gaps and my eidetic memory aiding me in remembering various cultivation body diagrams. Energy and power flushed through my physical body and the one I held within my mind, the two in sync to a ridiculous degree. The energy was made up of hundreds of different patterns and colors. It was beautiful but also lethally dangerous. Adrenaline ran through my body as my ears quivered lightly, the entire experience becoming exhilarating. I hadn't felt like this since I had killed someone in my last life. Ignoring the slight deviation in thought, I hurried on in the process, enhancing the draining of magicules around me, specifically excluding Shuna's, which I felt clearly. Hours passed in this exact manner as the Dantian slowly coalesced, becoming more solid and 3D by the second as small lightning surges and various other effects spattered along the inner segments of the core. In the fourth and final hour, my sleep cycle was starting to finish just as the final iota of energy finally accumulated in the center of my being. A sound that wasn't a sound transmitted to my mind. Shattering glass and splattering blood rushed into my ears, followed by an intense drain on energy. The entire room darkened and submerged into darker shadows. Sconces flickered in the anomaly, my own senses focusing inward. Congratulations for creating a Dantian. Pipe. Title received. Chaotic Cultivator. All stats plus 500. // HP. 26,090. MP. 8,080. STR 854. Con 869. Dex 860. Cha 816. Int 853. Wis 834. // Wow. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 11 comments 0 vote, Mufu morning. I could feel my Dantian spinning in the center of my body, as if it was a limb that had just been found by my brain. Unique could barely describe the sensation as it was akin to having an arm within oneself. I digress. My stats had exploded up by 500 all at once and I could tell the difference as several of my senses could now pick out smaller details in the room, especially the cherry blossom smell of Shuna's hair. Distractedly my eyes began to stir, my eyes greeting the sleeping face of Shuna, who was happily cuddling into me. Her face told so much of how she was feeling, her smile expanding wider before small murmurs escaped her luscious lips. I had to blink to snap out of looking at her. My mind tried to resist my efforts, but I returned back to my cultivation efforts. Follow the Tao. Okay, that is enough subconscious. I shook my head at the stray quote my subconscious had thrown up within my mind and went back to circulating the magicules within me. The process was much smoother than previously, with every part of my body warming and cooling at the same time. It was as if I had been having a hot shower and switched to cold water only to go back to the heat again. Someone would think this to be an undesirable situation, but it was the opposite. I had to cross my thighs a little as a twitch started to make me feel funny. Son of a bitch, no wonder those cultivators like this shit so much. Anger flashed through my mind for a few seconds. The emotion seemed to mix with the cultivation as I soon felt an aggressive focus on bodily strength and my constitution. Wait, emotion influence where my stats go as well. Doesn't that mean dual cultivation works because to provoke a variety of intense emotions? I looked at Shuna and gulped lightly before turning back to my Dantian. I explored this feeling as I thought of Shuna and started to cultivate, my feelings for her flowing freely in my mind as I rotated the magicules around my Dantian. My skin started to itch and my very bones started to feel like they were being slowly sandpapered away. The downside to this process wasn't because of pain or anything but because it felt way too good. The feeling in itself progressed the cultivation even more as I felt my skin start to feel better and less coagulated with different things. Don't do the black shit coming out of skin thing. Unfortunately for me I was unlucky and that is what started to happen. I had to whisk myself away into the shower to avoid dirtying Shuna in the bed, my shadow abilities coming in clutch. Shuna hadn't awoken and I made certain of that as I showered, my senses and the amulet providing me with the limited ability to see through walls. I am done with this for now. Too much bullshit for me to handle at this moment. STR, Con plus 20. Cha, Dex plus 20. // HP, 28,890. MP, 8,530. STR 874. Con 889. Dex 880. Cha 836. Int 853. Wis 834. // After having a shower and cleaning off my dress with prestidigitation I crawled back into bed next to Shuna. I gave her a rather powerful but soft hug as I just slowly drifted off into thought. Her presence was calming to me and apparently mine was as well, her face becoming happy once more after feeling me beside her. Half an hour later she awoke. Her eyes fluttered open, her pink hair sprawled all over the bed. My eyes met with hers as her heartbeat leapt into an even higher pace. Reveling in the beauty before me I reached forwards and gave her a kiss on the lips, breaking it off soon after and sliding off of the bed. Good morning sweetie, I'll make breakfast, you wait here. I ran off downstairs and quickly made some bacon and eggs, or what counted as it. The cooking only took 10 minutes in total. I served it onto plates and stepped upstairs. Reaching the bedroom I carefully brought the food to Shuna in bed and sat down next to her, having our food together in bed. I finally got to do something I've always wanted to do, a small smile crept onto my face as I ate my breakfast. Shuna was oddly quiet as well as she watched me and ate, as if I was as good as a TV or something. The rest of the morning went by very fast as we both got ready for heading out against the orcs. Shuna was slightly worried about fighting them in such number but I just told her to stay near me in combat and I'll protect her. That answer got me a kiss on the cheek before she ran out of the house, waiting at the front door for me. I followed her out and soon we began our trek to the square in front of the hall, where we would all meet to set off. Rimuru would be coming with us as well. Shizu was also coming this time as she said her students can wait a few more days for her to come back. Her original goal had been to meet the demon lord who summoned her to this world but now that she had found Rimuru, well that was thrown to the wind. It didn't take us long to get to the square, our vision picking up the morning hubbub and the unusually present military of the village. Most of the unit was made up of rather fast-moving forces and the most powerful of the village. Tempest did not yet have the numbers or experience to make full-blown military divisions or corps yet, so this would have to do. I had no clue how Overlord could affect our coming conflict but I was ready for anything. If worst came to worst, I could teleport all of us out. Good morning everyone. We set off towards the lizardmen within the hour. Make sure you have all of your equipment and ensure that you are fed and ready, including your partners. Benimaru was speaking to the goblin rider and pointed to the Tempest wolves when referring to partners. Shuna broke off from me as she went over to speak to her brother, the young man giving me a thumbs up and a smile. His attitude was getting more smackable as the days passed. Before I could respond to the cocky bastard Rimuru walked over to me. He was in a rather badass-looking black trench coat, fit to form, with a long dark blue scarf that dangled around his neck. I didn't blame him either, the temperature had started to drop recently. Winter, what fun. Sylviana-san, when we get to the battlefield I need you to take on any strong opponents. The Orc Lord is mine but I do not wish to expend too much of our power. Just in case our friends turn up. I nodded heavily as he expressed the word friends in a rather obvious manner. He meant the Overlord characters. Sure, I can do that. I'll see if we can detain the orcs instead of killing them. They could be useful if the Orc Lord's power over them fades. Now it was his turn to nod and flash a smile, his face brightening up in happiness at the lengths I was going to for the town despite the frustrations it may cause me. Thanks Sylviana-san, your help and aid is always appreciated. Oh shut up, we're friends, of course I'd help. Plus, I helped build this town from the ground up. Of course I am going to save its ass and work my behind off for it. He gave me clap as if we were in some comedy sketch. Sugoi, Sylviana-san kakoi. I grimaced as the 40-year-old man in the body of a transformed slime laughed. He was just as frustrating as Benimaru sometimes. Are you sure it's not for Shuna? He elbowed me a little and gave a few winks. I really wanted to punch him but I withheld. He's your only friend in both lives, Sylviana. Practice restraint. I exhaled my frustrations and just gave him a dead-eyed stare. He lost all hilarity and tsked, as if I had taken a chance for comedy from him. My own magicule started to twitch, his reaction to that being a tactical withdrawal towards Xian and Shizu. Just wait, at some point I'll get back at you and it won't be pretty. Funny. Yes. Pretty. No. He. Shuna walked back towards me and noticed my mood, her face turning lightly concerned until she saw Rimuru and began to chuckle. I couldn't get mad at her and just spent time getting ready with her. I would be summoning mounts for both of us. With the dress I had I could maintain it for much longer. Please check out my Discord, URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 12 comments 0 vote. The beginning of the confrontation. It had been a few hours since we first set off and we were currently cruising through the forest at a very fast pace. It wasn't as fast as I could manage with super speed but it was definitely past 60 kilometers per hour. At the rate we were traveling we would get to the lizardmen around the evening. I was currently riding on my nightmare, Shuna beside me on a similar mount to mine but with pink flames. I found that she could actually use the same magic I did, due to our connection. This opened many possibilities for me as I could massively increase her power, my own and share my cultivation with her. Apparently she had also started to gain some control over wind and lightning, her own spells sometimes flickering with either element's power. I need to get water control, fire control and then earth control. I had an odd feeling that something awesome would happen if I got those skills. Shaking my head at the things flickering through my mind I started to concentrate on the forest around me, connecting to the web of life permeating the entirety of the forest of Jura. Birds, insects, trees and plants transmitted the view of the forest to my eyes as numerous scenes of orcs-eating creatures were conveyed to the life of the forest. One such scene was a tree ant piercing several orcs with a protruding spike of gnarled wood. Whilst we were traveling the orcs were attacking en masse across the forest surrounding the swamp of the lizardmen. Rip-off. How far away are we from the lizardmen? At your current pace it would take 9 hours. Current speed is 70 kilometers per hour. Total distance equals 630 km. What is the speed of sound? 1236 kilometers per hour. It would take less than half an hour to fully reach the intended destination. How the fuck did Sue get there within a day? Shadow teleporting. He can teleport to shadows he sees. Pipe. Tricky fucker. If I use that, how long will it take me? Time of day becomes a factor, amount of shadows also gets added. Pipe. Currently it would take 40 minutes to reach the intended destination. Pipe. Our current pace is too slow and I can't take on all of the orcs by myself. My mind started to pick up on scenes of undead working alongside the orcs and marching over the top of the swamp, liches creating compacted dirt paths above the water. This was bad. Ainz was working with the orcs in a minor sense now. Who knows what his reaction might be if we annihilate his forces. I grimaced and halted, the entire party of our town halting a few meters ahead of me. Sylviana-san, what is wrong? Rimuru jumped off of Ranga's back, Shizu following him as the rest of our party gathered around me. We have no time, we have to get there now and make quick decisions. Our friends are raiding the orcs. Rimuru became very serious, his aura spiking a little as Shizu also followed suit, intense flame crackling around the edges of her mask. Apparently Rimuru had explained Nazarick and these characters to her. There are undead, liches and orcs currently surrounding the swamp outside of the Lizardmen tribe's village. Shuna stepped up beside me and patted me on the shoulders, her face looking very kind and determined. Benimaru and Hakuro were looking at me with complete and utter trust and faith, understanding that I wouldn't say this for no reason. Rimuru looked thoughtful as he started to calm his aura down. It would take us 9 hours at our current pace to get to the Lizardmen. I do not see any way to get there in a short time. I grimaced after his words and started to stretch my neck. I have a way, but I will most likely be out of commission for 10 to 20 minutes. Rimuru's eyes flashed a little as he nodded at me. He then looked to Benimaru. Shuna and Benimaru will guard you after we reach the battlefield. Flexing my hands, I stepped out into the middle of the party and began to pulse my magicules. My dantian started to spin constantly inside of me, working to gather more magicules from the space around me to do my spell. I held out my right hand as my eyes started to glow a bright blue, my eyes forming the center of blue fires as blue energy swirls gathered around me. Geometric shapes began to imprint themselves over the entire surface below our party as I stared at my pinched right index finger and thumb. A small flower began to form above my pinched fingers. Step in. My voice came out in a deeper and more verbose tone as the blue lights flashed and began to turn into a spherical amalgam of geometric shapes that surrounded all of us. All of my companions were weary but quickly followed my command, my mount and Shuna's becoming unsummoned. The wolves followed closely behind their riders, waiting for my spell to finish. As quickly as they all entered, I slammed my right hand down and clapped it against the ground, all of us winking out of space at our previous location. My ears rang as the spell completed. Squishing noises and the screams of combat sundered into the area around us. I slumped to the packed dirt that we were now standing upon. I was drained almost completely, the amount of power needed for what I just did being immense. MP. 0.8530ths. HP. 26,828,890ths. Fuck. OWWW. Shuna ran over to me, tears starting to collect in her eyes as she saw me cough up some blood. I groaned as she dropped into me, her hugs being really nice but also hurtful as many of my internals were strained by my use of magicules. Ignoring my surroundings, I began to cultivate, my dantian greedily sucking in all of the magicules around me, and I meant all of them. Dantian will convert these magicules into usable magicules to fill up your MP bar. HP will regenerate over the next 10 minutes. Pipe. Spell teleport has been gained. Thanks, rip off. I focused on regenerating my MP as the sounds of battle were conveyed to me. I hope nothing crazy happens whilst I'm out of it. Rimuru's perspective. Sylviana-san had tired her magicules out and exhausted herself to bring us here in an instant. Honestly, she was always so useful and perceptive that it made me wonder if I was a good leader. I threw that thought to the side of my mind as I observed the chaos that surrounded us. Great Sage, can you tell me how many orcs and undead are currently in the swamp? Notice. Composition of enemy is as follows. Orcs. 200,000, 200, 989 currently within the swamp, 11 currently unaccounted for. Undead. 10,000 currently within the swamp, 20 are liches. Interesting. They are using the orcs as cannon fodder for the undead and liches. It seems that the NPCs of Nazarick have underestimated the value of the orcs and overestimated the power of their own force. Not that this is their full force. I dodged a stray arrow that was fired from an orc. The lizard men had to meet the orcs in the swamp as there were several holes in the wall defenses of their tribe. It seemed as if the undead liches had been chipping away at the defenses for a time. Looking at Hakuro and the other members of my group, I smiled and extended my bat wings outwards. I wasn't here to fight the normal orcs, my job was to take on the Orc Lord. Shizu took off her mask and gave me a small kiss on the side of my cheek, the action causing me to blush a little. This didn't last long, however, as soon Shizu raced over towards the nearest sign of combat. She was just as her title suggested, a hero. She couldn't help but leap into battle to aid someone. Now I just have to make sure I can finish the Orc Lord before this becomes more serious. The entire battlefield was a muddy mess, orcs and lizardmen slipping in the risen mud heaps and water. Armor clanged against sharpened steel as swords glanced off of the slanted armor of the lizardmen. Spear ground equally against plate mail of the orcs, the two sides struggling to damage one another in any meaningful way. Thanks to the lack of Gabaru, the lizardmen had been able to defensively position themselves and stay in such a formation. There were very few casualties on the lizardmen's side but many on the side of the orcs. Not that they cared. Amongst those fighting with spears were those that used magic, some of the spellcasters of the lizardmen being able to participate instead of being locked up. All in all, the fighting looked like it could continue for a long while. Well, that would be the case if it wasn't for the undead that were seemingly immune to the effects of the mud and were supported by liches. Many of the undead were zombies and skeletons, very few being armor and properly equipped. In the terms of Yggdrasil, these mobs would be very low level, except the liches. Fireballs blitzed through the sky as water shot upwards with the footsteps of thousands of orcs. The ball of flame struck a segment of the lizardmen line and incinerated many of them, the mages of the lizardmen striking back with a concentrated beam of water. Unfortunately, the spell was countered by a wall of flame that another separate lich casted. These types of scenes continued along the entire battlefield as lizardmen were eaten and crushed below feet. Orcs were perforated and skewered upon tridents and spears, their corpses falling only to be eaten by their brethren the next second, making them stronger. It was a never-ending wave, like an ant colony but an ever-evolving one. Sue was amongst some of the forces of the lizardmen, shadows sprouting up into thing needles that squelched orc brains in a constant motion. Every now and then his dagger flashed and cut the throat of another orc as a thread of pure shadow sliced many orcs in half. There are so many, so we don't know, how are we meant to fight such a force? A rather slender female lizardman spoke, her red armor and cloth flittering about as she struck down another orc that was trying to gnaw on her leg. My masters will appear very soon, if they have not already. Once they come we will turn the tide. He bared his teeth as a stray arrow slightly sliced across his shoulder blade, doing very little damage but causing a sting. It was at this moment of the fighting that a bright blue light blasted into our back lines and several figures stood there. Rimuru almost immediately soaring into the sky as Sylviana slumped to the ground, her pose becoming one of intense meditation. Benimaru and Shuna began to look after Sylviana as the other forces of the town Sue and his kin had joined started to disperse across the battle line. A minute passed quickly as Sue slaughtered many enemy one after another, the lizardman woman following him in his spree, her eyes glued to him when they weren't focusing on her enemies. Hakuro appeared beside him and cut down a stray arrow, smirking at the young Kijin before hazily fading and reappearing in the midst of the orc force. The orcs themselves hungrily leapt towards him, ignoring the difference in power scale. There was a flash of movement, imperceptible to most people, and silence came over that part of the battlefield as Hakuro slowly sheathed his sword. Seconds later all of the orcs for 100 meters were cut into small chunks that proceeded to plop to the ground and leak blood throughout the muddy terrain. Then, as if that was trivial, a small bead of black and white flames whistled through the air only to detonate in an umbral ball of fire that reached hundreds of meters in size. You shall know the pain of watching those you love burn, pigs. The chilling voice of the prince of the ogres resounded, an eerie black and red glow surrounding his stalwart figure. He stood upon a small mound behind the defensive line and began to rain fire onto the enemy formations. With every fireball several hundred orcs were erased from life. Standing just behind him was Shuna, who dragged the form of Sylviana to their location. Sylviana seemed to be utterly unconscious to the world, her breaths creating sparks of blue energy that flowed from her surroundings into her nose. It had been minutes since the combat had started and now the odds of victory had been evened out. Blood spewed and spilled across blades and mud as magic fired off in quick succession, only slowing when either side needed to recover their magicules. It was war, and in war nothing was ever beautiful, everything was tainted in death and agony. This was shown moments later when a massive sword slammed into the far left side of the lizardmen's defensive line. Hundreds were turned to pulp as an orc general leapt towards his sword, his aura wafting a putrid smell into everyone's faces. Become food for us. Consume, eat, kill. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 10 comments 0 vote, QI refining, ending the undead. The orc general hoisted his sword upwards and began to slash into the lizardmen. Blood and sinew sprayed in crimson beads across the entire defense line. A wicked grin sprouted onto the orc's blood-soaked face. Following the slash there was an emission of magicules that formed several heads, the heads reaching out and biting into the various lizardmen corpses. Sue tightened his grip on his daggers, vanishing into shadows beneath him. The orc general lifted his sword once more and began to slash due towards the back line of the lizardmen. Die. His sword arm struck downwards, energy coalescing along the blade in its hands. Then, suddenly and unexpectedly, a sharp metallic sound ensued. The blade of the orc general bounced back and his aura with it. This was then followed by a sharp buzzing sound that enhanced in volume, needles of shadow jutting into the legs and arms of the general. A roar of pain thundered out of the orc's copious maw, the tusks glistening in saliva. The devouring heads of the general's aura flared and bit down on the shadow, consuming the very magicules the shadows were maintained with, Sue grimacing in discomfort as he let the shadows return to normal. Without hesitation he threw out his daggers, said knives tumbling end over end until they hung from the face of the general. A flash of flame quickly began to form in the air to the side of Sue and he yanked his daggers back to his hands using the shadows. This movement was followed by several flips backwards. Before the orc general could even respond, a spear of pure black flame exploded through the air at a rapid speed, beating the speed of an arrow easily. Its eyes opened for just long enough to see the verdant spear plunge into its own stomach and implode. Grahuff. With a maddening squelch the general collapsed backwards, still alive but mortally wounded. On top of the mound Benimaru huffed in effort and exertion, his whole body sweating as Shuna looked after Sylviana. Sue appeared beside the two, blood slowly dripping down his shoulders as his face was covered in sweat. Before he could get a word off to Benimaru, the man sent off another ball of umbral fire, destroying another 1,000 orcs. Hakuro also came back to Sylviana, his face slightly worn out but his body untouched by wounds or cuts. Xian was the mad one, she was still on the battlefield collapsing the very earth underneath the orc's feet. Benimaru-san, can you deal with the liches? The huffy voice of Sue resounded as the others relaxed a little. They were all tired, not because of the orcs but because of the constant dodging and need to counter the magic of the liches. It was as if the liches never ran out of magicules. No, I can't. As it is, I am barely countering them each time, and add that to the damage I am doing to the orcs, it becomes many times more difficult. Sue sighed a little as he swore under his breath. He had tried to get behind the enemy lines once previously, attempting to strike at the undead magic users. That had failed miserably, the undead around the liches creating a barrier that disallowed all movement towards the liches. Even if you targeted those undead, the liches would then start to cast binding magic. I cannot get close, and I am afraid that none of my spells are suited to breaking hundreds of undead soldiers. Benimaru stopped casting and took a deep breath. The situation wasn't totally bleak, there was still Rimuru-sama and Sylviana-sama. If either one of them came to help, then the tide would be turned. Rimuru's job was to take on the Orc Lord, so Benimaru instantly wiped the idea of asking for help from him. All that was left was Sylviana. Come on, wake up. We need some help against though. A flash of blue flame emerged from the now opened eyes of Sylviana. Her aura was frightening, not only did it feel like it was from a demon but also from a nature spirit at the same time. The entire back line of the lizardmen began to glow lightly in blue magicule waves. Did you all miss me? Sylviana's perspective. Since I had started to meditate, I could feel the entire happenings of the battlefield. The liches and undead were proving a real danger to the Kijin. The undead were roughly at a similar level as the current Kijin, and not only that, they had unlimited stamina and a magicule regenerating totem. I winced at that particular magical totem. It could make fighting for an extended period of time very easy for you whilst your enemies were utterly incapable of destroying it. Magicules fluttered into my body and through it. All of my organs seemed to moan out in elation at the sensation, my eyes twitching behind my eyelids. The entirety of my body seemed to love the movement of magicules. This had gone from a dangerous situation to a chance to enhance myself. What if I circulate all of the magicules in a circular pattern around my body? I attempted it and found that the efficiency increased but the quantity lowered. It was infuriating for me as I could tell the efficiency was very good. Hold on. Instead of breathing through my nose and mouth, I began to imagine my entire body breathing in the magicules. My mind started to conjure an image of my pores opening and suction force bringing in the magicules around me even further. A flood of magicules entered into my entire body as my dantian started to vibrate at a higher frequency. As if an explosion had occurred in my body, my dantian began to expand and absorb the entirety of the magicules within my body. MP has regenerated. HP has regenerated. Stat gain will be calculated after combat. My entire body hummed at the same frequency as my dantian, the very atoms making my body vibrating and singing in tune with my magicules. Multicolored light began to swarm into my nervous system, my heart, mind, stomach, ovaries, legs, muscles, tendons, marrow and spirit. My mind exploded out in understanding and complexity, my very mind expanding to accommodate the new stage one had reached. QI refining. Is this what this is? I opened my eyes and instantly understood the situation around me. Blue light slowly dissipated into the area around me as blood splattered along the defense line. Did you all miss me? I said cockily, disappearing before they could respond. At the speed of sound I appeared in front of an orc about to spear a lizard man through. His movements were slow and inaccurate. Before it could even get close to the scales I raised my right hand and flicked a finger at the skull of the orc. With a pop the head of the orc exploded out, its brain matter spraying in the air as I traversed the entire battlefield towards the liches and undead. A fireball attempted to fire at me. I used my magic to capture the flame and molded it to my control in an instant. I sucked the fire into my mouth and redirected the flame towards a group of orcs cannibalizing their own. Within seconds they were burned to crisps, their entire bodies uneatable. In the next second I reached the start of the barrier and was met with multiple arrows from archer undead. I waved my hand and projected my kinetic shield, the arrows bouncing off of the magical shield. I placed my right hand above my head and my left hand below my stomach, at the speed of sound moving them in an opposing circular motion to meet in the middle of my chest. Burn undead. A tidal wave of magic flowed out around me, sticking to the disgusting undead forms of zombies and skeletons. Just as the substance stuck to them, holy fire akin to sacred flames sprouted around their forms and cast them into ashes and dirt. Nothing was left of their bodies and the barrier was decimated. Spell, Burn Undead, has been gained. 20 liches floated out from behind the still considerable amount of undead combatants. Their spells began to churn and burn as fireballs, ice spears and lightning balls flew out from their grasp. Narrowing my eyes and expanding my grin, I began to dodge each magical spell, swiping my hand towards the undead and watching as air pressure swept them off of their feet and knocked them back into the liches. My eyes crackled with lightning as my hands started to leave smears of popping lightning in the air as my magicules focused in forming the spell. Chained Dragon Lightning. Less than a second passed as several Eastern-style dragons made of lightning sprung from each of my fingers. A massive dragon roar in the form of thunder sundered the entire battlefield, stopping combat in most other areas as orcs and lizardmen looked for the dragon. Naturally they saw none, but they did look over at my place on the battlefield. Each dragon struck one of the liches, searing it from existence and leaving a vague blue outline of where it once was. This naturally wasn't the end of the spell either, as the blue energy outline faded and reformed into another lightning dragon that struck out at another lich, or undead, one for each finger. Within less than 2 seconds almost all of the undead force before me was incinerated, a few skeletons being lucky and untouched. In mere instants the entire support for the orc force was eradicated. I could feel someone's eyes on me and looked up to the sky, snapping my fingers as I pointed to the area. Dispel magic, a complex string of geometric shapes entwined with a mystical eye in the sky, unraveling it from its very magical intent. No one looks at me without my permission. A crisp popping noise resounded before fading into the wind. The battle had turned and now it was almost complete. All that was needed was the slaying of Gelmud and the Orc Lord. Better go quickly, Rimuru, they may bring some of their forces out to challenge us. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 4 comments 0 vote. The fight with the Orc Lord. A minute after I had killed all of the undead, the orcs had begun to retreat towards the forest, towards their leader, the Orc Lord. The lizard men celebrated, with most of them collapsing into hugs and crying sobs as they saw their friends and families laying dead on the cold wet ground of the swamp. The Kijin were shocked at the power I showcased, Hakuro starting to show a creepy smile as his entire silhouette turned black and white. Benimaru smiled and hugged his sister from the side, his pride showing that he was glad she had found someone like me. Shuna was bright red at seeing my figure standing on a pile of ash and gazing out towards the forest. Yeah, I was posing for my woman, got an issue with it. At the same time I felt a disturbance as I noticed Rimuru hadn't been in the sky this entire time. The sound of exploding tree and snapping branches emanated from the tree line nearby. A blue-haired figure was launched out of the forest and lurched halfway through the air and coming to stop as blood lightly dripped from his mouth, bat wings extending from his back. Sylviana, one of our friends is here and they are pissed. Deal with them whilst I take out the Orc Lord. A figure stepped out of the forest, one dressed in a bright orange suit and creepy demon mask. Demiurge. In but a second I appeared just a little below Rimuru, my foe watching me as I ran. I could tell he was analyzing my speed and most likely knew some of my capabilities from my previous fight. Demiurge was a very intelligent devil and was also a very powerful physical combatant. Information on his abilities flowed into my mind seamlessly as my eidetic memory flushed my mind with every scene of his ever fighting. Leave him to me. Demiurge scoffed lightly under his mask as he extended his hands. You have all been chosen to serve under the Supreme One, the essence of death, Ainz ul Gaun. Rejoice, for you will serve the Supreme Beings in body and soul for eternity. Before he could monologue further, I struck out with a banishment spell. A haze of white fluttered and zoomed out of my hands, striking a barrier around Demiurge before seeping into it and attaching to his body. Fool. Before he could speak, my spell activated, only to be completely destroyed in the next second as horns extended from his forehead and claws from his fingers. I could almost physically see and feel his rage. He did not like what I just did, not at all. Using the moments I had gained him, Rimuru darted through the sky back into the forest, slamming into something or someone not far away, the Orc Lord no doubt. Gelmud would come out soon and he would serve as fuel for the Orc Lord, and Rimuru would have to win against him. Benimaru, Hakuro, Sue, Shuna. Help Rimuru. You bitch. You dare ignore me. Demiurge rushed towards me at a speed approaching sound. My expression tightened and I instantly created a set of armor out of the shadows surrounding me. Shadow Star started to alight in multifaceted colors, the ring of pure shadow empowering my shadow armor and weaponry. Shadow Star has detected an item related to the divinity of hell. Shadow Star is suppressing said power. Pipe. Holy fuck. I took the full brunt of Demiurge's strike and went flying through the battlefield, his strength completely outclassing me. He leapt through the air, wings extending from his back. In seconds he was diving after me. Retaining my focus on the situation, I channeled some more of my MP into another spell. Maxima Ultima Bombarda. A glorious spectacle of exploding colors followed suit as the entirety of Demiurge's body was covered in explosions, the very air catching fire and burning around him. Not the best spell to use on Demiurge since he is immune to fire, but the kinetic force would still knock him back enough for me to get my bearings. Just as I had predicted, the fire did nothing to him, but he was flung away from me. Molding the shadows below me, I pulled myself down to the earth and began to concentrate more of my magicules into another spell. Holy Ray! A bright ring of golden light formed from my right hand and flashed out into the space surrounding Demiurge. An uproarious growl of pain followed as Demiurge fell out of the spell, collapsing to the ground. This wasn't the end and I knew it, so I didn't even hesitate. MP. 6,008,530ths. Polar Claw. Using 3,000 of my MP, I sent a massive icicle towards the area where he had landed. Flames extended out from his body and met the icicle, but that was not enough. This was ice forged by the raging colds of the poles, even hellfire would struggle against it, and it did. The icicle landed and pierced into the leg of Demiurge as large dragon claws made of glacier ice slashed down at his body. More rageful yells emerged from the livid Demiurge. Fire spilt around him and instantly vaporized the glaciers surrounding him. His eyes glowed an ominous red and his wings had turned into those of a demon's. His claws started to drip blood despite the lack of spilt blood on his hands this battle. I didn't even speak and just drained another spell towards him. Crystal Lance. A pure quartz spear formed and flew over towards him, colliding against his bestial claws. Sparks flew off to the side as his strength flexed and he slapped it to the side. Another round of magic escaped my hand. Defendo. A massive spatial slash flew out in an instant and landed, cutting his right arm almost cleanly off. Red began to escape into his surroundings as demons began to be summoned, their red wings and evil smirks creating nightmares for everyone in the area. I need to get rid of his ability to use magic. He will cause the forest to become a hellscape. Ripoff. Can I use health as a currency for magic? Yes, not recommended, but easily done. Pipe. Do it. My body started to spasm and burn all over as my very physical condition started to worsen, blood seeping into my dantian and becoming pure magicules. Anti-magic area. My words became more verbose and deep once more as the surrounding space around Demiurge sank into a bright purple filter. All magicules were now sucked out of the space and drained towards me, my MP refueling constantly so long as all of my enemies stayed in there. Using my regenerating MP, I cast another spell from D&D that was downright broken and could be used to trap someone somewhere indefinitely if needed. Prismatic Wall. Quote, a rainbow-colored wall emerged around the anti-magic area, becoming spherical and blocking off all areas that could be used to retreat, including underneath the earth. My MP was now slowly recovering as the very magical essence of Demiurge started to supply me with MP and magicules. I entered into a deep meditative state and followed the same path that I used to regenerate before, using my pores as a way to breath in magicules. Rimuru's perspective. I had left Sylviana to fight Demiurge because as long as I take out the Orc Lord we would have the orcs on side, or we could at least force them to. I grimaced as I heard Demiurge's words behind me. They were all fanatical bastards and 'tis only proved our caution right, we could not afford to let them have numbers. I was flying through the canopy of the forest and looked down, spotting the bulbous form of the Orc Lord, a gleaming red gem emblazoned upon its head. The scene of the Lord eating one of its servants followed. Feeling utterly disgusted at the act of barbarity I dropped from my flight and slammed down onto the head of the Orc Lord. A massive explosion of force and pressurized air followed as the Lord dropped further into the ground only to come straight back up with its hand and try to grasp my leg. I flipped backwards and communicated to Great Sage. I'm counting on you. Defeat my enemy at once. Understood. Activating auto battle mode. Pipe. A series of images flashed in my mind as the Great Sage began to filter through my current abilities and combine some to create new versions. My body fell under my skill's control as my sword was taken out of its sheath and sprouted on fire, the fire being the black flame Benimaru could use. Several slashes of fire traversed the space between me and the Orc Lord, cutting into flesh and attaching to the skin of the Orc Lord, like napalm. Guttural screams thrust out from the monstrosity's mouth. The scream died down as quickly as it came and it tore off its own arm and narrowed its eyesight onto me. The Great Sage however was persistent and had created a flame spiral similar to the one that Ifrit had showed me when I was training with Shizu. This ability however was covered in black flame and was exactly the same as the previous bout of fire. Once again a growl and scream launched from the monster's large gaping maw. The Great Sage dodged several attacks from the minions of the Orc Lord and soon started to counter-attack with vertical and horizontal slashes of fire. In moments those that had attacked were crisped. The Orc Lord was not finished however as the Great Sage's voice echoed into my subconscious. Target, Orc Lord, has gained fire resistance and enhanced regeneration. Let me take over Great Sage. Ah, it'll be fine, thank you, I think I can take it from here. The image of the Great Sage's interface in my mind faded as I felt my body once more, my sword in my hands braced out in front of me as I waited for my foe. My plan now was not to slash the thing to death, but to eat him. I could get stronger through doing that. Unfortunately as soon as I was prepared to do that a man in a white coat wearing a plague mask smashed into the ground in front of me. His eyes glowed an eerie red and purple as his very presence was slightly stifling, not enough to scare me but still noticeable. Who's this weirdo? From previously collected information, this figure is Gelmid. Pipe. How are his powers in comparison to me? Digestion and analysis within predation would be required to fully gauge the answer. Pipe. So useless. Pipe. HMPH. Did you just chuff at me? You imagined it. Pipe. Now do. You bastards. How dare you interfere with my plans? Me, a demon lord. The man's voice cascaded into the surroundings, making a small shockwave. I wasn't impressed. Benimaru, Shuna, Sue and Hakuro all entered the clearing with their magic and weaponry at the ready. Sylviana, you still send help to me despite the enemy you face. I'll have to scold her for being too careless. Why don't you all just die to the Orc Lord? I didn't answer the fool as he continued to speak. This went very well, as in the next second he shot a bunch of red globs of energy at me, some skill of his that was supposed to be deadly. I raised my right hand and consumed the entirety of his attack, the spell being recorded by Great Sage and analyzed. He backed away from me, sweat dripping from his brow. He turned and ran up to the Orc Lord, who was now fully healed. Orc Lord, no, Geld. Finish them and eat them all. I am hungry. Yes, eat them, I am hungry. Gelmid turned triumphantly and began to cackle. Ha 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 ha, you fools shall all fall to become food for the Orc Lord's ascension to Demon Lord. Ha 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 ha, Geld. The Orc Lord seemed to flinch at the way Gelmid was speaking and took a step closer, his hand reaching out for a sword not too far away from him. I tensed and wanted to stop him but he was very quick. Gelmid turned and watched Geld stand. Yes, yes, become a Demon Lord. Geld didn't even flinch at the Demon Lord's display and just spoke once more. You look yummy. In a flash the sword of the Orc Lord swung down and decapitated the Demon Lord, Gelmid. Just as quickly the Orc Lord picked up his body, starting to chew into it with his massive tusks and sharp shark-like teeth. What a fool. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff. 12 comments 0 vote, the end of the Orc Lord. As I meditated my updates came all at once. You have enhanced yourself to the starting rank of Cultivator Key Refinement stage. Due to this change all stats have increased by plus 1000. As a result of the magicule draining of several demons and the being known as Demiurge, you have gained plus 2000 stats. 100 stat points will be gained for every second the targets stay within the rang of anti-magic zone. Pipe. Alert. Beings have escaped the anti-magic zone. Pipe. My eyes opened wide as my status screen showed. My breath seizing and becoming slowed as all of my pores closed. In front of me a massive gateway stood outside of the prismatic wall. Fuck. Ainz is here. I gulped lightly and quickly looked at my status sheet. / Sylviana Solaris. Species Dark Elf. Titles. Magic Researcher, Healer, Friend of Rimuru Tempest, Ally of Seal, Chaotic Cultivator. HP. 56,290. MP. 38,530. STR 3,874. Con 3,889. Dex 3,880. Cha 3,836. Int 3,853. Wis 3,834. Skills. Cultivation techniques. Level of Chi cultivation. Chi refinement. Chaos Dantian basic cultivation. Magic skills, spells. Magic skills. Wind control basic, lightning control basic, water manipulation basic, dancing. Spells. Fireball, Chained Dragon, Lightning, Reparo, Banishment, Cure Wounds, Locate Creature, Detect Life, Phantom Steed, Nature's Embrace, Haste, Mirror Image, Engorgio, Scullus, Defindo, Maxima Ultima Bombarda, Crystal Lance, Holy Ray, Polar Claw, Black Hole, Kinetic Shield, Teleportation, Burn Undead, Anti-Magic Area, Prismatic Wall. Cantrips. Eldritch Blast, Mending, Sacred Flame, Light Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, Prestidigitation, Thaumaturgy, Minor Illusion. Partner S. Shuna Solaris, Nightshade Kijin. Named followers. Sue Shadow Kijin. // With such a massive upgrade to my MP and HP I felt a little safer in a conflict. I strengthened my shadow armor and watched as through the gate came a skeletal hand, an aura of death washing over the entire area. Beside him was Albedo, the succubus dressed in black and gray armor with a massive axe strung off her shoulder. Emerging from the portal then came Aura, who I had seen previously. As they stepped through they turned and bowed, Ainz stepping out fully with his staff in hand. The celestial ring Shadowstar has detected a direct challenge to its power. It is unsealing the second level of power. Pipe. From my ring a behemoth aura of pure unadulterated shadow and darkness expanded behind me. Looking like a Balrog from Lord of the Rings, its form crackled and hissed as the ground around me submerged into pure darkness. Almost as if in response Ainz's staff crackled and the snakes that made the shaft of said staff started to move and hiss. An aura almost as large as my shadow demon formed, a hydra being what formed behind Ainz's staff. Albedo and Aura took a step back from me as Ainz gazed at me intently. I couldn't tell his emotion but I knew he was way over his head and didn't fully comprehend the situation. Unlike me and Rimuru he had nothing to inform him about this world. I cracked my neck and felt my Balrog intensify as I used my Umbral Assault. Lava-like armor formed over its incorporeal form, sparking bouts of flame and hatred striking ground only to grow into further shadows. To my side I saw the Dryads forming, watching the confrontation between me and Ainz, specifically at Ainz. I had a deal with them and was currently on their side, Ainz was not. Interesting to see a creature able to stand up against me. His words were arrogant but not completely unfounded given the power he usually had at his disposal. I dispelled the anti-magic area and the prismatic wall, finding Demiurge gone and the demons extinguished. In the distance I heard the yelling of the Orc Lord as it was most likely getting consumed by Rimuru. I smiled. Intriguing, the one behind that little one there finally comes out. Do you think I should be frightened? I glared openly at him and cracked my fingers, lightning sparking between my fingers and arching up my arms. You scum, you dare speak to Ainz Sama like that? The scream of Albedo bludgeoned the very atmosphere of the battlefield as many lizardmen retreated completely, their faces ashen and fearsome. Before she could finish I slapped the air and thunderbolt cracked through the air, striking her in the face and blasting her into the forest. Speak, when, spoken to, whore. I enunciated every word and stared back at Ainz, his aura becoming more malicious and deadly. Yeah, I had just struck what he considered as his friend's child. I didn't care, if they didn't respect me they'd attempt to stomp all over me in our village. Give a tyrant an inch and they'll take a mile. Aura took out her whip as I drew a sword from pure corrupted shadow, the blade oozing with black ichor. Ainz raised his staff and slammed it down, several elementals forming around him and attempting to move forwards. I smirked and drew upon my unique skill, Avatar. I command the, as an avatar of nature, disassemble. A wave of green and blue magic shot outwards, going through several people without doing anything. This was the case until it hit the elementals. The elementals, following my orders, unsummoned. Silence was had in the battlefield as a rather maniacal laugh thundered into it. KK ha 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 ha, I see, I must make an example. And here I thought you could become a valuable member of Nazarick. He reached out his hand and started to do the motion for grasp heart. Unfortunately for him I would not let him complete his actions. Engorgio Scullis. The spell instantly grasped onto Aura's skull and started to squeeze it, the dark elf girl screaming in pain as she collapsed, the spell in Ainz's hand falling apart as he saw how I had his companion in my grasp. Now, first lesson of being a mage. Never use a slow-ass spell in combat. And, never show mercy. If you had any my voice stopped as I noticed Ainz move forwards, my magic halted as well. His skull was blazing with a red flame pouring from one eye, his aura of death projected towards me as the Hydra extended its neck upwards and looked close to latching onto my Balrog. My Balrog was pissed, more than pissed, livid. It started to move within the time stop, its form flickering as movement somewhat returned to its form. Ainz was slightly surprised but still walked forwards, a true death spell forming in his right hand. What you must realize, is that within a PvP, one must always have a time-resistant spell. He now stood in front of me, my heartbeat increasing rapidly as my Dantian spun rigorously, its spin unaltered by the spell. My mind was still capable of so I focused my magic into my eyes, my pupils electrifying as lightning started to quickly move through the time stop, its movement very close to the speed of light. Ainz became immediately defensive and extended his right arm out. Ho ho ho, what do we have here? A massive impact struck the ground behind Ainz, his cape billowing out as dust entered his form. He turned in an instant, the spell time stop ending right after he did so. The unfortunate thing about time stop. Yeah, it only had a little bit of time to do stuff within. Who are you? The lightning struck the back of Ainz's cloak and dispelled as behind him stood a figure that wasn't supposed to turn up until much later. Milam, ha 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 ha, what the fuck is this day? Ainz's question naturally didn't go unanswered as the small figure of Milam pointed at him and struck a pose. My name is Milam Nava. I am a demon lord. He didn't respond to her words, causing her to frown a little, her pose crumbling a bit as she looked at the skeleton that was a massive threat to me second beforehand. I am Ainz Ulgaun, the ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick. Do you wish to interfere with my conflict? His words were not kind, it seemed he really wanted to end me there. And now that I looked I could see Albedo stumbling out of the forest, her posture completely craven and angered. I had pissed her off and bit off a bit more than I could chew. My spell over aura dissipated as she slipped back through the portal. Oh, you wish to challenge me? Her voice became deeper and more malevolent as her eyes flashed a dull blue, her draconic aura projecting over the area as the sheer amount of power coming from her was titanic. Unfortunately the small victory she had was then met by a rather strong projection of magical might from Ainz, the staff in his hands aiding him. Unluckily for him though, that shit just turned Milam into even more of a battle-hungry monster as she disappeared and reappeared in front of him, her fist smacking into his body and sending him into the sky, her form jumping after him. I was left behind with Albedo and an open portal to Nazarick. I grimaced and pulled out my magicules, swiftly creating a prismatic wall around the portal. Albedo growled at me and began to swing her axe, halberd, thing, in circles around herself. Taking the moves that Hakuro had taught to me in the day that we had trained, I pulled my katana of shadows down and placed it in front of me, my eyes shining. In but seconds we were engaged in bloodthirsty combat, her power threatening to collapse my body at any moment. Unfortunately for her though, I was proficient in shadow stepping and agility-based combat. Katana met halberd and sprang off each other, the ground below us turning into slushy craters at every blow. Rimuru, you better get here soon. Rimuru's perspective. I could feel the level of the conflict at the other side of the forest, but I trusted in Sylviana and my allies. After the Orc Lord had eaten Gelmid, he began his Demon Lord festival. Unfortunately for him, I was a superior devourer and we ended up fighting by trying to eat each other. I was close to winning the fight and rejoining Sylviana when I felt his strength increasing somewhat. Flaring my power more, I drank numerous potions from within my stomach. Combat drugs for the win. I kept reforming over the top of him and gnawing at his entire body. It was similar to one ant colony fighting another, except when I ate him he tried to eat me in turn. It was a crazy process. My will and his were equally matched. It seemed as much of our fighting was evening out. I need something to help me win. I looked back at my allies, their eyes not knowing where to look as they held their magic and weapons back in fear of hurting me. Seeing my chance, I sent a mental message to Sue. Sue, I need you to stab him in the throat 3 seconds from now. There was just a small mental grunt of understanding as Sue hunched down onto his knees, readying himself for the move, no doubt. Take this, you big ugly orc. I moved my body and left a large gap around the Orc Lord's throat. Sue didn't disappoint either, his daggers sinking deeply into the throat of the Orc Lord, his shadow powers activating and stretching the wounds wider. A submerged scream ushered out of the Orc Lord as he weakened slightly. Chance. I struck out at his open mouth and covered it, eating him from his throat and out. He couldn't breathe anymore and his form was starting to hunch. That was when I started to get shots of memories, starving from lack of food. Famine, lack of water, death, cannibalism. All of it was horrible. I continued to eat, and I soon saw memories of him running into Gelmid, then a day later running into Ainz. Ainz had offered much but wanted the enslavement of his people. He couldn't willingly take that deal, so he offered himself as sacrifice, pledging his service to the Supreme Being. Apparently Ainz had taken this deal in the understanding that his people would follow his rule. The flashes stopped and I stood before Gelmid, the man who had sacrificed so much so that his people may prosper. The man, not the monster. I couldn't help but feel sympathetic to him and his people's plight. This all could have been stopped if the forest could have aided their people. Geldson, there is no famine or death here, only the beautiful glades of the forest. It is beautiful, thank you. He went dogeza on the ground before me, tears cascading down his face as he saw the children he had fed the other day playing amongst the butterflies and glades of this paradise. Please look after my people. I do not care if you kill me or plunder my soul, please aid my people. I put a hand on his shoulder as I entered my human form. Do not worry, I will ensure the security of your people. They did not deserve this and I will see that they do not in future, as long as I am still alive. With my words he faded into his Eden, my own consciousness flickering back to the real world a minute later. Rimuru-sama, some very powerful people have arrived and they are fighting. Sylviana had fought both of them. It never ends. Please check out my Discord URL. Also, I have a Pat. Rian, any donations are heavily appreciated, URL. If you don't like Pat. Rian, here is my PayPal if you still are interested in helping me out, paypal.me/rbsmff.